Chapter 251 The Sixth Blade, Grimjo, 7th. The next morning, the land of fields. After a long journey through the night, Ulquiorra, Gami, and Zomari rushed back from the land of earth to the land of fields overnight. After a thrilling battle, everyone has more or less some scars on their backs. Among them, Yami was the most pitiful. His arms were burnt to ashes by Amaterasu, and even though the blood was stopped, it still made him miserable. Zamali is safe and sound. Although the ghost shark's ability is difficult to deal with, it is not enough to hurt him. Compared to Yami, he is lucky. His opponent is not as difficult as Itachi. It was still the secret underground palace. In the spacious hall, there were many figures standing. Beliga, Summer Star, Ochimayu, Nilu, Inu Himiyori, Sal Apollo, etc. But Sasuke Uchiha was not present. He was sent out by Ochimayu on a mission and left Teshiguo. Moreover, this important meeting also needs the participation of Sasuke. Although during this period of time, Sasuke experienced a lot of stimulation, and finally opened the three-goose jade writing wheel eye. But his strength is still very weak, heinously weak. In Aizen's eyes, Sasuke is just an irrelevant little guy, and he doesn't need to care at all. Lord Aizen, the four-tailed Manjari has been captured by us. Ulquiorra said respectfully. Beside him, Laozai was dying on the ground, to the point where his life was hanging by a thread, which was why Ulquiorra and the others rushed back to the land of fields in such a hurry. Only when Renjuli is alive is it the easiest time to draw out the tailed beast chakra. Aizen sat on the throne, glanced at Laozai casually, and ignored him. For a man who is about to die, Aizen was not interested. Aizen shifted her gaze to Yami, looking at the wound caused by her broken arm. Aizen frowned slightly and asked, "Yami, what's going on?" In the last war, Yami was furious and slaughtered the allied ninja army, which was a nightmare in the hearts of countless ninjas. However, this demon king is so desolate now that he has lost both arms, and Yami has even lost the qualification to wield the Zanpei Kuto, so he doesn't deserve to be called Den Blades. Lord Aizen. Yami hesitated. He lowered his head in fear, avoiding Aizen's gaze. He was afraid that Aizen would abandon him because he lost his arms, and he was afraid that he would be punished. At this time, Yami kept all his sharp edges introverted, and he no longer had the arrogance and domineering he used to do. When facing Aizen, he didn't even dare to say a word. It was Uchiha Itachi, who caused my arms to turn to ashes. Speaking of Uchiha Itachi, an indignant expression immediately appeared on Yami's face. If it weren't for the difference in strength, he would have to crush Uchiha Itachi's bones and repay the pain 100-fold. It's him. It seems that you have played against him before. Aizen's thoughts returned to a month ago, in the war that destroyed Konoha. He once fought Uchiha Itachi. At that time, he took the lead in manipulating Uchiha Itachi's five senses with the help of Kyoka Suizuki, and applied absolute hypnosis to him, thus cracking the moon reading. None whether it was the last time, or from now on, Uchiha Itachi has lost help and can no longer defeat Aizen. Once under the absolute hypnosis, unless you find out the flaws in Jingwashuayu, you can't crack it at all. However, even in the soul realm, only Ichimayu Jin spent hundreds of years to find the flaw. Ulquiorra, restore the battle process. Under Aizen's order, Ulquiorra removed his eyeballs and pinched them. Boom. With the sound of a crisp sound, his eyeballs turned into countless pale white fluorescent lights, and they floated in the air, forming a peculiar light curtain. In the light curtain, Ulquiorra, Yami and Uchiha Itachi were all shown in front of everyone. The second return of Hitomitsu Sakura, Hitomi Amaterasu, Susanna and Ulquiorra. This is the second return to the blade? Sal Apollo and Nilu looked at each other. They didn't expect Ulquiorra to hide so deeply. Judging from the fluctuations in the light curtain, Ulquiorra, who has returned to the blade for the second time, possesses unimaginable strength. The other 4 10-blade looked at Ulquiorra with a deep meaning. They realized that Ulquiorra, who had returned to the blade for the second time, had already surpassed the 3rd blade, Haribel, and might even be on a par with the 2nd and 10th blades. This level of strength really made them out of sight. In addition to 10 blades, Orochimaru also trembled in his heart. He not only marveled at the strength of Ulquiorra, but also marveled at the strength of Uchiha Itachi. Back then, he was instantly killed by Uchiha Itachi with one look, and finally left the Akatsuki organization with shame. Since then, he has been doing crazy research to obtain Sharingan, which is also the reason why Orochimaru chose Sasuke. I thought that after so many years, the gap between myself and Itachi would shrink. But after seeing the full strength of Itachi, Orochimaru was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that the 10-fist sword that he had been looking for many years was actually in Itachi's hands. However, his body seems to be unable to bear the load, and he must be terminally ill. This battle hastened his death. The only thing to be thankful for is Itachi's physical problem. Orochimaru saw through the video that Itachi was on the verge of death, and this was the only reason he could comfort himself. Aizen was the only person who didn't change his face. He had long known that Ulquiorra would return to the sword in the 2nd stage, and he also expected the power of the kaleidoscope to right round eyes. None of this matters to him, because Aizen is powerful enough to crush everything. He stepped down from the throne and stepped in front of Lao's eye. With a bang, Aizen's palm pressed against Lotse's abdomen, and the other hand took out the collapsing jade. With the penetration of spiritual power, the seal was broken, and the tailed beast chakra poured out. Bennu continued to absorb the 4-tailed chakra, and finally reached an awakening state. Aizen closed her eyes, and a figure appeared in her mind. The 6th blade, Grimjo. Chapter 252, Future Enemy, Invisible Empire, 8th. Grimjo, ranked 6th in Aizen's 10 blades, has a distinct personality and a strong personal will. His character likes to kill and is keen to confront the enemy on equal terms. Grimjo is powerful, and can easily defeat Ichigo Kurosaki in a state of solution. If it wasn't for Ichigo, he would have died in the hands of Grimjo's Panther King's claw. This time, Aizen's summon object was Grimjo. Although Grimjo has a strong personality and often does not follow Aizen's orders, in general, he does not dare to resist Aizen's orders. What's more, he doesn't have the strength to resist Aizen. Back then in Xui Palace, Aizen was able to make Grimjo kneel on the ground with only Reiatsu, which was enough to see the huge gap between the two. Aizen summoned Grimjo because he realized that the ninja world had been undercurrent. This time, the Zhao organization took away the 4-tailed Manjuli Lotse, which undoubtedly violated the bottom line of the Zhao organization. Aizen believes that the leader of Akatsuki's organization will be dispatched soon. At that time, they will not only have to face the challenge of the ninja world, but also the coveted Akatsuki organization, which cannot be dealt with at all with their current strength. After all, only 4-tailed beasts have been captured so far, and there are 5 more powerful tailed beasts that have not yet fallen into the sack 827. Aizen alone cannot do everything. He wants to be foolproof and make no mistakes. So, Aizen wanted to summon the useful 10-blade, which is why he abandoned the 9th blade. Although the ability of the 9th person makes it have unlimited potential, but potential does not represent strength. In the ninja world continent, where the smoke of gunpowder is filled with smoke, the 90 blade has no chance to grow at all, it is just a tasteless rib. You are Aizen. Unlike the other 5 10-blades who were absolutely loyal, Grimjo did not call Aizen an adult. Like Nilu, he fled to the Soul Realm because of the appearance of the Invisible Empire. The sudden appearance here left him at a loss. "Aren't you imprisoned in the infernal hell? Why are you here?" You turned out to be Ulquiorra. Before Grimjoe woke up from the confusion, Ulquiorra's figure appeared in his field of vision. Not only that, he also saw many familiar figures, even the kind-hearted human being, Inuji or I. "You. Why are you all here, Yami and Salapolo? And Ulquiorra, weren't you killed by Ichigo Kurosaki? Why are you reborn?" The Leopard King was stunned. He realized that this was not a dream, but a real thing. When Ulquiorra and Kurosaki Ichigo fought against each other, the waves spread throughout the entire country. The virtual circle, even the dying Grimjoe could feel it in the blur. It wasn't until later that Ulquiorra's Reiatsu disappeared that he realized that it was Ichigo Kurosaki who killed him. "And Yami, didn't you get killed by Zaragi Kenpachi and Kachiki by Akuya? Why did you appear here again, and why did your arms break?" Grimjoe had too many doubts in his heart. He even saw many unfamiliar faces. From the aura on them, they were definitely human. Only then did Grimjoe realize that perhaps he had experienced something incredible. "Grimjoe, I'm glad you can play for me again. But..." Before Lanran finished speaking, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and the majestic spiritual power poured out, instantly making Grimjoe's face pale. He couldn't breathe and fell to the ground with his knees bent. Just like the scene in the Xuai Palace, because of Grimjoe's disrespectful words, he was subdued by Aizen's Reiatsu. "Lin. Aizen-sama." Grimjoe's tone was trembling, and he almost tried his best to say these words. Aizen's Reiatsu was too terrifying. As long as Aizen is willing, Grimjoe can be easily killed with just Reiatsu. Hearing Grimjoe's words, Aizen took the Reiatsu back. He turned back to the throne and looked down at Grimjoe condescendingly. "Don't panic, Grimjoe. As you can see, Gami, Ulquiorra, Salapolo, and Zamali have all been resurrected." Aizen smiled slightly and said, "Perhaps you still don't understand. Even if you came to the Ninja Continent, it was my intention." "Ninja Continent? Isn't this the Soul Realm? I'm fighting the Quincy of the Invisible Empire, and they even captured the Spirit King Palace?" Grimjoe looked puzzled. He couldn't tell what Ninja Land was at all. He only remembered that at the last moment he was still fighting against the Quincy of the Invisible Empire in the Soul Realm. "Is it an invisible empire?" Aizen pondered in a low voice. A cold light flashed in her eyes. He used to hypnotize friend Harbach, causing him to have the illusion of going back 5 seconds in time. As a god of death, although Aizen's position is different from that of the 13th team, he also feels disdain for the power of Quincy. Aizen sat quietly on the throne, her eyes like a bottomless abyss. One day, he will lead the 10 Blades Legion to make a comeback, attack the Soul Realm again, destroy the Invisible Empire, destroy the Quincy, and even kill Harbach himself. Quincy exterminators are born to die in the hands of Death God, no matter how powerful they are. Ulquiorra crushed his eyeballs again, showing Grimjoe what had happened in the past. This is also one of his abilities. Its eyeballs can not only record what happened, but also regenerate and recycle at super speed. Ha! It's interesting, the humans here have such powerful powers. It's just as interesting as that guy Kurosaki Ichigo. After seeing everything that happened, Grimjoe laughed wildly. He likes to challenge strong opponents and feel the thrill of battle. In just an instant, he changed from confusion to frenzy, and everything in Ninja Land excited him. In the end, under the order of Aizen, Orihiminu used the Shuangshan return shield to heal Yami's hands, and Yami easily returned to his prosperous state after violating the ability of God's comprehension. After adding a new member to the 10 Blades Legion, it has become even stronger, and will continue to spread their footsteps, eventually conquering the entire ninja world. Chapter 253 2 Days Ping Onomu, 9th. The Land of the Land, one of the 5 kingdoms that dominates the ninja world. Most of the territory of the Land is desolate rock walls, and the rocks in the country seem to exist along the border, thus blocking the communication between the Land of the Land and other countries. In addition, the wind blowing from the north will cross the mountains and blow the small rocks in the country to other countries. The nature called rock rain is now very famous. The ninja village in the Land of Earth is Iwa Hidden Village. The village is surrounded by natural dangers and is known as a ninja village for its strong defense. It is a top-secret natural fortress formed by many rocks and mountains. It has an easy-to-defense location, and it is difficult for the enemy to break into its interior. However, it is also relatively difficult for them to communicate with the outside world. In addition, the Land of the Land is on one side and the terrain is steep, so they rarely communicate with the outside world. And under the iron fist of the previous dynasties, Iwayan village is ambitious, and its national strength is thriving, and it is committed to becoming the first of the 5 kingdoms tilde. The 3rd generation Tukage of Yanian village, who is still alive today, Tianxianping Onogi, although he is very old, he is strong. Looking at the entire ninja world, it is the top level. Onogi is best at Earth Escape ninjutsu. He also inherited the ability of the 2nd generation Earth Shadow. He can use the unique property change, Dust Escape, which is Blood Descendant Elimination, that surpasses the Blood Descendant limit. At this time, in Yanian village, in the Tukage office, Onogi stared at a document on the table in a daze. Judging from his expression, this was bad news. Old's eye. He actually left. Onogi sighed heavily. The figure of Lao Zai appeared in his mind. The old man had the same temper as him, both so stubborn and stubborn. The reason why Lao Zai left Yanian village to travel in the wild was also because of disagreements between the two, which resulted in a fierce dispute. At that time, De Yi was dizzy and dazed, and swore that he would never see Lao Zai again. Unexpectedly, an angry word at the beginning has now become a reality. Lao Zai couldn't escape the clutches of Zhao's organization, and finally encountered an accident. Onogi's inner conflict, tangled, and even a trace of regret. He has lived for so long, witnessing the departure of familiar people one after another due to various accidents, even his stubborn stone heart was weary. Zhao organization, I didn't expect you to be convinced for so many years and finally show your fangs. The 3rd generation Tukage Onogi was angry in his heart. He once used Akatsuki's organization, but he never thought that the force that was ignored back then would turn into a dark force that threatens the ninja world. The 3 generations of Tuiying have cold eyes and murderous intent in his heart. If there is a chance, he will definitely get rid of the Akatsuki organization and relieve the worries of Yanian village. But 3 generations of Sachikage turned his gaze to another document. His expression became extremely solemn. This document is an important document sent by Konoha. The content is about Aizen, who is more threatening than Akatsuki, and requires the alliance between the 5 major countries to launch a war against Aizen. It's a hassle to add Aizen and Medical Lance. 3 generations of Hokage felt a little deep inside, and he had naturally heard about Aizen. Capture the first 3-tailed beasts, kill the 4th Raikage, kill Gaara, and capture the 5th Hokage. Everything Aizen did was a major event that shocked the ninja world. When Oyemi heard the news, he was also shocked, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. It took most of the day for the 3 generations of Hokage to accept this reality. Perhaps, their era has passed, and the ninja world will usher in a new chapter. Among them, the news that the Konoha ninja village has been hit by a series of major blows has made the 3 generations of Tukage sigh. How powerful was Konoha back then, ranking first among the 5 major countries, and shocking the entire ninja world. but I didn't expect it to be so desolate now. By the 5th generation, the village is on the verge of extinction. The 3rd generation of Sachikage has been taught by the 1st and 2nd generation of Sachikage since childhood. The 1st generation of Tuing Ishikawa personally gave Onogi the task of cleaning the town and village stone, and personally directed it. During this period, he made a profound explanation of the will of Iwajidamura, the will of stone, which symbolizes perseverance and immobility, and this speech also had a profound impact on Onogi's life. Therefore, the 3 generations of Tuing know that maintaining the prosperity of a village for a long time is not an easy task. However, the speed of Konoha's fall was beyond his expectations. In just over a dozen years, it plummeted. Most of the elite ninjas in the village are now dead and desolate. The occurrence of such a tragedy cannot help but remind the 3 generations of Tukage of a scene that cannot be forgotten in the depths of his memory. 62 years ago, as the disciple of the 2nd generation of Sachikage and the future heir of Sachikage, Onogi once followed the 2nd generation of Sachikage to Konoha for diplomacy. Since Konoha at the time had 2 powerful families, Uchiha and Chizu, their strength was unprecedentedly strong, ranking first among the 5 kingdoms. However, their master and apprentice encountered Madara Uchiha, and as a result Madara rejected the alliance between Iwagikoshi and Konoha, and both Wu and Onoki were seriously injured. The 3rd generation Tuing will never forget, the 2nd generation Tuing, who is extremely powerful in his heart, is a rookie in front of Banyu. There was no suspense that they lost that battle. If it wasn't for Uchiha Madara's mercy, they wouldn't even be able to return to Iwayan village alive. Since then, Onogi has had a deep prejudice against Konoha. And over time, this stereotype has grown deeper. However, the current crisis in Konoha made him worry about the future of the village. Even the once prosperous Konoha has fallen, and even the powerful Uchiha clan has disappeared in the long river of history, not to mention the Yanin village. Is the end of the ninja world really coming? Onoya sighed heavily. The news of the death of the 4th Raikage was a very shocking news for him. You must know that the 4th generation of Raing has been famous for a long time, and its strength has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It has ruled Unayan village for many years, and has an unshakable position in the country of thunder. Even such a strong man has fallen. How terrible is Aizen? 3 generations of Sachikage remained silent, making a choice in his heart. His eyes kept moving in the 2-point intelligence, and finally made a decision. Compared with the crisis that needs to be undertaken to start the Ninja World War, if Aizen's forces are left alone, that is the biggest crisis for the village. The 3 generations of Sachikage decided to join forces with Konoha to fight against Aizen. Chapter 250 for Eye Transplant Project, 10th. The country of grass, on a vast plain. Many corpses fell on the ground, and Sasuke has stood on the pile of corpses, holding the grass child's sword. The sharp blade was covered with blood droplets, and under the blazing sun, it looked bloody and terrifying. Sasuke-Uchiha's expression was grim, but he didn't feel chilled by the fallen corpse. Since leaving Konoha, his heart has become cold. In pursuit of power, in order to kill the man, he defected to Konoha, but he ushered in a darker future. Under Aizen's rule, he had no chance at all. The fight with Kurama Yakumo had a huge blow to Sasuke-Uchiha's heart, and his confidence was shattered. He has always been the arrogance of his peers, with amazing talent, and the only person in Konoha Hidden Village who has Uchiha's blood flowing. After 657, followed Orochimaru, he was looked on with cold eyes and was treated like rubbish. Under Aizen, he was not even a woman. In order to wash away these shame, Sasuke-Uchiha practiced desperately, practicing ninjutsu day and night, for strength, for revenge, and for killing that man. Fortunately, after a series of stimuli and his own efforts, he finally opened the 3-Gujade writing wheel eye. This time, he went out to practice, just to gain more powerful strength in the bloody struggle. These ninjas are too weak to make me stronger. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes contained a trace of loss. When he came to Aizen's side, he realized how small his strength was. Even the legendary Sanin no Chimayu couldn't withstand the pressure of Aizen, and even the 10 blades who killed the shadow-level ninja shivered when facing Aizen. This kind of power made Sasuke yearn for it, and he longed that he could, like Aizen, control powerful illusions and control powerful strength. Just as Sasuke was thinking, the ground beside him suddenly shattered, and a figure appeared in his field of vision. 2 eyes of different colors, one black and one white, with different personalities, appear together on a body. There are several green leaves on this figure, like a huge pitcher plant. A black coat and red auspicious clouds are the unique symbols of the Zhao organization. Zotshigzwanwu, absolutely. Are you someone from Zhao's organization? The moment he saw Zhu appear, Sasuke's face changed in shock. Although he has not played against members of the Zhao organization, but the legends about them are already overwhelming, and even Uchiha Itachi, who he most wants to kill, is a member of Akatsuki's organization. Therefore, in Sasuke's impression, Akatsuki is the place of sin, an organization composed of several sinners. This is easy. Sasuke mobilized the chakra in his body and condensed it into a dazzling thunderball in his hand. Thunder escape 1,000 birds. His first instinct was to definitely attack him. Unexpectedly, not only did he not move, but he showed Sasuke a meaningful smile. It's interesting, Sasuke Uchiha, we're not here to trouble you. Sasuke Uchiha, do you want to know the whereabouts of Itachi? 2 completely different voices blurted out and entered Sasuke's ears. What? Hearing Heju's words, Sasuke's face changed in shock. Suddenly, the figure of Uchiha Itachi, the man who killed the Uchiha clan with his own hands, appeared in his mind again. What do you mean by that? Sasuke frowned, keeping a distance from Zhu. Naturally, he wouldn't let his guard down easily. Ha, I'm really cautious. It's somewhat similar to Mr. Itachi. Shut up. Don't compare me to that sinner. Sasuke shouted angrily, refuting Baiju's ridicule. Don't worry, I found you today, but to tell you some news, which is good news for you. Zhu's tone was gloomy, but Sasuke was stunned. What good news? Itachi is dead. Zhu's words, like a thunderbolt from the blue, made Sasuke Uchiha speechless. Is Itachi dead? How can that be? The man who lived in his memory like a nightmare for many years, actually died? Impossible. With his strength, how could he die so easily? Sasuke looked horrified and didn't believe Zhu's words at all. In his impression, Itachi is almost invincible, and that icy look has been imprinted in the depths of his soul. Even if he dies, he will die in my hands. Sasuke Uchiha roared, as if to vent his inner anger. Fate played a big joke on him. The man he wanted to kill all along died suddenly. Who did it? Who killed him? Sasuke Uchiha asked angrily. Ha, it seems that you haven't received the news yet. In order to capture the 4-tailed Manjari, Itachi and Aizen's Ten Blade battled, and eventually died because of the excessive consumption of body functions. Zhu's mouth raised a meaningful smile. The reason why he came to the door was Obito's order, so that Sasuke could get Itachi's kaleidoscope. Since Sasuke's hatred for Aizen, he will try his best to win over him and use him for his own use. This is the plan with pictures. It was actually killed by 10 blades. Sasuke's head was blank. He once stayed by Aizen's side, so he naturally knew the strength of 10 blades. He never expected that Itachi was actually killed by 10 blades. At this moment, Sasuke seemed to have lost something in his heart. The goal for many years has not been achieved after all. From that night on the night of the extermination, every day, the figure of Uchiha Itachi lingers in Sasuke's mind. Even when Kakashi asked about Sasuke's dream during the first 3.8 gathering of the 7th class, Sasuke's answer was to kill the man. Now, Uchiha Itachi is dead, and Sasuke has lost his goal. All hatred hasn't even turned into power. Jiu seemed to see Sasuke's sadness, and sneered, "This time I found you, and I want to take you to get Itachi's kaleidoscope. Once you integrate his kaleidoscope, you can get brand new eyes and control more powerful pupil power. Sasuke, don't you want to know the truth? There may be someone in the Akatsuki organization that you are very interested in." Sasuke frowned and asked coldly, "Who?" "Uchiha Madara. P.S. I was wrong. I killed him. Please forgive me." Chapter 255, Flickering with Soil, for subscription. Zao Organization, Secret Base. This is a dark place where no one can set foot on it on weekdays, let alone steal the information here. In one of the darkened rooms, Sasuke Uchiha sat calmly, with a lot of vigilance around him. Looking at the flickering lights, his thoughts fell into confusion. Earlier, when he was in the country of grass, Sasuke's heart shook when he heard Jiu's words. His heart was mixed, with shock, resentment, and even a hint of disbelief. Therefore, in order to witness Itachi's body, he followed Jiu to Akatsuki's huge organization. Sasuke is like a headless fly. The goal of chasing after years has suddenly disappeared. It caused him to feel frustrated and bewildered. In addition, he was already disappointed with Orochimaru, and was unwilling to stay with Aizen and suffer the shame. Under various coincidences, Uchiha Sasuke finally embarked on the road of Zao Organization. Sasuke was waiting for the moment when he saw Itachi's body with his own eyes. Suddenly, in the dark corridor, there was a sudden sound of footsteps, which immediately attracted Sasuke's attention. "You really came, Uchiha's silent assistant." At the end of Sasuke's field of vision, a figure with a mask and a black robe appeared, Uchiha Obito. "You are?" Sasuke's eyes were confused. In his impression, there was no memory of Obito. Even the information he learned about members of the Akatsuki organization from Orochimaru had no information about Obito. "You don't have to be hostile to me, even if you used to follow Aizen. Our position is still the same at this time." Obito's face was hidden under the vortex mask, and he couldn't see his expression at all. Sasuke Uchiha was silent. He took a step back imperceptibly, trying his best to distance himself from Obito. He opened the three-goose jade writing wheel, but still couldn't see through Obito. The first impression the other party gave him was like a bottomless pit, and he couldn't see any reality at all. Such people are very dangerous. They appear to be safe and sound on the surface, but in reality they hide their knives in their smiles. You must be vigilant. Sasuke's eyebrows stood upright, and he couldn't help but put his palms on his waist. He clenched the hilt of the grass pheasant sword, and the chakra in his body was running fast, ready to shoot at any time. Uchiha Obito waved his hand and said calmly, "Don't be nervous, I asked you to bring you here, just to tell you one thing." However, Sasuke's expression still did not change. He still didn't believe Obito's words. "It seems that you still don't believe me and have no interest in it." Obito didn't give up, and still smiled. "If I want to put it another way, are you interested? This matter has something to do with Uchiha Itachi." Sasuke's pupils shrank suddenly. He raised his head suddenly, his eyes fixed on Obito. On the slightly immature face, the sinister blue veins are clearly visible, which is enough to see how excited Sasuke is. Uchiha said coldly with tattoo, "You think you know everything about your brother, but in fact you don't know anything about him at all. Perhaps you are still wary of me, so let me introduce myself." Uchiha stretched out his palm with a picture and took off the mask. "We, like us, are all survivors of the Uchiha clan. And I am also the one who knows what Uchiha Itachi really looks like. Half of Uchiha Obito's face appeared in front of Sasuke. It was the face that had been through vicissitudes of life, with countless scars and wrinkled skin on it. The first impression that this face gave Sasuke was that of an old man. What? This is a writing wheel eye? Sasuke was stunned, and his originally blank mind became even more confused. Obito's three-goose jade writing wheel eye subverted his concept. For a long time, Sasuke thought that he and Itachi were the only Uchiha clansmen left in the world. When Uchiha Itachi died, he was the only Uchiha tribe left in the world. However, reality played a big joke on him, and there was another Uchiha clansman. It seems that you have been living in confusion. Don't you know that what Itachi does is to protect you? Uchiha Obito sneered. Protect? Protect me? What nonsense are you talking about? Sasuke roared angrily. He didn't believe Obito's nonsense. I'm saying it again, you think you know everything about your brother, but in fact you don't know anything about him. Sasuke gritted his teeth, suddenly pulled out the grass pheasant sword, and threatened, if you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you. It seems that no matter what I say, you won't believe it. It's no wonder. Who made these sudden surprises come from my suspicious mouth? Since you saw Itachi's body, then I'll let you get your wish right away. Uchiha Obito shook his head slightly, and just after his voice fell, his whole body twisted like a vortex and suddenly disappeared into the air. After only a few minutes, Obito's figure reappeared, and along with his figure, there was a huge coffin in which Uchiha Itachi's body lay peacefully. Is he really dead? Sasuke Uchiha was at a loss. He bowed his head in loss. The only pursuit in his heart disappeared in a moment. 133 Sasuke didn't know that Itachi died that night due to overexhaustion of body functions in the fight against Toba. Now you should believe it, right? By the way, you have also heard that the night of the extermination of the family, there was someone who assisted Itachi. No, that person is me. Obito put his hands out and continued, I know everything about Itachi too clearly, he's not what he believed. Shut up. It doesn't matter anymore. Get away from me now. Sasuke's fist slammed on the wall angrily. He lowered his head and was depressed, feeling an indescribable sense of loss in his heart. No, listen to me. Sasuke Uchiha, you must listen to me too. It's not my duty, it's your duty. Despite Sasuke's roar, Obito continued to start gushing. Only after listening to me will you know the truth of the matter. The real sinner is not Itachi, but Konoha. Also, it is Aizen who killed Uchiha Itachi. A cold killing intent flashed in Uchiha Obito's pupils. His real purpose was to fool Sasuke, to awaken Sasuke's kaleidoscope of writing wheels, and then turn it into a usable power. Finally against the blue dye. Chapter 256 Six-Pointed Star Kaleidoscope. You know what? Why did I only contact you after Itachi died? Uchiha Obito continued, because Itachi didn't want me to contact you when he was alive. And the reason is that I will let you know all the truth. To understand the truth of the matter, in addition to the 3 generations of Hokage, there are also Konoha's advisors, 3 old fellows, Shimura Danzo, Koharu, and Meter Gate. Keep it a secret. Itachi's truth will also be kept in the dark, and that's what Itachi hopes. Uchiha Obito stared at the confused Sasuke, and the corner of his mouth raised a sly arc. He knew that Urjuzi's heart was in a panic, and the square inch was in chaos. This is the best time to guide him into the darkness. Uchiha Obito continued, actually, I also know the truth about Itachi. I just said it, Itachi died before he knew it. Sasuke, please remember, the brother in your memory. No, didn't he want to kill me and gouge my eyes? Sasuke held his head in his hands, dizzy. Calm down, take a deep breath, Sasuke. Obito approached Sasuke and tried to support him. But Sasuke pushed him away. "Don't touch me." A lot of unbearable memories flooded into his mind, and Sasuke's mind was in chaos. When he recalled the night of the genocide, his head exploded and he passed out completely. Many times later, when Sasuke opened his eyes again, he found himself tied up with ropes by Obito. "Ah, you finally woke up. Sorry, I tied you up. Because I feel like you won't listen to me honestly." Uchiha Obito wrapped his arms around him, leaning on the edge of the wall, watching Sasuke calmly. "This guy, Itachi, is my enemy. He killed my parents and wiped out the entire clan. He is a defector ninja, and he is a member of Akatsuki. No matter how sophistry you make, these are already established facts." Sasuke lowered his head in disappointment, and there was only hatred in his words. "He is an existence that should be hated and my ultimate goal." Obito turned his head and said to Sasuke, "That night, he really killed the Uchiha clan and left Konoha." "Go on." This time Sasuke didn't interrupt Obito, but listened carefully. "But that's the task given by Konoha." Uchiha Obito's words made Sasuke suddenly raise his head. There was only a strong shock in his eyes. "Konoha ordered to obliterate the Uchiha clan? This is too funny. This is a mission. You are not kidding." Sasuke's breathing was heavy, and an incredible feeling emerged in his heart. "That's right, this is the task assigned by the upper management of Konoha." That night, Itachi annihilated himself and completed the task. Speaking of which, Itachi is really pitiful, just a victim. Obito sighed and said regretfully, "Why do you make me trust you? You are not worthy of my trust at all." Sasuke's eyes were sharp, like two sharp knives, as if he wanted to see through Obito's inner thoughts. "Of course I don't have any evidence, so believe it or not, it's up to you. But you have to let me finish." Obito shrugged, and then said, "You must have known the grievances between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. But the real fuse was the accident 16 years ago, when the Nine Tails attacked. At that time, the senior officials of Konoha thought that the Nine Tails were controlled by Shenyan before they attacked the village, and the mastermind behind all this must be the people of the Uchiha clan." Obito seemed a little angry and said, "Actually, it was just a natural disaster, and it has nothing to do with us. However, our family was suspected and eventually led to a rebellion. Since then, the Uchiha family has been isolated and monitored. The conflict deepened over time, and it couldn't be resolved until later. The Uchiha clan tried to take over the power of the village and get rid of control. But the top officials of Konoha gave Itachi a secret mission. The content of the mission is to destroy the Uchiha family, stop this mutiny." In the end, Itachi had to exterminate his entire clan in order to perform his mission, and his hands were stained with the blood of his relatives, even though his behavior was spurned. "What?" Sasuke was stunned. He didn't expect the truth of the matter to be like this. It turns out that all this was ordered by Sandai and Danzo. In fact, Obito is right. The occurrence of this tragedy is not only the fault of the three generations, not only the fault of Danzo, but also Itachi. This is a tragedy caused by various factors. So, the people you should really hate are the three Hokage and Shimura Danzo. Obito paused for a moment, then said, "Of course, there is still one person, Aizen. Actually, Itachi has been terminally ill for a long time, and death is only a matter of time. It's just that he still has a few years to live. If it weren't for the appearance of Aizen, if it weren't for the appearance of 10 Blades, maybe Itachi would still be alive in the world. Konoha ruined the Uchiha family and your childhood. Aizen ruined your future and your hopes. Sasuke, what should you do?" Uchiha Obito has done so much foreshadowing, and finally got to the point. He wants to use hatred to inspire Sasuke's power, and then guide this power to Aizen and Konoha. Sasuke Uchiha bowed his head and said nothing. His mind was in chaos. He kept recalling the truth that Obito said in his mind, and at the same time, Itachi's figure kept appearing. All kinds of complex emotions condensed in my heart, and unconsciously, a powerful pupil power poured into Sasuke's eyes. After being stimulated and witnessing the death of his relatives, Sasuke Uchiha's kaleidoscope writing wheel finally awakened. He slowly closed his eyes, and his thoughts gradually returned to calm. When he opened his eyes again, the three-hook jade quickly turned and gradually turned into a strange pattern, like a bright hexagram. The new kaleidoscope writing wheel hexagram kaleidoscope. Sasuke opened his eyes were sharp, and he said coldly, "Aizen adds a doctor to the tree leaves, one day, I will take revenge." Chapter 257 The Kingdom of the Sky, the Sky Forbearance, for subscription. On the edge of the country of fire, on a vast plain, a fierce battle is taking place here. Countless shurikens are shot down from the sky like a hail of bullets, sweeping traces one after another on the ground. What is even more incredible is that the person who launched this offensive turned out to be a ninja gliding in the sky. They rely on special flying tools, as if spreading their wings and gliding in the sky. In groups of 2 or 3, this group of unique ninjas is numerous, probably in the hundreds. These ninjas flying in the air, armed with huge iron guns, kept firing like machine guns. One after another, sharp shuriken cut through leaves and branches, falling to the ground like a deadly downpour. They are the Sky Country ninjas who almost disappeared in the long river of history. The Sky Ninja. The country of the sky was defeated by the Konoha ninja village in the Second Ninja World War. In the past few decades, they have been working hard, relying on secret and low-key planning, and constantly recharged their energy. Finally revived. It's just that this exposure was not their original intention, but the Ten Blades Legion led the remnants of Yainin village to attack them. Ding ding ding. Countless shuriken stabbed towards the sound ninja below, and the intensity was outrageous. Even if these sound ninjas are well trained, facing the shuriken torrential rain still feels dangerous. The sound ninjas continued to use the shunjutsu to avoid the sharp shuriken. However, no matter how agile they were, there was a moment when they missed. Many ninjas couldn't dodge in time, and their arms were pierced by sharp shuriken, piercing deeply into their bodies. Blood was left along the wound, which was horrible to see. Master Orochimaru, the resistance of the air ninjas is too strong. With our strength, it is very difficult to capture this place. The pharmacist stood respectfully beside Orochimaru, his eyes staring at the sky through the golden glasses, and then there was a dignified look. It wasn't the two of them who volunteered, but Aizen's order. After capturing the four tails, Belahu spoke to Aizen, hoping to use the power of 10 blades to kill Shannon, who once had a holiday with him. Shannon, nominally a doctor who practiced medicine with his disciple Yamayu, possessed superb medical skills. Even the ninjas of the Konoha medical class were inferior. In fact, his true identity is the leader of the Sky Ninja. Shannon is a low-key person. He has been dormant for many years, deliberately conducting secret research in an attempt to gain the power of Zero Tail and thus conquer the ninja world. Like Belahu, he is an avid human body researcher, and he is also a person who has practiced the physical activation and physical regeneration that Orochimaru wants. It is also relying on Shannon's research that Belahu will have a piece of zero-tailed flesh and blood, and eventually cultivate a replica, Zero Tail. Donate the efforts of these years of research to Aizen, thus summoning the 80th Rinsa. Apollo. Lan Ran heard that Shannon was the real controller of Zero Tail, and immediately agreed to Belahu's request. However, instead of dispatching the 10 Blades army immediately, he ordered Orochimaru and Yoshito to lead the innuendo party to attack Kongren. HMPH, if it wasn't for that guy from Beelu, how could we do such a thankless thing? Ochimaru snorted coldly, and a cold glow flashed in his icy eyes. With his character, naturally he would not do such a thankless thing. However, due to the helplessness of reality, Ochimaru could only recall his men hidden in various strongholds and attack the land of the sky together. Blue. At the mention of Belu, Ochimaru's heart surged with murderous intent. Unlike Ochimaru, Bru is not always thinking about mutiny. He follows Aizen and Shiran wholeheartedly. Under Aizen's appointment, he followed Sarapollo to conduct secret research in order to find a way to break the space barrier. Aside from the nine-tailed beasts, Aizen is also interested in celestial arts. When he learned from the mouth of Ochimaru that the three holy places of Longdidong, Momu Mountain and Shiglin exist only in the Ninja continent, he made up his mind to conquer the three holy places. Although Aizen only believed in his own strength, he also wanted to crack the magic. When he fought against Jiraiya after turning on the immortal mode, both the range and power of ninjutsu became several times stronger, and the combat power soared. That battle left a deep impression on Aizen. It's a pity that in order to reach Momu Mountain, a toad has to be channeled in reverse. In addition, the 9 big-tailed beasts have not yet been captured, and Aizen has not acted. Now with Sarapollo, the former Virtual Circle scientific research expert, everything is solved. As long as he is given time, he can find a way to Momu Mountain, slaughter the 2 great toad immortals, and control the magic. Bella, who knew that his value was higher than Ochimaru. He no longer regarded Ochimaru as a goal to catch up, but instead mocked him. Indeed, Ochimaru with his hands sealed, even if he bears the title of the legendary Sannin, for Aizen, he is just a waste. Order an all-out attack, cow. Ochimaru's face was gloomy, the horn to launch an attack. But, Lord Ochimaru, you don't have to be impatient. We can adopt delay tactics and wait until Lord Aizen and the others arrive. The pharmacist was anxious in his heart. They were completely helpless against the air ninja flying high in the sky. Even if you use ninjutsu, it is not 100 shots, it will only waste chakra in vain. At this moment, there was a piercing sound in the sky, like a machine gun firing, and the sharp shuriken fell from the sky again, dropping one sharp attack after another. Master Ochimaru, be careful. Yoshida had a solemn expression on his face, and was about to dodge, but found a crystal-clear barrier appeared in front of them. This is a crystal shield. The pharmacist looked to the other side in surprise, and saw that Red Lotus was out of breath, and finally formed a crystal shield at the critical moment to resist the attack. The pharmacist smiled and said, Red Lotus, you finally arrived. Do, Master Ochimaru, stay safe. Red Lotus is still in her valiant appearance. Since she succeeded in capturing the 3 tails that day, she has returned to the distant stronghold and did not stay in the underground palace. Suddenly, there was a huge tremor on the ground in front of them, the ground swayed, and all the trees within a radius of 100 meters fell down. This sudden scene shocked everyone, and then, something unexpected happened. A huge fortress unexpectedly appeared from the surface, rose slowly, and finally stayed in mid-air. Sky Fortress, Ankabandian. Chapter 258 Destroy the Spiritual Pressure of the Sky. Please subscribe. A huge fortress broke out. The whole fortress is mainly made of stone, just like a majestic Angkor fortress. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and the huge fortress stayed in mid-air. Due to its huge size, the entire fortress covered the sky and the sun, like a black cloud that stretched out as far as the eye could see. Under the blazing sun, a huge black shadow was projected, covering the entire land. This is the ruins of Soren's headquarters. Ochimaru was shocked. He had done research on Kong Ninja. After all, this short-lived ninja country once caused pain and torture to the 5 major countries. Back then, When Kongnin was born, it was still a special method, which caused the 5 major countries to suffer, and even invaded the territory of the Fire Nation. In the end, Konoha was angered. Under the powerful force of Konoha, the country of the sky was finally eliminated and annihilated in the long river of history. Even after studying many documents, when he saw the huge fortress of Ankobandian with his own eyes, Orochimaru still had a storm in his heart. In the face of such a behemoth, just relying on the remnants of his subordinates is simply an act of courting death. Damn. Goddamn Belial. Orochimaru's face was gloomy. Even if he was in his prime, he still felt difficult to face the Angkor fortress, not to mention that his hands were now sealed. Orochimaru naturally knew that the reason why Aizen arranged for them to take the lead was not only to consume the remaining strength of Orochimaru, but also to be encouraged by Belial. Belial couldn't stand Orochimaru and wanted to get down, which also led to the birth of this tragedy. Master Orochimaru, what should we do? Red Lotus was also at a loss. Not only was the Angkor fortress huge, but more importantly, it was able to stay high in the sky, occupying the right time and place. If you want to shoot it down, it can be said that there is little hope. TSK Orochimaru, I didn't want you, who used to be so beautiful, to be reduced to this point. On the Angkor fortress, an old figure appeared. Long off-white hair, a burly figure, and wise eyes. This old man who is still strong despite his age is the leader of Kongnin, Shennon. Shennon stood arrogantly on the Angkor fortress. He looked down contemptuously. The figure of Orochimaru was like a tiny ant in his eyes. The times have changed, Orochimaru. Even if you are a famous Sannin in the ninja world, there will be a day when the tiger will fall to pinion. And I have taken control of the Zero Tail. With your strength, it is impossible to fight against me. Shennon put his hands out and roared up to the sky. At this moment, he felt that he was already standing on the top of the clouds, looking down at the whole earth. Although the comeback plan was a bit rushed, it was not a big problem. Shennon still had the courage to challenge the entire ninja world. Shennon, I haven't seen you for so many years, you still look so arrogant. Orochimaru's castle is deep, so naturally he won't get angry easily. He turned his anger into a smile, looked at Shennon jokingly, and sneered, you also said that this era is changing. You think you have been lurking for many years, and you are trying to conquer the entire ninja world. But you don't know that the ninja world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Have you forgotten the fear of being dominated by Konoha back then? Let me tell you the reality. Even the mighty Konoha has been shaken by wind and rain. What do you think, with the rotten Congo ninja of the old era, how can he conquer the ninja world? Nonsense. Even if Konoha is destroyed, it is the result of their own fault. What's more, even if others don't do it, I will destroy Konoha with my own hands. Shennon's expression was hideous, and his eyes contained angry killing intent. Even after 20 years, he couldn't forget the humiliation of that year. The powerful Kon ninja had no resistance in front of Konoha, and he fell sadly like yesterday's yellow flowers. Since then, the country of the sky has become a joke, and it has become the talk of the common people after dinner on the ninja continent. Although Shennon led the descendants of Kongnin to hibernate, he kept these taunts and cancellations in his heart. He swore that one day he would return the shame 100-fold. You probably don't know the status quo of the 5 great kingdoms, right? Even the 4th Raikage died, so what did you rely on to fight Aizen? The corner of Orochimaru's mouth raised a sneering smile. Even though Shennon now controls how powerful the power is, in Orochimaru's eyes, he is still a frog at the bottom of the well. Over the years the closure will only make him stay complacent and overly believe in his own strength. Aizen plus medical Dr. Muku-shun. Speaking of Aizen, even Shennon's expression became solemn. Although he is arrogant, he is not a fool. The news that Aizen led the Ten Blades army to defeat the Ninja Coalition forcefully has spread throughout the continent, and even he has heard of it. When Shennon came to sigh about Lan Ran's powerful strength, a kind of jealousy arose in his heart. He envied Aizen's strength, he envied Aizen's loyal Ten-Blade subordinates, he was eager to replace Aizen, to control everything, and even more eager to conquer the ninja world. HMPH, it really is a frog at the bottom of the well. Do you naively think that only me is your enemy? Give up your resistance, Shennon. Aizen and his Ten-Blade army will come soon. Orochimaru sneered, seeing Shennon's expression. He knew that the other party was already flustered. It's ridiculous, no matter how strong Aizen is, he still can't beat my Konin. Before Shennon's words were finished, his face was ashen. Because, in front of him, a few figures suddenly appeared. White robe, with a Zanpakuto cutter hanging on his waist, 10 blades. Aizen and his 10 blades army finally arrived at this battlefield. It's really useless, Orochimaru, even this waste can't be solved, we have to do it ourselves. Grimjo put his hands in his trouser pockets and mocked Orochimaru mercilessly. 0.6, 10 blades. Shennon was breathing heavily, and a strong crisis of life and death emerged in his heart. Is this the fortress of the Kingdom of the Sky? Aizen stood indifferently in the air, raised her head calmly, and the figure of Angkor Fortress appeared in her calm eyes. It's funny, in the face of a fortress of this level, why do you use ninjutsu like a child at home? Use Reiatsu in one breath. It's not enough to shoot it down. Aizen didn't even raise his hand. He just thought about it, and a spiritual pressure that crushed the sky erupted like a volcano, forming a huge beam of light, which instantly bombarded the Angkor Fortress. In an instant, the Angkor Fortress was penetrated by a large hole and fell from the air. P.S. I have to go to work, and there are 4 updates every day. I hope everyone will continue to subscribe. Chapter 259 Burial of the Troops, Luther Ben. Aizen didn't do anything, just used Reiatsu to easily destroy the Angkor Fortress. This incredible thing made all ninjas live in a dream. Especially the remnants of Yainin village were stunned. Including Orochimaru, their faces were pale and shivered under Aizen's spiritual pressure. Boom. A hole was penetrated in the center of Angkor Fortress, and a small amount of high-tech machinery inside was completely damaged. Under Aizen's deliberate control, his spiritual power was different from any of the previous 10 blades, and it had been condensed into essence. Hard, heavy and indestructible. This is the spiritual pressure of Aizen. No matter how many times the Angkor Fortress has been improved in the past 20 years, the spiritual pressure of Aizen is as fragile as a piece of paper. It's terrifying. Even I can't resist this kind of Reiatsu. The lower ranks of the 10 blades all changed their faces with shock. They were relatively close to Aizen, and they could feel the Reiatsu from a close distance. Even though Aizen had no intention of targeting them, the 10 blades still felt heavy breathing. Aizen-sama's power has become stronger again. Even the mighty Ulquiorra was still frightened in front of the Reiatsu of I-11. More than that, though, is excitement. He was the first 10 blades summoned by Aizen, and the first 10 blades to follow Aizen. Along the way, he could feel Aizen's spiritual pressure at all times. Now, with the passage of time, Aizen's power has become stronger, and the spiritual power in the body is even more powerful than the beginning. Ulquiorra believes Aizen will return to peak form soon. At that time, once Aizen merges with collapsing Jade, you will be able to advance again, sweeping the world of ninja, and you will be invincible. Aizen-sama's power is too strong. Guilin was frightened by this spiritual pressure. When she was in the underground palace, She did not directly feel the power of Aizen, so she still wondered why Orochimaru would surrender. Now that Grun has seen Aizen's strength with her own eyes, the trace of admiration for Orochimaru that remains in her heart has completely disappeared. Compared with Aizen, Orochimaru is just a piece of scum. What is there to follow for such a person? Impossible, an illusion, it must be an illusion. Even the 3 generations of Hokage can't do it by defeating me with just my breath. Shannon has completely lost his mind. He is talking madly and is unwilling to accept all this. His mood is like the falling Angkor fortress, falling to the bottom bit by bit. After all, he was still terrified. This villain who was once famous in the ninja world in the past is already under the fear of being dominated by Aizen Reiatsu. After years of careful planning, even when sleeping, I have a dream of spring and autumn. Shannon's great grand plan crashed before taking off, and suffered a heavy blow on his mind. The originally old face has become a little dejected. Shannon's expression was sluggish, and the abuse he wanted to say was stuck in his throat. As of now, he can only accept his fate. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy is useless, just a joke. He is not a pity that he lost to the last ninja war, nor is he lost to himself, but to the times. When the older generation of powerhouses fell into the hands of Aizen, the old Shannon was destined to leave with the times and become the last sad song. Boom. In the end, the huge Angkor fortress fell to the ground, causing a shocking wave. Countless old boulders rolled down, smashing the ground into countless large holes. At the critical moment, Shannon jumped off the edge of the fortress and tried to escape. However, his struggle is superfluous. Shannon, just as he took a step, Grimjo's figure appeared in front of him. Trash, you who speak wildly and despise 10 blades, do you only have this courage? Grimjo put one hand in his trouser pocket, and the other hand grabbed Shannon's shirt and lifted him up high. With a flick of his hand, Shannon's body was out of control and flew straight to the open space in front of Aizen. Shannon's body slammed on the ground in an embarrassed manner. When he was still trying to struggle, Zamali appeared beside him, waving his sharp Zanpakuto, and easily cut off Shannon's feet. Ah! You sinner, you terrible executioner! Feeling the pain from the severed limb, Shannon let out a terrifying cry. He couldn't bear the excruciating pain, and there was a cold sweat around his forehead. At this moment, Shannon understood the meaning of Orochimaru's words. The era that belonged to him has indeed passed, and the ninja world will usher in a dark era, because the rise of Aizen has become unstoppable. Poor human, you are not even qualified to stand in front of Aizen's armor. Zumali was like a savior who sympathized with mankind. He looked at Shannon, who fell to the ground, but there was no pity in his eyes, only disdain from the bottom of his heart. Orochimaru, he is the Shannon you mentioned, the controller of Zero Tail? Aizen's calm gaze made Orochimaru panic. Recalling the previous spiritual pressure that was enough to crush the sky, Orochimaru could no longer remain calm. If it is said that he can still pretend to be forceful in front of Shannon and put on the air of Sannin, then facing Aizen, Orochimaru can only restrain his sharpness, for fear of causing Aizen's displeasure and causing death. Just like a school of fish in the deep sea, when faced with a mad shark in the deep sea, you can only run away. Just like a weak sheep, when pursued by a male lion, it can only travel 683 miles long. This is a natural restraint and a food chain unique to nature. And Aizen's identity is the man standing at the top of the food chain, just as invincible as Lord Bear. Your comical performance has come to an end. Give up the Zero Tail in your body, and die with the lamentation of the old times. Under Shannon's horrified eyes, Aizen's figure gradually enlarged. Shannon couldn't believe that Aizen, who exuded an elegant temperament, turned out to be like a god of death controlling life and death at this time, which made him have thoughts of despair. Shannon wanted to step back, but couldn't. His feet had been severed and he was unable to escape. What frightened him even more was that under the invisible oppression of Aizen, he couldn't even speak. Boom! Aizen took out the collapsible jade from her bosom and pressed it against Shannon's abdomen. Suddenly, Bennu burst into a strong light. At the same time, Aizen closed his eyes, and a figure appeared in his mind. The captain of the funeral troupe, Lutherman. P.S. Guarantee of character: I will never supervise, I will push it all the way to the end, and I will go back to the Japanese friend Habachi in the future. So this book is still very long, and I will write this book with my heart. If there are mistakes, I hope you can forgive me, and thank you all. Chapter 260: The Army of Skeletons, for subscription. The Burial Troop is a unique troop in the Virtual Circle, responsible for crusades against wounded invaders. In the early days of Aizen's domination of the Virtual Circle, this special force was dominated by Thrall Apollo, and their duty was to bring the Kick 10 blades back to the research and storage room. Another feature of this unit is that all members also wear skull-shaped masks. Lutherban, the captain of the funeral corps, wears a cow skull mask. Specially in charge of dealing with defeated faces, and has dealt with defeated faces No.103 and No.105. His ability is very special. Although it is not powerful, it has a unique effect. After Luther returned to the blade, he was able to grow some twig-like objects full of fruits. These fruits can quickly breed a group of soldiers who are absolutely loyal to Lutheran. And these soldiers are the components of the funeral corps. Luther was very proud of his ability, and even called it godlike ability. However, although he is proud, he is loyal, thinking that this is the ability given to him by Aizen-sama. When in the Virtual Circle, Luther first intercepted Kurosaki Ichigo in front of the Virtual Night Palace, but before he succeeded, he fought against Rukia, who came to reinforce him. Luther was a tragic trickster. He made mistakes that the trickster should not have made. During the battle, he was extremely arrogant, and he explained his abilities to the other party. As a result, Rukia froze its branches and could do nothing. His end was also very bleak. When he was defeated, he was smashed by the Jami, who jumped from the top and died on the spot. However, it is worth mentioning that his character is decisive, and he will not exaggerate his strength arrogantly. When he is about to attack No.107 and Chdu, he encounters Captain Ashyu and Huayin, who came to the Virtual Circle for reinforcements from the Soul Society. After hearing that the other party was the captain, he decided to retreat decisively, which was enough to prove his decisiveness. There are two reasons why Aizen summoned Lutheran. First of all, because the chakra energy absorbed this time is not a nine-tailed beast, the remaining 10 blades cannot be summoned. Another aspect is that because Lutherban's ability is very special, he can continuously summon skeleton soldiers after returning to the blade. For 10 blades, these skeletons are either garbage. But for the average ninja, the skeleton soldiers that spin are absolutely terrifying. More importantly, once the time is right, Aizen will have a powerful funeral corps. Just like in the Virtual Circle, he can use the funeral troop to deal with some weaker enemies, for example, to destroy small countries other than the 5 major countries. The old man Shannon struggled in pain, but there was no one who could only watch the zero tail transplanted in his body being pulled out bit by bit. With the passage of zero tail chakra, his life the machine also goes by. At the end of his life, Shannon was unwilling. He looked at Aizen resentfully, as if he wanted to keep this face in his heart. Shannon swore that even if he became a ghost, he would never let Aizen go. Ironically, Shannon didn't know that Aizen was a god of death. Aizen, you will be. Before Shannon's words could be said, his expression suddenly froze, and his breath completely disappeared. This wicked man who once caused a bloodbath in the ninja world died in the hands of Aizen, like an ant. Oh, I finally stepped on an ant to death. Yami regained his arms and became as arrogant and domineering as before. He was arrogant and regarded humans as ants. Yami, you really look like the old one. Sarapollo spurned him, and what he was most upset about was Jamie. Okay, there's no need for unnecessary struggles. Aizen smiled slightly, interrupting the quarrel between the two. He looked up at the sky, and found that there were dozens of air ninjas flying in midair. Aizen frowned slightly, and the spiritual pressure in her body poured out again. In an instant, those gliding air ninjas stagnated in the air and finally fell. Boom! The specially made flying tools were scattered, and many people still had a look of horror in their eyes until they were about to die. Destroying the entire country of the sky with breath, even Konoha in its heyday could not do it. At the same time, Bennu reached saturation, and there was no more energy to absorb. Under Aizen's thoughts, a dazzling blue light burst out, and finally condensed into a slender figure in front of Aizen. The captain of the funeral troupe, Lutherban. Lutherban looks the same as in the virtual circle period, with a bull's head mask on his head and a Zanpakuto on his waist. Although his aura is much weaker than that of 10 Blades, it is still not to be underestimated. This is Aizen's armor. Lutherban's vision became clear, and when Aizen's figure came into view, Lutherban's whole body trembled violently because he was too excited. He died because he was defeated by Rukia, fighting to the last moment for the peace of the virtual circle. In his heart, Aizen is supreme. It not only unifies the virtual circle of scattered sand, but also leads the virtual circle to a new height. Lord Ulquiorra, Lord Nilaya. The figures of the 10 blades came into Lutheran's eyes, which made him even more excited. He never dreamed that he would return to the side of Lord Aizen and Lord Chiron again. Che, Lutherban, don't look so grateful. Grimjoe snorted coldly, displeased with Lutherban's appearance. Now that he is reborn, he should fight frantically, slaughter ninjas, and awaken his inner fighting instinct. Instead of trembling and sighing, that is just the behavior of the weak. Grimjoe, you're still as lawless as ever. Lutherban didn't have a chance for Grimjoe's provocation. As early as in the virtual circle, Grimjoe went his own way, breaking the ban of Aizen and releasing Wang Zu's flash in the virtual night palace. Let's go. The land of the sky has been annihilated, it's time to implement the next stage of the plan. Iran looked down at Lutherban, who was kneeling on one knee, and said calmly, Lutherban, use your abilities to release the army of skeletons and sweep away all the dust outside the 5 countries. In the ninja world continent, you are about to feel the fear of being dominated by skeleton warriors. There are 2 more updates. I will update after get off work in the evening. Chapter 261, The Country of Blood-Washing Grass, Subscription. The gunpowder smoke of the war silently permeated the entire continent. The major ninja countries are surging. The entire ninja continent is as peaceful as before the storm. The country of grass could not avoid the fate of being massacred. With the help of 2 scientific experts, Belahu and Salapollo, Lutheran's skeleton army was formed in less than 3 days. Under the order of Aizen, the mighty flocked to the country of grass, and finally kicked off the prelude to the hegemony of the ninja world. The flames of war are raging, and the sky above the country of grass is filled with thick smoke. Wherever the army of skeletons goes, nothing grows. Because the country of grass is only a small country with weak strength. The Grass Ninja Village is a third-rate ninja village, and there is no shadow-level ninja who can stand on its own. Even one of the top experts in the village, Yue, died at the hands of Aizen. When the 5 major countries are declining, small countries bear the brunt and become the first to be targeted. The blood all over the ground dyed the whole earth red. Heart-piercing screams, painful howls, roars with red eyes, sharp blades, scarlet blood, and white bones, accompanied by swirling ninjutsu, on the 260 pieces of land in the country of grass. Fly as much as you like. All order, all humanity, in this one is like the rubbish abandoned by the times. Only slaughter is the way to prove its existence. Grass Ninja Village. The ninjas wearing Kazumura's forehead guards are on the verge of collapse, and they are only one step away from desperation. In just one day, all the villages and all the people were completely slaughtered. Without even using 10 blades, Lutheran's strength and the endless army of skeletons could easily wipe out most of the Grass Ninjas. Grass Ninja Village itself is a village that controls ninjutsu by imitating ninjas from the other 5 countries. It has no background, and there is no ninjutsu that can be used. The most ironic thing is that even the ninja coalition of the 3 major countries was defeated by the hands of 10 blades. How could a grass ninja village imitating ninjutsu be able to resist the footsteps of the army of skeletons? Now, this war has reached its final stage, and the destruction of Grass Ninja Village is an inevitable result. Noda's village is densely packed, surrounded by an army of skeletons. Hundreds of skeletons obeyed Luther's orders. Luther stood in the center of the army of skeletons, commanding the army of skeletons in an orderly manner. Even if the strength of these skeleton warriors is not strong, compared to the weaker Kusanagi, it is difficult to defeat. Aizen and his 10 Blades army didn't do it, and they didn't bother to do it. For them, killing Kusanagi was like stepping on a few ants. This time, Aizen deliberately brought Yakumo Kurama to show her the cruelty of war. The reason for doing this is to transform Kurama Yakumo's heart and become a ruthless illusion master as soon as possible, just because of Kurama Yakumo's ability. When he returns to the Soul Realm in the future, it will have an unshakable effect. Kurama Yakumo stood timidly behind Aizen, looking at the blood of the red-dyed earth. She was afraid. Although she has always followed Aizen and endured the pressure that was not originally her age, no matter how strong she was still an immature girl after all. "What's the matter, Kurama Yakumo, are you scared?" Aizen looked at Yakumo, a saddled horse that only reached his chest, and showed a gentle smile. "No. No, Aizen-sama." Kurama Yakumo seemed unwilling to expose his fragile side to Aizen, and hurriedly covered it up. "After all, you are still a young eagle, and it is natural to have fear in your heart." Aizen paused for a moment, her eyes flickering coldly, and then said, "If you want to become a strong man, don't shy away from the fear in your heart. Fear is not a weakness. The strong man is to make your enemies more fearful than you. Are you afraid of this war, or of death in war?" Aizen's eyes stared straight at Kurama Yakumo's eyes, making the latter dare not say a word at all. Death in war is just a number. Human life is one war after another, a war between life and death, a war between people, a war in the heart. The smoke of gunpowder hasn't dissipated for a long time. How many ghosts are wandering in the land? The wine of the victor's celebration is redder than the blood of thousands of people. This is war. It itself is cruel killing. More important than justice is to win. History has always been the favored prostitute of the winner, but the poor ninja is the ninja who was killed. Kurama Yakumo's heart trembled. At this moment, Aizen was like a great speaker. Even if the words that subverted the old concept of the ninja world came out of his mouth, it seemed so natural and easygoing, as if Aizen was the youngest. A person who partially grasps the truth. Aizen raised her head and looked at the sky dyed red by the setting sun, with an evil smile on the corner of her mouth. His deep eyes, as if looking through the sky, came to the end of the rule. There is no absolute good and evil in the world, the difference is only between the strong and the weak who cannot tell the truth. Kurama Yakumo said hesitantly, "But isn't it a cruel fact to destroy the peace and use power to slaughter the weak?" Aizen said softly, "Do you think this war broke the peace and set off a brutal massacre? No, you are wrong, the strong must rule the weak. and only the naturally weak will think this is cruel. Every era has its rules. Those who are rotten and follow the old will only be overwhelmed by the torrent of the times and crushed into powder by the wheels of history. Such people are only worthy of being outdated, and the outdated people of the times are the poorest. Kurama Yakumo seemed to be thoughtful. She lowered her head and pondered inwardly. Since leaving Konoha to Aizen's side, she has seen too many killings decisively. Before she knew it, even Kurama Yakumo didn't realize her, and Aizen had a profound influence on her. It seems that you have seen the essence of the rules, which is very fortunate, Kurama Yakumo. Aizen smiled slightly. The coldness on her face disappeared, replaced by the domineering that controls everything. He looked at the sky in the distance, and murmured in a low voice, "If you don't stand on the top of the throne of the sky, how can you be called a strong person? The so-called strong person is only like an ant in the eyes of the stronger person." There is one more update. It's a little later. I'm late from get off work tonight, sorry. Chapter 260 To the Outsider Golem, for subscription. When the afterglow of the setting sun falls, the historic Kusanagi village has disappeared in the long river of time. The once prosperous village has become a ruin. The flat earth collapsed, and this peaceful land could not stop the wheel of history after all, and was annihilated in the tide of reform. After a war, the number of burial troops has not decreased, but has grown a bit. Aizen's power has taken shape, enough to destroy a ninja village. The chapters of the old era have passed, the shinobi world has gone through the glorious era of the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha, and finally ushered in the end. The news of the demise of the country of grass spread all over the country of ninjas overnight. To everyone's surprise, no country came forward, and even the 5 hegemonic nations of the ninja world remained silent. It's not that they are willing to let the country of grass be destroyed, but that they simply don't have the courage to fight against Aizen's troops. Although the entire ninja world has been in crisis, it has not yet reached a dead end. Humans are always greedy and selfish. In order to survive, they can only kill each other and fight each other. This is the reality that the ninja world must experience, and why it will end so quickly. Since the birth of ninjas, the ninja sect established by the 6-path immortals has gradually been distorted and eventually turned into violence. Even the mighty first Hokage failed to pacify the 5 kingdoms and build a fantasy kingdom. Over the decades, there have been 3 major wars in the ninja world. Every ninja war is ruined, causing countless ninjas to die. This is also the reason why the country of grass has not been able to get the help of other ninja countries in the face of destruction, because the way of ninja has been distorted. Lord Aizen, there are no human beings in this land. We have wiped the country of grass from the map. Lutherban kneeled on his knees and looked up at Aizen respectfully. As the commander of the funeral corps, he was loyal. Even if the spiritual power in his body was completely wiped out due to the state of returning to the blade, Lutherban still did his best. He worships Aizen like the 7th Blazomari, and even dying for Aizen is a supreme honor. Lord Aizen, the country of grass is too weak to even awaken the blood in me to fight. I don't know what our goal is next. Sarapollo put his hands out and laughed wildly. He is the highest commander of the funeral corps and the initiator of this war. He used his abilities to make humans kill each other. Watching each ninja die at the hands of self, Sarapollo's perverted mind is satisfied. He is bloodthirsty, he is crazy, he is insane. No, Sarapollo, there is no point in starting a new war. What's more, this war is just killing chickens and terrifying monkeys, in order to deter the 5 countries that are about to move. Aizen glanced at the corpse lying on the ground, and said disdainfully, even if there are more ants, it can't shake the base of beasts. Our real goal is to invade, but to control. Control the 5 countries, control the 9-tailed beasts, control the 3 holy places, and control the legendary power of the Six Paths. On the other side, the Akatsuki organization's secret base, that place is like an abyss underground. You got the news, Nagato. The country of grass has been destroyed, and Aizen seems to have a new subordinate. That endless army of skeletons split from that guy's body. The source of these words was Uchiha Obito, who wore a vortex mask and leaned on a boulder at will. In front of him stood Uchiha Sasuke, Tiandao Pain, and Jiu 3. Leave the 8 tails and 9 tails to me. Tiandao Pain was expressionless, like a numb puppet. Those reincarnation eyes seemed to exude an indescribably powerful pupil power, which made people tremble uncontrollably. Uchiha Obito asked, "What do you want, Nagato?" Now that Konoha is about to collapse, and the fourth Raikage has died, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Besides, there is a replica of Yamato's first Hokage beside Naruto Q8. Tiandao Pain said coldly and ruthlessly, "If we can capture him, we can strengthen Baiju. At that time, we will have more powerful warriors, and we will also be able to compete with Aizen's funeral troop. Your military strength is mainly this one, right?" Sasuke Uchiha suddenly spoke up. "Oh? How did you find out?" Jiu looked at Sasuke Uchiha with great interest. Since Sasuke awakened the kaleidoscope shaker, the temperament of the whole person has become more outstanding, and the strength has obviously improved a grade, and he is no longer the second pillar humiliated by Aizen. "I have a scroll in my hand, which is the knowledge and materials needed by Orochimaru and Yoshitu. As long as I use the method recorded on the scroll, I will definitely make Baiju stronger," Sasuke Uchiha said calmly. The reason why he was able to obtain this scroll was that Orochimaru deliberately revealed flaws, allowing Sasuke to successfully steal information. Orochimaru has always been loyal to Aizen. He always held a fluke in his heart, looking forward to being able to get out of Aizen's control, but unfortunately there has been no chance. Ironically, Orochimaru can only pin his hopes on Sasuke, hoping that Sasuke can escape with this scroll and hand it over to the Akatsuki organization. "You know a lot. It seems that Orochimaru has secretly investigated." Uchiha Obito snorted coldly. Now his identity is Uchiha Madara. Being fooled by Obito, in Sasuke's eyes, Obito was the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, and because of the end of the Valley War, his strength was damaged, so he could only use space ninjutsu. "What should I do? Do you want to believe his words?" Heju's tone was cold. He doubted Sasuke's words and didn't want to expose the truth of Baiju. "Come on, come with me." Contrary to Heju's expectations, Obito didn't object and instead chose to cooperate with Sasuke. "There is no way. Now's our organization has died of 5S rank rebels, but they have not even got a tailed beast. Excessive concealment of strength will only lead to the point of no redemption. To realize the Eye of the Moon plan, Obito can only rely on the power of Sasuke." When they came to the next floor, Sasuke saw a scene that left him stunned. What caught my eye was a huge figure. Its hands are chained, and its feet are crossed under a huge lotus flower. It has 9 eyes, the color of its body is like dead wood, and there are 10 column-shaped protrusions behind it. The body of the 10 tails, the outsider golem. Chapter 263 10 Tails, 6 Path Immortals, Subscription. Outsider golem. What is this? Sasuke Uchiha was horrified. The outsider golem was dozens of meters high. The appearance of such a behemoth in front of him undoubtedly brought a huge visual shock. The outsider golem is also the legendary 10-tailed body. Uchiha Obito raised his head and looked up at the huge outsider golem. Back then, Madara Uchiha used the Uchiha clan's ultimate pupil technique, Izanagi, to create an illusion after the end of the Valley and the First Hokage War, and successfully deceived the First Hokage. Izanagi, the secret art of the Uchiha clan. In a very short period of time, the caster can be destroyed, including death. It is the ultimate illusion that can freely control the boundary between reality and dream, and cast on oneself. In that battle, Madara Uchiha didn't really die. He used Izanagi to deceive the first Hokage and successfully obtained the first generation of cells. So, he lurked underground in the mountains near Shinwakan Bridge and channeled out of the outer Dao Golem. The outsider Golem has the most powerful vitality. Madara Uchiha uses the outsider Golem as a medium to cultivate the cells between the columns, psychic out of Baiju, and by connecting himself with the outsider Golem to maintain his immortality. 10 tails? What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't there only 9 big-tailed beasts in the ninja world? What is the matter with the so-called 10 tails? Tsuzi Sasuke was stunned, and the accident that made him unacceptable for a while, wave after wave. First, the outsider Golem appeared, and then the so-called 10 tails were pulled out. It seems that you know too little of the truth, Sasuke Uchiha. Obito smiled meaningfully and said, "It's no wonder that your pupil strength was too weak before you awakened, and I'm afraid even the stone tablets at the former Uchiha site could not be deciphered. Let me tell you what the so-called 10 tails are all about." Uchiha Obito stared at the outsider Golem for a long time. His thoughts seemed to drift to that distant era. When you mention 10 tails, you have to mention 9 big-tailed beasts. As we all know, there are 9 ferocious beasts in heaven and earth. 1-tailed Shui, 2-tailed cat, 3-tailed Jiji, 4-tailed Sun Wukong, 5-tailed Muang, and 6-tailed rhinoceros. Dog, 7-tailed Shigeki, 8-tailed bull demon, and 9-tailed demon fox. The 9-tailed beasts that exist today, 1 to the 9-tailed, were originally one body. They were split from the monster with the strongest chakra back then. The 10-tailed. What? Sasuke Uchiha was stunned. This kind of thing is simply appalling. For a long time, the impression that exists in the minds of all ninjas is that the 9-tailed beasts are natural and man-made disasters, and are naturally born monsters. Obito's remarks completely subverted Sasuke's concept. Sasuke, who finally woke up, became the second pillar again. The body of the 10 tails is the chakra tree, the ancestor of the chakra, and it can devour the sea, tear the earth, move the mountains, and is also the ancestor of the creation of this land. Uchiha Obito didn't pay attention to Sasuke's blank mind, just glanced at him slightly, and then said, "When you mention the 10 tails, you have to mention another important person, the 6-path immortals." 6-path immortals? Sasuke was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? First there were the outsider golems, then 10, and out of nowhere a 6-path immortal appeared. With Tsuzizik, he couldn't accept all of this at all. 6-path immortal, whose name is Otsutsuki Ui. Together with his younger brother Otsutsuki Umura, he sealed the 10 tails and separated the 10 tails into 9-tailed beasts. He was not only the first 10-tailed man, Uli, but also the first to untie the 10 tails. The true meaning of chakra. The 6-path immortals created the ninja sect, with the goal of maintaining peace and maintaining tranquility and order. Most importantly, he is the distant ancestor of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Uchiha Obito's remarks made Sasuke's mind almost burst. He found that his brain holes were not enough, and he couldn't accept all this at all. However, Obito ignored Sasuke's astonishment, and he continued to brainwash. The immortals of the 6 paths entrusted the strength and will of the ninja sect to their 2 sons before they died. The elder brother inherited the powerful chakra gene, and since he was born, he has a strong pupil power and battle perception. And the younger brother Ashura did not inherit the powerful chakra gene. In order to cooperate with others, he needed to put in more and more efforts, Endure all the hardships and practice hard. In the end, the chakra in his body awakened and obtained the same the power of. In the end, the immortals of the six paths chose Ashura, the younger brother who has the body of an immortal and who advocates peace through love, rather than his brother Indra, who has eyes of immortals and advocates peace through strength. Therefore, the descendants of the two of them have changed with the times. As we advance and keep fighting, the latest generation is the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito's eyes flickered, and he said coldly, "This is the root of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, and why I fought between the End Valley and the Senju pillar. It's not my impulse, but our bones. There is hatred. The truth. It turned out to be like this." Sasuke Uchiha murmured in a low voice. He finally understood why Konoha wanted to kill the Uchiha clan. It turned out that the two clans had been fighting each other since ancient times. And now it is the Kainza clan who control Konoha Ninja Village. It turns out that everything is not a coincidence, but a premeditated plan. Uchiha Sasuke Shuang clenched angrily. At this moment, his inner hatred for Konoha became even stronger, and even Aizen lay down innocently. No matter what, Sasuke is an outsider golem, what 1.3 is a 10-tail, what is a six-path immortal, he only needs to understand that the destruction of the Uchiha family is a long-planned conspiracy of the Kainza family, and this is enough. Uchiha Obito looked at Sasuke's back, and the corner of his mouth raised a sly arc. He tried his best to fool Tsuzi, just to make Tsuzi's inner anger stronger. Only in this way will Sasuke give up his stance and truly stand on the same front as Akatsuki. Tsuzi recovered from his calmness and questioned, "However, even if you rely on an outsider golem, how can you compete with the Ten Blades Legion?" "Sasuke, the biggest trump card is not the outsider golem, but the chakra that uses the golem to create out of 100,000 Baiju, captured the 5 major countries in one fell swoop, and defeated Aizen." Chapter 264 The Battle of the Five-Tailed King Mew. Let's go. What really excites you is down there. Uchiha Obito realized that his flickering plan was successful, so he quickly changed the topic and led Sasuke Uchiha to go deeper. When they walked to the next floor, Sasuke saw an unbelievable scene. The first Hokage appeared on the wall. This original Hokage has his eyes closed, his arms stick out from the wall, his lifelike body, and even the lines on the surface of his skin are lifelike. This is. Sasuke Uchiha was stunned. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Sasuke would never have believed that the first Hokage would be reborn. Knowing the death of the original Hokage is an accepted fact. The only trace he left on Konoha was the huge portrait inscribed on the Hokage mountain. In the hearts of countless Konoha ninjas, the status of the first Hokage is unshakable. He is the legend of Konoha's 11, the legend of the ninja world. Everything about the first Hokage is so mysterious, and the most widely circulated is the well-known Battle of the End Valley. Senju Hashirama, the leader of the Senju family in the era of war, one of the founders of Konoha village, the first Hokage of Konoha village in the country of fire, and the elder brother of the second Hokage Senju Tobima. He is good at using wood done, and has the ability to control tailed beasts. He calms down the troubled world, distributes tailed beasts equally to the 5 kingdoms, and defeats Madara Uchiha in one fell swoop in the Battle of the Valley of the End. Therefore, everyone who has seen its style calls it a myth like a six-path immortal, and is hailed as the god of ninjas by the ninja world. Sasuke never expected that he would meet the god of ninja. Seeing Sasuke Uchiha's stunned expression, Obito smiled knowingly and explained patiently. "That's right, it's alive, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Speaking of which, it's just something cultivated with cells taken from that battle. He doesn't have consciousness, so strictly speaking, he's not even a replica." Uchiha Obito said at the end. There was a trace of regret in his words. "Without consciousness, This replica is meaningless. Apart from commemorating the first Hokage, it is of no use. At the beginning, Obito wanted to cultivate the first generation clone with wooden shield ninjutsu, but in the end it fell short, but tossed out this for dissimilarities. Actually, what I still want you to see is below. Obito led Sasuke Uchiha down the steps, and they went deep underground and came to a place very deep from the surface. It was pitch black here, except for the occasional flickering lights, no fingers could be seen. When they came to the end of the passage, Obito stopped. The surface here tends to be transparent, and even scenes deep underground can be seen. He lowered his head, regret flashing in his eyes. Sasuke followed Obito's gaze and saw a scene that shocked him again. I saw many figures of Baijiu appear under the transparent surface. They were almost identical in length, standing densely, like a sleeping army. There are many Baijiu. There are probably more than 5,000 replicas. Sasuke Uchiha exclaimed, It's amazing. When did you have such a huge number of Shirai? As early as a long time ago, we have been channeling out Baijiu through the foreign golems. Uchiha Obito went on to say, but this is also risky. Just to create these batches of Baijiu will consume the chakras we have collected over the years. To really create 100,000 Baijiu, we still need 9-tailed beasts. Chakra. I also want to make as many as possible. After all, the more the number, the easier it is to compete with the 5 major countries. Sasuke was stunned and exclaimed, it turns out that one of the purposes of catching the 9-tailed beasts is to create 100,000 white monsters. It's just. The current Akatsuki organization doesn't seem to have even a single tailed beast. 1 to 4 tails were all captured by Aizen's den blades. Sasuke Uchiha ruthlessly uncovers Obito's scars. He was right. In the competition of the 9-tailed beasts, the Zhao organization was a mess. For this, they paid a heavy price. The artistic duo, the immortal duo, Itachi Uchiha, these geniuses died in the hands of 10 blades, giving Akatsuki a fatal blow. If it weren't for the shortage of manpower, Obito would not have the idea of flickering Rutsuzi. In the final analysis, everything is Aizen's spot. Only by defeating 10 blades, defeating Aizen, and Obito can successfully implement the Moon Eye plan. HMPH, indeed, we didn't expect Aizen to intervene. Now that the first 4 tails have been arrested, the plan has changed, and even the number of Baijiu cannot be realized. Therefore, we are determined to win the next 5-tailed beasts, and we must not let them. They fell into Aizen's hands. Killing intent surged in Uchiha Obito's eyes. Summoning the 10 tails and realizing the Moon Eye plan has always been Obito's wish. Back then when he was an ignorant teenager, he was brainwashed by Madame Madara and became the villain behind the scenes, planning the natural disaster when the 9-tailed demon fox attacked Konoha 12 years ago. He took every step of the way, and his prudent plans were for the Eye of the Moon plan, to purify the human race, and to resurrect Lin. Is Blue 323 died. Sasuke Uchiha pondered in a low voice, and when he mentioned Aizen, a fierce light also flashed in his eyes. Aizen indirectly killed Itachi, which also made Sasuke hold a grudge. In addition to Konoha, Sasuke hated Aizen even more and hated 10 blades. However, before completing the plan of 100,000 Baijiu, we still need to capture Yue, so I have already given this task to Ghost Shark. As Itachi's partner, I think he will not disappoint us. At the same time, the country of the field, the underground palace. Grimjo, Zomari, this time the task of arresting King Mu of the 5 tails is up to you. As the newly returned 10 blades, you should know how to do it. Aizen sat on the throne and gave orders lightly. Don't worry, Aizen-sama, we will definitely arrest Yue. Zomari responded respectfully. Chi, Isn't it the Five Tails? I'm enough alone. Being alone will only get in the way. Grimjo doesn't want Zomari to be his partner. Who is he? He is the Leopard King who masters killing. In the end, not daring to disobey Aizen's order, the two took the information provided by Ochimayu and embarked on the road to arrest Yue. Chapter 265 Five-Tailed Man Yulai, Han, Subscription. On the border of the land, at the foot of a hidden mountain range, a tall man ran out of breath, his face dignified, as if he was avoiding pursuit. The man had an umbrella on his head and a brown mask on his mouth. He was tall and burly, and he was wearing a thick yellow-brown armor. He is the ninja of Iwagara village. The Five Tails held back his strength, Han. But just from the heavy breathing, you can tell that Han is in chaos. The reason why he fled desperately was to avoid the pursuit from the rear. Han didn't understand why he didn't leak mountains and waters on weekdays, tried his best to hide his whereabouts, and was still chased and killed by 10 blades. When Han came to an extremely hidden valley, he finally stopped and leaned on a boulder to breathe. At this moment of life and death, he didn't dare to stay for too long, for fear that the two death gods behind him would catch up. Ring it. Suddenly, Han only felt a slight fluctuation in the air in front of him, and 2 figures appeared in front of him out of thin air. Grimjo, Zamali. 893. Have you finally caught up? What an amazing speed. Han seemed to feel that his life was coming to an end, his eyes darkened and he sighed regretfully. What's the matter, the Five-Tailed Manjari, has he finally given up his struggle? Zomari looked at Han solemnly, and stared at him with judgmental eyes. Zomari grasped the hilt in his hand, pulled out the Zanpei Kuto, and swung the sharp blade at Han. Abandon unnecessary resistance, follow us back to the kingdom of heaven, and accept the trial of Aizen's armor. Or let us use violence to set a trial that will make you desperate. Which one do you choose? Zamali's calm eyes contained absolute confidence. In his opinion, the Five-Tailed Man Yulai is already a turtle in urn, and no matter how strong he is, he can't escape their clutches. What's more, in Zamali's eyes, Han is just a small human being. The atmosphere was quiet, but Julian, the Five-Tailed Man, did not respond immediately. The eyes of the 3 people are intertwined, and the surprisingly calm is like a prelude to the coming of a storm. Suddenly, Han raised his head, the gloom in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a fierce look. This look shouldn't be on a person fleeing in fear. Obviously, the panic-stricken escape just now was a disguise of the Five-Tailed Man Yulai. His only purpose is to lead the 10 blades into this narrow valley and destroy them in one fell swoop. The Five-Tailed Man Yulai was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said gloomily, "Go back with you to face the trial? Don't joke. Since you have taken Lao Zai's life, don't even think about running away." He sneered, "Do you think I ran away because I was afraid of you? It's ridiculous, even Aizen couldn't drive me away. I just wanted to bring you to this valley and choose a beautiful burial place for you. At the same time, it's just to console Lao Zai's heroic spirit." The Five-Tailed Man Yulai raised his eyebrows upright, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, after a loud bang, the hillsides on both sides of the valley shattered, and countless boulders rolled down the steep cliffs, completely blocking the way out of the valley, and this place became a dead end. The brave who meet in the narrow road wins. At this point, only the living can walk out of the valley. The Five-Tailed Man Yulai looked up at Liang and let out a sigh. Back then, he and Lao Zai were both the people of Yanyan village, and they both bore the name of War Machine. On weekdays, he has been discriminated against and ridiculed by many ninjas. Over time, both of them got tired. That night, the two of them, Yulai, talked all night at the top of the valley, telling each other about their ideals and revenge. For them, The goal of being a great ninja is too far away. They just want to be an ordinary ninja and don't want to bear the title of war machine. But for the peace of the country and the future of the village, they had to try to control the power of the tailed beast. From the initial forced helplessness to the later willingness, everything was for the village. Today, Han gambled on the dignity of a ninja and vowed to kill Grimjo, kill Zomari, and avenge Lao Sai. However, beyond Han's expectations, seeing the surrounding boulders collapsing, the two of them were neither surprised nor afraid. Zomali was calm and calmly said, "Although the retreat has been blocked by you, it doesn't matter. Five-tailed Manj, you lie, you shouldn't have this kind of expression on your face at this moment. Block yourself off and make such a foolish act, you should repent even more." There was a trace of madness in Yulai's eyes, and he smiled cruelly, "Regardless of the outcome, regardless of life or death, today I bet on Yannian Village's decades of honor and vow to kill you all." The mad killing intent suppressed in the heart was released, accompanied by an astonishing chakra. Han is completely angry, only slaughter can quell his anger, only blood can heal his wounds. Han's whole body was tense. His body was hot, and hot steam came out from under the thick armor. This unique scene is also the ability he is most proud of. Han's fighting style is very special, and the magic power that he is proud of by controlling steam can be greatly enhanced. With this, he won a lot of battle results, and his reputation as Steam Ninja spread throughout the ninja world. The name of the Steam Ninja is well deserved, and it is possible to emit such a degree of steam with only strong physical strength. It seems that you are indeed a confidant. Although Zomali said this, his expression still showed a trace of disdain. In fact, he still despised Han until now. Steam is coming in. Han's body made a sound like a train. He ran fast, like an unstoppable bull, and slammed into Zomali angrily. This attack seemed ferocious, but it was easily evaded by Zomali. Just as Han was about to launch his second offensive, Grimjo, who had been silent for a while, finally set off. He stepped forward and stood in front of Zomali, his arms raised, his palms surging with red light, and then a virtual flash shot out. Grimjo Jacquard. When you hear this name, it means your end has come. Chapter 266 The Dying End, for subscription. Grimjo Jacquard. When you hear this name, it means your end has come. These arrogant words appeared in Grimjo's mouth, but they seemed very natural. Grimjo has short light blue hair and a pair of sky blue eyes that seem to have some kind of peculiar charm. A few bangs hung down in front of his forehead. There are lake green eyeshadow patterns on her handsome face. Grimjo's body was sturdy, and the mask that remained after the face was broken was in a row of teeth, attached to the right side of the cheek. Although his character is impatient and cruel, he is quite confident in his own strength. Grimjo believed that anyone who looked down on him should be killed. On weekdays, he used to unzip his shirt to reveal his chest and abdomen, and rolled his long sleeves to elbow height. When he walked, he always leaned forward slightly and put his hands in his trouser pockets. The gesture itself represents pride. Although Grimjo's character is tyrannical, he is not a bully. He is keen to challenge strong opponents under equal conditions and simply enjoy the fun of fighting. Grimjo's basic fighting power is extremely high, and he can easily penetrate the human body with only the strength of his bare hands, which is also his strength. Flicker. A red phantom flashed out, hitting his body under Han's horrified eyes. Grimjo is different from Zumari, and the symbolic form of death is destruction, which represents the use of force to destroy everything. Boom. Han couldn't dodge in time, and his body retreated like a cannonball, smashing heavily into the steep mountain wall. Cut. Is this a trick? This kind of garbage is the so-called human column force? Grimjo sneered contemptuously. He ordered the mission without hesitation, just to awaken the blood in his body and enjoy the fun of battle. However, the five-tailed menagerie disappointed him greatly. But it was beyond my expectations. The thing that this world is known as a war machine is so weak. Zomari even took back the Zanpakuto. He believed that there was no need for the blades to face each other. The two looked at the smoke in front of them calmly, unmoved. Suddenly, there was a wave of fluctuations in the crumbling mountain wall, like a hot volcano waking up, and a terrifying high temperature erupted. The originally thin smoke turned into steam that could burn the skin, and instantly turned into a scorching wave. Steam. He's not dead yet? Grimjaw stared straight at him, and suddenly, a figure appeared like a ghost. Han's entire body was covered in animal clothing formed by the tailed beast chakra because of his excessively high emotions, which was powerful. He threw his fist into Grimjaw's face with a heavy force. Jet fist. The scorching steam filled his fists, combined with Han's natural strange power, making it impossible to look directly at him. Hey! You look down on me too much, Renj, you lie. I can't even kill you like this. Grimjaw put one hand in his trouser pocket, and his other hand suddenly stretched forward, trying to catch Han's attack with one hand. This arrogant gesture suddenly made Han's heart surge with killing intent. He stepped up a little harder, vowing to smash the arrogant Grimjaw to a pulp. Boom! When Han's fist slammed on Grimjaw, the bloody murder did not happen. Grimjaw poured out a large amount of spiritual power in his palm, and he easily bounced off Han with only the spiritual power. The difference in strength between the two is evident. Is it only this level? It's too weak. Before I can exert all my strength, show off your tail beast transformation. Otherwise, you will return to the first four people and die with despair. Grimjaw's eyes were fierce, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Asshole. Han clenched his fists and his mood fluctuated violently. He was a little regretful, and underestimated the power of 10 blades. Especially in the face of the arrogant Grimjaw, he did not have the courage to defeat the opponent. This situation is unbelievable. You still don't understand, five-tailed Manj, you lie. This battle has already begun, and he will not stop unless one of us falls. Come on, show your true abilities and show me the five-tailed King Mew. Power. Otherwise, I'll have to make a big hole in you. Grimjaw let out a mad laugh, this madness not from pride, but from a thirst for battle. See. Damn, do you already think you've shut me down? You look down on people so much. Han took off the umbrella above his head, and the tailed beast chakra, which was deliberately suppressed in his body, rioted. A strong chakra burst out and quickly covered Han's body. In the blink of an eye, a white horse with a grey body and a horn on its head appeared in front of Grimjaw and Zomari. Roar! As soon as King Mew of Yue appeared, he let out a thunderous roar, as if he was venting the long-suppressed anger in his heart. Grimjaw's eyes flickered at this astonishing aura. The long-lost blood in his body was finally awakened, and the fighting instinct that was still sleeping was stimulated, and finally it was about to appear again. Ha! This is the five-tailed King Mew. It's great, I really admire this look. This is the battle, this is the dialogue between the strong. The steel-like palm was raised in the air, and the blue energy condensed into an energy light group. The 6 energy ties floated up and down, causing the space to be distorted. Wang Zu's flash. Yue King Mew let out a roar again, which turned into a ball of crimson energy, and hit Wang Zu's flash head-on. In an instant, the entire valley was submerged in dazzling light. The violent energy swept the 4 directions, and even this lofty mountain could not withstand the energy shock and trembled slightly. Time passed, and when most of the day passed, the battle finally ended. The entire valley is in a mess, the original landform has changed, the steep stone walls have disappeared, and only the stones scattered all over the ground are left. Even the majestic valley is a lot shorter, and it seems that most of it has been washed away by the energy storm. Under the blazing sun, a slender shadow appeared on the ground. The five-tailed man Julian fell to the ground with only one breath left. Grimjo fought beside him, blood dripping from the blade of the Zanpakuto in his hand. This kind of battle is finally over. Han finally lost to Grimjo and was captured by the sixth blade. The weather is so cold, the fingers are stiff, the coding speed is very slow, the 20 years of masturbation skills have completely disappeared, alas. Chapter 267 Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, Cold Weather. Please subscribe. As Han was captured alive, it represented the fall of Yulai, the two people who belonged to Yanian village. Since then, the land no longer has war weapons. It's so weak and pitiful, five-tailed Toshitsuki. But I finally let me fight a little more seriously. Grimjo was not unscathed, there were many marks on his arms. From these marks, it was obvious that Grimjo had suffered a lot of injuries, but the wounds healed miraculously. All this is because of the unique ability of the virtual, super speed regeneration. Super speed regeneration is the unique healing ability of the original Dexu, which can instantly restore broken arms and injuries. However, for the sake of great power, Bromian often gives up the ability to regenerate over speed. However, it is easy to recover only from skin trauma. Take him back and accept the trial of Aizen's armor. Speaking of which, we will welcome a new partner again. Zomari said reverently. His fanatical belief that the power of the void can rule everything. So he hopes to welcome more companions and dominate the entire ninja world. Take him back. This kind of rubbish, it's not worth Aizen-sama doing it yourself. It's really stupid to even set an ambush in an attempt to surround and kill us. The burly Zomari mentioned the dying five-tailed man Yulai and was about to leave. Suddenly, his and Grimjo's expressions changed, and they both felt an unusual wave. This is. The two looked up at the top, their faces changed in shock, and shouted, "Waterfall!" At the top of the valley, countless sea waters appeared out of thin air, falling from the sky like water over a golden mountain, and fell mighty along the steep mountain wall. This time, Grimjo and Zomari were really like turtles in urn, completely trapped in the valley. Water escape, big burst of water. The eyes of the two kept searching, and finally they found a figure at the top of the valley. The figure's hands were imprinted, and the sea water that was enough to form an ocean was ejected from his mouth. Dried persimmon ghost shark. It's him. Zomari's eyes gleamed fiercely. Last time, it was also in the land of the earth. He had fought against ghost sharks before. Although Zomari did not use the power of love. But the strength of the dried persimmon ghost shark can also be seen. This time the positions of the hunter and the prey are reversed, and it is the turn of the dried persimmon ghost shark to wait for the rabbit. Finally found out. It's too late. Even if there is no rain, no sea water, I can make it a home ground. The dried persimmon ghost shark was cold and cold. He stood on the boundless lake water, his hands were imprinted, and he suddenly slapped the ground. Water escape, thousands of food sharks. Suddenly, an unbelievable scene appeared in the lake. Thousands of hideous-looking sharks swim in the water, numbering in the thousands. The dried persimmon ghost shark instantly summoned a large number of sharks through the psychic technique. Che, are you treating us as feed for sharks? You really look down on people, Akatsuki. Grimjo stomped on the ground with both feet, and he went up to it, instead of sending himself into the shark's mouth. Fighting sharks with bare hands. Grimjo's face raised a smile that was bloodier and crueler than a shark. With a loud turn, he instantly rushed into the shark group. Because the whole body is covered with steel skin. His arm is like a sharp knife, easily piercing the shark. Grimjaw grabbed the shark's jaws and ripped it hard, tearing the shark in half easily. Even though the blood was spilled on him, he was unmoved. This is the most primitive massacre. Zamali stood still, and he didn't intend to intervene. He knew very well that with Grimjaw's strength, he could easily kill thousands of sharks in a short time. Sure enough, Grimjaw easily slaughtered all the sharks with just the hard steel skin. Violence is the solution to everything. What else is there to use as soon as possible? Dried persimmon ghost shark. Show off your best water escape ninjutsu and let me see the power. Grimjaw's hands were covered in blood, as if he had been bathed in a rain of blood, and a bloody smell permeated his body. Ghost Shark's face was solemn. He didn't expect Grimjaw to be more perverted than he imagined. Tear up thousands of sharks by hand, even a foggy madman like Ghost Shark is not so violent. He finally felt the pressure, and it seemed that Grimjaw was stronger than he thought. 10 blades, what's your number? Dried persimmon Ghost Shark questioned. He once played against Zomari, and he knew that the opponent ranked 7th in the 10 blades, but he didn't know Grimjaw's number. No. 6, Grimjaw, is also the one who is about to end your life. Grimjaw put one hand in his trouser pocket, raised the other hand, and his palms gushed out with a flicker of power. Damn. You dare to despise me and fight against me with one hand. Ghost Shark was unhappy and couldn't stand Grimjaw's arrogant attitude. He shouted, his hands clenched into fists. Water escape, the technique of water shark bullets. A shark condensed from chakra rushed out, opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Grimjaw. But it was smashed into slag by the virtual flash, and even the body of the dried persimmon ghost shark was also impacted. There was a wound on the abdomen of the dried persimmon ghost shark, which looked extremely ferocious. Grimjaw's strength is much stronger than Zamali, which caused the dried persimmon to be passive. Even with the terrain, he was no match for Grimjaw. Damn. Too strong. Dried persimmon ghost shark did not choose to fight Grimjaw in close quarters. He has an intuition that if he is close, the end will be even more bleak. According to the information provided by Zamali last time, your big sword called shark muscle seems to be able to absorb energy. If I snatch it, I wonder if you will voluntarily go back with us. Grimjaw's mouth raised a playful smile. 1.8. He was vigorous and brave. HMPH, you want to grab my shark muscle? Then you have to pull it out of my body too. The dried persimmon ghost shark sneered strangely. He made an unexpected move and actually swallowed the shrunken muscle of the big sword shark completely in his mouth. In an instant, his appearance changed drastically. The face is completely changed, and the skin of the palms and feet is joined together, like shark fins. There were 3 slits on each side of his neck, and air bubbles came out of it between his breaths. At this time, the ghost shark is no longer human. It is better to say that it is a bloodthirsty shark with a human shape. It was too cold, my fingers were freezing, I was typing hard on the keyboard, and I caught a cold. There are only 2 updates today. Sorry. Normal update tomorrow. Chapter 268 Squeak It, Leopard King. It merged with the knife. Grimjaw and Zamali looked at each other. Only then did they discover that the ghost shark was the craziest guy. It's like a human bust like a fish. Zamali's pupils shrank suddenly. No, it's a human-like shark. The raging fire burned in Grimjaw's eyes. He didn't think the ghost shark's appearance was terrifying, but thought it was the most primitive wildness. Even their 10 blades gradually evolved from beasts to broken faces. Only after going through that darkest period can you experience what is the real killing. Then, I'm going. Dried persimmon ghost shark kept bubbling from the slit in his neck, and he was ready to go, like a grinning shark. The amount of water here is really exaggerated. How much water is there? I'm really not used to fighting in the water. Grimjo swept around, and found that it was an endless sea of water. They are not accustomed to fighting in the water, and will be somewhat resisted by the sea. TSK, it's useless. I have a good place, and you can't escape from the sea. The ghost shark swings its arms and sneaks as fast as a torpedo in the deep sea. Coming to this step means that he has used all his cards. Unless you fight happily, you will never die. Grimjo, don't be careless. This exaggerated lake moves according to the trajectory of his movement. That is to say, it is difficult for us to distance ourselves from him, and he will always have a geographical advantage. Zomari drew out his Zanpakuto and waited for him. While they won't drown, movement will be affected. Ring it. Grimjo responded with action. He came to the ghost shark, his hand was as stiff as a knife, and he stabbed the ghost shark straight. However, the giant fish tail of the ghost shark was wrapped around Grimjo's arm, as if it were a steady sucker that was difficult to shake off. Grimjo raised his brows. He found that the spiritual power in his body was gradually being absorbed, and the source was the tail wrapped around his arm. HMPH, want to absorb my energy? How can I let you do as you wish? Grimjo pulled out his Zanpakuto and slashed down quickly. The dried persimmon ghost shark felt a strong threat, and quickly retracted its tail, but it was still cut off by the sharp Zanpakuto. Damn it, it's unbelievable that the speed is so fast under the influence of the resistance in the water. The dry persimmon ghost shark's face was gloomy. Even though the tail was not his body, he still felt a piercing pain. At this moment, he realized that the terrain that he had been emphasizing was just a joke. Grimjo's speed was still so fast. Water escape, 5 food sharks. The palm of the dried persimmon ghost shark slammed into the water, and a strong chakra burst out from the 5 fingers, forming 5 sharks. With a swipe, the shark charged towards Grimjo fiercely. Clang. Without too many words, Grimjo just dropped the knife, and the 5 sharks were destroyed one by one. It's too bad. This kind of shark condensed with chakra is simply vulnerable. Grimjo's Zanpakuto in the palm of his hand was still arrogant and domineering. He was not afraid of the opponent at all before the ghost shark did not use the last killing move. It's just 5, so it's worth your joy. It seems that you haven't experienced true despair. The ghost sharks slapped the surface of the water with both hands, and instantly created 1,000 shark-shaped water bombs with chakra, swimming continuously in the water, attacking Grimjo and Zumari under the water. There are actually 1,000. Grimjo was stunned. His dense shark-shaped water bombs finally made him feel the pressure. He clenched his hands tightly and blasted forward quickly. All of a sudden, one after another spiritual energy shells blasted out, launching a fierce counter-defeat. Virtual bullet. Countless virtual bullets are blasted out with the swing of the fists. Whenever the virtual bullet hits the shark-shaped water bomb, the violent spiritual power will shatter it. In the blink of an eye, thousands of shark-shaped water bombs disappeared. The boundless seabed regained its calm. The two were evenly divided, and neither one had the upper hand. However, in fact, it was the ghost shark who suffered. He has merged with the big sword shark muscle, exposing the biggest trump card. And Grimjo fought only on the most primitive instincts, not even returning. Not enough, just this level is not enough. Dry persimmon ghost shark, if you want me to do it seriously, you can show your real skills. Grimjo put one hand in his trouser pocket and held the Zanpakuto in the other. He has the upper hand in momentum and suppresses the ghost shark. Arrogant, arrogant, arrogant. Grimjo's performance, as always, seriously stimulated the ghost's mood. As a member of the Akatsuki organization, when has he been despised like this? The dry persimmon ghost shark was angry, and he wanted to kill Grimjoe to erase this shame from the bottom of his heart. Oh? Are you finally angry? Hurry up, or else I'll stab a big hole in you with a Zanpakuto. Grimjoe had a fierce smile on the corner of his mouth. He really couldn't wait, hoping to have a hearty battle with the ghost shark. I will make your wish come true, and let you experience the taste of sinking into the sea. The dried persimmon ghost shark's eyes were fierce, his hands were clenched tightly, forming a strange posture, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. The sea water fluctuated violently, forming countless ripples. The technique of water escape and shark bullet. The dried persimmon ghost shark instantly used chakra to create an oversized shark-shaped water bomb, huge enough to accommodate him in it. This move is his trump card and the most unique move. If the water bomb is physically attacked, it will instantly absorb the chakra of the opponent's attack and become even bigger. That's right, this is the real battle, the real bloodbath. Facing the full blow of the ghost shark, Grimjoe not only did not panic at all, but his blood boiled. He is no longer arrogant, but treats ghost sharks with a fair attitude. Grimjoe drew out the Zanpakuto, caressed the blade of the Zanpakuto with his palm, and slowly said the words of liberation in his mouth. Cricket, Leopard King. Chapter 269 The Awakening of Ghost Sharks. It's cold, please subscribe. Cricket, Leopard King. As Grimjoe uttered the words of liberation, a huge pillar of spiritual energy burst out from his body. Then, his figure disappeared into the spiritual beam of light. In the face of the ghost shark's desperate counterattack, Grimjoe finally showed an equal attitude. This is the returning blade of the 10 blades. The dry persimmon ghost shark's face was solemn. He had witnessed Ulquiorra's return to the blade, and he knew that there was a huge gap in strength before and after the 10-blade return. He was on guard in his heart, because Grimjoe at this time was the real heyday. In the blink of an eye, the huge beam of light disappeared, and Grimjoe's true appearance appeared in front of the ghost shark. After his liberation, he became a capable leopard man, and the Zanpakuto in his hand disappeared. The body becomes a white leopard, the turquoise eyeshadow extends to the temples, and the ears become turquoise leopard ears. The original mask was moved to the forehead, and the azure blue hair that hung down at the waist made Grimjoe look majestic. Roar! Grimjoe roared up to the sky, the roar formed a strong sound pressure, and it broke through the water and spread to the sky. The terrifying pressure that followed made the dry persimmon ghost shark's face even more solemn. Just the sound pressure has such momentum, how strong is this guy? The dry persimmon ghost shark was sweating coldly on his forehead. Even though the big shark bullet had been fired, he still lost his confidence. In the face of such a formidable opponent, does he still have any hope of victory? The ghost shark doesn't know, and has no time to guess. He has been cornered, and all hope is concentrated in this offensive. If he fails, his life is over. If you can liberate me, you will die without regrets, dried persimmon ghost shark. Grimjoe clenched his hands tightly, feeling the power coming from his palms. He smiled knowingly. The long-lost peak state makes Grimjoe enjoy this powerful feeling. Since you have used your strongest means, as a respect for a warrior, I will also use my strongest means to kill you. Grimjoe put his hands out, and then used his claws to create 2 huge blue light marks. The sharp light marks are enough to cut the opponent. The power is enormous. Not only does it spread across the seabed, but it also brings enormous oppression to the ghost shark. Claw of the Panther King. Grimjoe waved his hands violently, and the azure light claws came out, making 10 marks in the water, which gradually enlarged in the ghost shark's eyes. Card wipe. The big shark bullet technique collided with the claws of the Leopard King, and there was no shocking fluctuation as imagined, and it did not even cause fluctuations in the water surface. The seemingly ferocious shark shell was pierced by sharp claw marks and tore apart. The strongest duel between the two ended in this way. The fragmentation of the big shark bullet means that the battle has been decided, and the ghost shark has lost. Sure enough, I still lost. Ghost Shark's eyes paled, watching the Leopard King's claws gradually approach. He gave up the idea of struggling, and all his thoughts were lost. At the end of his life, he thought of Uchiha Itachi, the man who used to be his partner. Both of them had the same ending, they both died in the hands of Shiran. Maybe this is life. There was no fear of death in the dried persimmon ghost shark's mind, instead, many thoughts emerged. Memories that were buried deep in the heart poured out. Before he became a rebellious ninja, the ghost shark was a trusted subordinate of the former shark muscle master, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. For many years, he has been dutifully performing unimaginable dark missions for the Fog Ninja Village, even including killing the companions who were on the mission together to prevent them from falling into the hands of the enemy interrogation troops to prevent information leakage. In my memories, when Nonai Shark was on a mission with several teammates in Kirin Village, he felt outnumbered when he faced the siege of Ihikimori from Konoha Ninja Village. At the critical moment, he did not hesitate to kill all his teammates, just to prevent his teammates from falling into the hands of the enemy and leaking information. The reason is that those people who are caught will definitely not be able to withstand the torture and escape by jumping off the cliff. After successfully escaping, the ghost shark killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost who was collaborating with the enemy, and thus obtained the big sword shark muscle. In the Kirigakushi Ninja Village, facing the fourth-generation Mizukage who appeared in front of him, the ghost shark opened his mouth and sighed that he was just a false existence. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared from behind the fourth generation of Water Shadow, and said that he could save the ghost from the false pain, and invited him to become his partner. This black shadow claimed to be Uchiha Madara, and confirmed his identity to the ghost shark with the wheel eye. He is the boss behind the scenes, Obito disguised as Uchiha Madara. The ghost shark was delighted and agreed with his Eye of the Moon plan and joined Akatsuki without regrets, and became the new owner of the shark muscle. Due to being suspected of killing the daimyo of the Land of Water, obstructing and sabotaging the work of the country, Nonai Shark became a wanted S-class felony fugitive. After joining Akatsuki, he wore the word Nan representing Nantu. After seeing the experience of Uchiha Itachi, he asked to partner with Itachi on the grounds that he had slaughtered his compatriots. When he asked Itachi how it felt to kill his compatriots, Itachi replied, "Anyone who kills his compatriots will not end well. Only when you die can you recognize yourself." Now, the ghost shark finally recognizes himself. At the last moment of his life, he finally realized the true meaning of being a ninja. The ghost shark closed his eyes in relief and let the claws of the Leopard King run through his body. Brush. Because of the extreme speed, there is no pain whatsoever. The internal organs and blood vessels of the ghost shark were all cut off. He died with relief. From then on, the legend belonging to the misty ghosts came to an end. Finally dead? What a respectable warrior. Grimjo withdrew his claws and let out a rare sigh. Although the ghost shark is a rebel, he maintains absolute loyalty to the Akatsuki organization. Until the moment of his death, he still felt regret that he failed to complete the task assigned by the organization, and failed to assist Obito to complete the Moon Eye plan. Just deal with him neatly. It seems that your strength has become stronger again, Grimjo. Zomari looked at Grimjo meaningfully, but felt a little lost in his heart. He is close to Grimjo in terms of rank, but the strength is much different. It's nothing, it's just that the desire to fight has been suppressed for too long. Let's go, let's bring back the five-tailed Rensuli. The two figures flashed and disappeared into the sea. Chapter 270 The Fifth Blade, Nutra, for subscription. At the end of the war, the dried persimmon ghost shark fell, and the five-tailed Manjuli was captured alive. This not only means that another tailed beast falls into Aizen's hands, but also leads the land of Earth to follow in the footsteps of the other three major countries and begins to decline. Four tails and five tails, which are the national war machines, were captured one after another, and there was no way for Yannian village to do anything. It's not that they let Manjuli live and die, but that Tuba and Akatsuki are too strong. The seemingly powerful tail Manjuli has no room for resistance in their hands. After Grimjo and Zomari left, Iwa Hidden Village finally arrived. At the same time, not only the three generations of Sachiki Jonogi, but also the elite joinen from Iwayan Village. They looked around and were stunned when they saw the completely altered landscape. What kind of battle is this to completely change the landscape? Especially the seawater that filled the bottom of the valley made Onogi gloomy. It took almost no guesswork for him to know that this was the work of the dried persimmon ghost shark. Only this misty madman has the ability to summon a large lake. Han was taken away. Could it be that the persimmon and ghost shark really did it? 3 generations of Tu Ying's eyes flickered. Although his first instinct is the black hand under the ghost shark. But Onogi always felt that something was not quite right. Looking at the surrounding mountain walls, it seems that there are fluctuations that are impacted by the energy beam 450. This kind of method was recorded in the information provided by Konoha. This method is exclusive to 10 blades. Means. It looks like not only Akatsuki, but even 10 blades got involved. Even though Onogi has gone through decades of vicissitudes, he was in a panic at this time. If Akatsuki and Tuba were to target Iwakaku at the same time, it would not only be a matter of personal life, but the safety of the entire ninja kingdom. Although Onogi is powerful, he masters the dust shield. But still apprehensive. Especially the mysterious and unpredictable Aizen made the 3 generations of Tu Ying feel shocked. Just relying on the illusion above the Shenyun is enough to run wild in the ninja world, not to mention the power of Aizen itself is still unknown. In fact, from the time of crossing to the present, Aizen hardly used all his strength. Because there is no opponent worthy of making him serious. To deal with the little ants, you only need to send your subordinates to solve it. 3 generations of tuikage, what should we do next? The elite ninjas of Iwa Hidden Village were uncertain and could only listen to the respected Onogi. We can't be passive like this anymore. The longer we drag on, our 5 major countries will only be wiped out one by one. See? The country of grass is the best proof. Onogi's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and he said with murderous intent, immediately inform Konoha's Jiraiya, unite the power of the 5 countries, and launch the 4th ninja war at all costs. We will use this to eliminate the Akatsuki organization in one fell swoop. And at the same time strangle the 10 blades in the cradle. 3 generations of Sachikage finally made up his mind, agreed with Jiraiya's previous proposal, and launched the 4th ninja war. The purpose of this ninja war is not for the interests of the 5 nations. Instead, they shared the same hatred and pointed their spears at Akatsuki and Shiba. On the other hand, after Grimjo and Zomari left, they didn't expect the images caused by their actions. They went all out to drive back from the land of Earth to the land of fields. In the vast ninja continent, except for small remote countries that are not affected, other countries live under the fear of being dominated by Aizen. They don't know when the 10 blades will come back to attack, and they don't know when the funeral troop will destroy their homeland. The life of fear and anxiety all day long has cast a haze on everyone's heart. This fear is worse than punishment, because punishment is more or less definitive, better than the terrible unknown, better than this endless tension of fear. The smoke of gunpowder has drifted to the far end, the future has been buried by wind and sand, and the dawn is silent in the emptiness. Ninjutsu decays in the remnant wind. The ninja who were born to fight finally woke up to fight for survival. In the era of no horn, survival is the only long way. When this extraordinary day was over, Grimjo and Zomari returned to the land of fields, back to the underground palace that seemed to be the palace of void knights. It was still the same style, the lights were brilliant, and there were many figures in the hall. Aizen was still sitting on the throne, looking down at the 10 blades. With the return of his subordinates, Aizen's momentum grew even stronger. His position in the heart of Ochimaru is even more unattainable. Aizen-sama, please forgive us for returning too late. However, the 5-tailed Manjari has already been captured alive. Zomari put one hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. At his feet, the 5-tailed Manjuli was dying on the ground, his hands and feet bound by ropes, unable to move at all. Aizen smiled and said, "It seems that you have encountered an accident." "That's right, Aizen-sama. Just as we were about to return in triumph, we were intercepted by the dried persimmon ghost shark." Dried persimmon ghost shark, it turned out to be that guy. Aizen's face was calm. When he betrayed Konoha, he once fought with ghost sharks. However, it seems that his eyes are full of unwillingness to fate. Sarapolo sneered. He despised both human beings and Manjuli. It's really funny. If there is such a thing as fate, of course, you can try to resist, but, like going down the river, let's play with fate and see what happens in the end. Isn't it interesting? Aizen smiled slightly, and then said, "If you don't have the strength to resist, you can only wait unwillingly." When most people have the strength to resist, they are already insensitive and unwilling to resist. Fate is something that is born to be stepped on. If you don't have the strength to resist it, just wait with courage. The end of the 4-tailed Persagiri applied for Aizen's remarks. If you can't resist, you can only choose to obey. We always like to find many reasons for ourselves to explain our cowardice, we always deceive ourselves to believe those beautiful lies, we always try to hide our inner fears, and we always try to avoid the crimes we have committed. But the fact is always that one day, we have to face those sins calmly and redeem our souls. Aizen tilted her head and leaned against the arm supported on the throne. She was graceful and luxurious, but her seemingly casual posture carried an extraordinary temperament. Next, he will use Bennu to summon the 5th blade, Nutra. Chapter 271 A Smile Vanishes Enmity, for subscription. Aizen slowly stepped down from the throne, and he stepped in front of the 5-tailed Manjari. With a bang, Aizen's palm pressed against Han's abdomen, and the other hand took out the Bennu. Suddenly, the vast and majestic spiritual power poured out, continuously infiltrating into the seal of the 4 signs. Click. With a crisp sound, the seal of the 4 elephants was broken, and a large number of tailed beasts' chakra poured out. Feeling the rich chakra of the tailed beast, Aizen smiled with satisfaction, took out the Bennu from her arms, and placed it in the center of the seal of the 4 elephants. Bennu burst into a dazzling light, madly absorbing the energy of the 5-tailed King Mu. 5 The tail Manjulihan continued to struggle, and at the last moment of his life, he felt a kind of heart-piercing pain. All kinds of tastes came to my heart, in the end, there was only despair. Aizen didn't pay attention to Han's struggle, and focused on Bennu. When Nutra's figure appeared in his mind, Bennu burst into a bright light. The blue light kept pouring out and finally condensed in front of Aizen. 7th Blood Zomari looked at the blue light ecstatically, looking forward to the arrival of a new companion. Not only him, but also the 5 standing next to him, Ulquiorra, Nelly, Thrall Apollo, Grimjo, and Gami looking forward to it. It is a fortunate thing that the 10 Blades Legion can once again gather around Aizen. After a long time, the blue light completely dissipated, and Nutra appeared. Nutra, 5th among the 10 blades. Arrogant personality likes to ridicule, claiming to be the strongest of the 10 blades. But it's just his fantasy. His steel skin has the highest 10-blade hardness in all dynasties, so he said to Kenpachi that the sword of death cannot hurt him. As a result, he was split into a fool by Jinbei's two-handed sword. Pretending to be too pretentious leads to a tragic end. The image of Nutra was fully displayed in front of everyone. He also wears a white robe with a distinctive collar, which is circular in shape, like a disc head. Unlike the other 10 blades, his Zanpakuto was a giant side with a chain attached to it. Nutra is tall, wears a blindfold, and has mid-length black hair that is parted. The position of his virtual hole is very special. Unlike other virtual holes, the virtual holes are generally from the chest to the abdomen, but the left eye position on the head, which is covered by the blindfold. Numbers are engraved on the tip of the tongue. Nutra is sexist and hates that women have a higher status than herself, so she always opposes Nilu. He has been defeated by Nilu many times. He kept fighting for only one purpose, to die. Desire to meet the strong, and become strong, and then die in the hands of the real strong. At the last moment of his life, he was sublimated to the best of his ability, and a war broke out with Kenpachi Zaragi, and finally died under the sword of Kenpachi as he wished. Now this fighting maniac is resurrected and becomes the 6th 10 blades under Aizen's command. Nutra, welcome back to me. Before Nutra's eyes regained clarity, Aizen spoke first. Lord Aizen? The moment Nutra saw Aizen, a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she quickly returned to calm. He was not too shocked, because Nutra knew that he was reborn, had a chance to fight again, and had a chance to become stronger. Those who fight monsters should be careful not to become monsters. When you stare into the abyss from afar, the abyss stares at you. Nutra, don't repeat the mistakes, this is the best place for you to vent your battles. You can indulge, but also be cautious. Aizen stood calmly in front of Nutra. He was not angry and arrogant, and he exuded the power of a natural ruler. Nutra placed one hand on her chest, bowed respectfully, and surrendered to Aizen. Nutra, I know your purpose. I long to meet the strong, and become strong, and then die in the hands of the real strong. Aizen paused for a moment, then said, if you just run away, you won't be free. If you don't fight in the cage, if you don't break through the cage, you can't get this freedom. So, let's fight. It's your real mission to make a slaughter storm in the ninja world and destroy the ninjas' inner self-esteem. Hearing Aizen's words, Nutra seemed to be thoughtful. His eyes circled round, and in addition to seeing familiar figures such as Ulquiorra, he saw a figure that could not be erased from his memory. Neliel. Nutra was impressed by Nelu. As early as in the period of the virtual circle, he used to act with Nilu and executed the order to find a powerful virtual. He used the virtual flash to kill many virtual seconds at one time. He was taught by Nilu, but told Nilu that he did not need these weak points. Trash. Later, because of gender discrimination, he fought against Nilu many times, but he was defeated by Nilu many times. When Nilu was No.3 of the 10 blades, he was only No.8. Later, in the last fight with Nilu, she was first caught off guard, but then together with Sal Apollo, she plotted against Nilu, causing Nilu to turn into a child and throw her out of the Palace of Void Knight. Later, he continued to improve his strength and became No.5 in the 10 blades. Now that he was reborn again, he saw Nilu beside Aizen. Perhaps, this is the fetters of fate. Nelolu. Nutra. The eyes of the two were intertwined, and they were silent. They once faced each other with blades, once fought with their lives, but ended up sadly in the end. When we meet again, there is only silence. Nutra, after that battle, do you understand the reason for the battle? Neliel asked. She once taunted Nutra, saying he was just a beast. Ninjas fight for glory. The god of death went to fight to kill Xu. Going to fight in vain is for the pure desire to kill. But there are also people who go to fight, and even sacrifice themselves, just to find a way to become a strong man. Nutra is such a person. Nutra clenched his fist silently, a long-lost emotion lingering in his heart. The purpose of my battle is to become stronger and get the qualification to follow Aizen-sama, that's all. An indifferent smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This smile obscured their grievances, and the two became silent again. The previous hatred was released, and Nutra and Newara let go. Under the prejudice. Now, their purpose is only one, to help Aizen occupy the ninja world, ascend to the throne of heaven, and once again rule the virtual circle. Chapter 272 The Function of the Technique of Multiple Shadows, for subscription. The Land of Fire, Konoha Ninja Village. In the center of a vast training field, Naruto, Uzumaki and Jiraiya also stood in the center. Then, Naruto, let's start practicing. Naruto Uzumaki scratched his hands and head with a smile on his face. Jiraiya also questioned, what's wrong, Naruto, why are you so excited? It's nothing, it's just that I haven't practiced with the lecherous immortal for a long time. I really still miss those days. Naruto Uzumaki smiled, with a look of longing on his face that had not yet faded away. When he and Jiraiya practiced for the first time, they were still in Konoha's women's bathhouse. At that time, Jiraiya also met Naruto by chance because he was looking for materials. After learning Naruto's identity, he naturally became Naruto's master. You can also smile here, because time waits for no one. If it was in the past, Jiraiya would definitely respond with a smile. But when Konoha was facing a crisis, Jiraiya's face was gloomy, let alone a smile, even his nerves were always tense. I already said it when I was in Naruto's office. The purpose of this training is to practice your original ninjutsu. The ninjutsu that surpasses Spiramayu. Jiraiya calmly explained, this requires two techniques of changing the nature of chakra and changing its shape, both of which are indispensable. Naruto was stunned and said, nature change and form change? Yes, take Kakashi's Rachel as an example. Chakra will become like an electric current, which is the change of nature. Then, the range and power of the ninjutsu attack are determined by the change of shape in the form of electric discharge. From this point of view, Spiral Maryu is different from Chidori. It is just a kind of ninjutsu that enhances the morphological change to the extreme. It makes the chakra rotate at a high speed and produces compression, so there is no need for a change in nature. When Jiraiya's voice fell, he spread out his palm, chakra poured out of his palm, and quickly condensed into a spiral pill. Ah, the nature has changed. Naruto Uzumaki looked embarrassed. He has a huge chakra, but he is not good at controlling the form of chakra. Jiraiya chuckled and said, if you want to practice ninjutsu beyond Spiral Maryu, you must master the skill of changing nature. But it takes a lot of time to learn this skill. And I wanted to talk to you just now. What it shows is a way to drastically shorten the time. Really? A way to shorten the time? Uzumaki Naruto said excitedly with blue light in his eyes. After he learned the news of Sasuke's defection, he has been eager to become stronger. Although Naruto has mastered the strongest ninjutsu, the mouth escapes. But it didn't show the power of the mouth. What's more, Aizen's mouth is more powerful, and can completely suppress the mouth of Wang Mingren. Now that there is a chance to practice new ninjutsu, Naruto is too excited. Jiraiya also raised his finger and said, yes, I won't cheat with you. The method is multiple shadow avatars. Ah, multiple shadow clones? Naruto was stunned. With his ability to understand, he couldn't turn his head for a while. That is to say, Using the technique of multiple shadow clones is the way to shorten the training time. Xili also explained patiently. What's the matter? I often use the multi-shadow avatar technique, why didn't I know it had this function? King Aizen was entangled in his heart. He still didn't understand what medicine was sold in the gourd. Well, I knew it. Now let me explain, you listen. Although he had expected it, Jiraiya still twitched the corners of his mouth. The comprehension ability of the Mouth Escape King is really poor. It's no wonder, if it weren't for the protagonist's halo, Naruto would be a scumbag. Get rid of it, please keep it simple. Naruto scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Listen, shadow avatars are different from ordinary avatars. It is a kind of ninjutsu that can create an entity. You know that, right? Jiraiya was afraid that Naruto couldn't understand it, and then added, in other words, the multi-shadow avatar technique can replicate oneself. Although I'm not as good as you, I occasionally use the shadow avatar technique, so knowing this technique will bring a special effect to the caster. What effect? The king of Zuiden was at a loss when he heard this, anxious like an ant on a hot pot. The experience gained by the shadow avatar's avatar will be accumulated on the practitioner when the ninjutsu is released and restored to the practitioner. Everyone said to keep it simple. I don't understand what you said at all. Naruto Uzumaki pouted helplessly. You really didn't notice it, so let's both use the shadow avatar technique once. Boom. Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki formed seals at the same time, creating a shadow clone. Okay. Now we are divided into two groups, casters and shadow clones. The shadow clone group will hide in that forest. Come with me, Naruto's shadow clone. Jiraiya's shadow clone pulled Naruto's shadow clone into the woods. Naruto, I saw it. The shadow avatar in the forest cannot be seen by the caster outside. In the forest, Jiraiya's shadow clone said, next, let's play guessing. What are you doing? Naruto's shadow clone was forced to play guessing with him, and finally Naruto won. Okay, let's end the shadow clone technique. With a bang, the two figures disappeared. Outside the forest. Xili also said, how is it? What did the shadow clone do? Do you know now? Naruto suddenly realized, and said excitedly, I'm guessing, and I won. Jiraiya went on to say 2.9, you understand now, right? The experience points of shadow clones will be accumulated on the body of the caster. This technique was originally used for gathering intelligence or in dangerous places. Naruto interrupted him and said, but even if you know this, what's the use of it? Even if two shadow clones train at the same time, the experience value they get is twice as much as usual. In other words, the training time is relatively reduced by half. If there are 3 people, it will only take 1/3 of the training time. Then if there are 1,000 people, it will be shortened to 1,000th. Jiraiya raised a smile at the corner of his mouth and said, this is the way to shorten the time. So for the next training, you must use the technique of multiple shadows. Chapter 273 The Counterattack of the King of Escape, for subscription. Teacher Jiraiya, I finally know the reason for your strength. It turns out that you have been using this method to cultivate. Naruto Uzumaki put his hands on his hips and raised a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. No, I have never used this cultivation method once. Jiraiya also shook his head in denial. Ah, why? Isn't Jiraiya-sensei also capable of shadow avatars? Naruto Uzumaki was surprised. I did master this kind of ninjutsu, but my chakra isn't as much as yours. Shadow clones will last for a shorter time. Jiraiya said solemnly, because this technique requires chakra to be divided equally, even if I have a lot of chakra, it will cause a lot of consumption. No way, so. I have a lot of chakra in my body? Naruto Uzumaki was stunned. He didn't expect the chakra in his body to be so huge. Xylai also explained patiently, your physique is very special, and you are born with a huge chakra. If you don't count the part that suppresses the 9 tails, there will be more. Therefore, only you are suitable for this cultivation method. At this time, a voice came from not far away. Naruto. Naruto looked around, but saw a sturdy man, Yamato. Yamato, Hokage directly belongs to the Anbu elite, and has been known as the top outstanding person in Anbu since the 3rd Hokage period. When he was a child, he inherited the first-generation Mudan blood sequence limit by implanting the first-generation Hokage Chizahira Mama cells in his body. Captain Yamato. Why are you here? Naruto shouted excitedly. Thanks to the trust of Lord Jiraiya, let me assist him in completing his training guidance. Because only I can suppress the 9-tailed chakra, Yamato said humbly and low-key. He just wanted to get people from Obito. Only by using his wooden shield ninjutsu can he strengthen Baiju and complete the 100,000 Baiju plan. Okay, let me talk about the changes in the nature of chakra. Listen clearly, there are basically 5 types of changes in the nature of chakra. Jiraiya also said, there are 5 types of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth. The names of the 5 major ninja kingdoms also come from this. These 5 changes are also the foundation of all ninjutsu. In general, everyone will have one of these chakras. For example, the Uchiha family has the nature of fire, so they are very good at fire ninjutsu. Wind's words are Fengdun, Les words are Ledun. For example, Leiki is a type of Ledun. Naruto realized something and said, so, Sasuke has 2 properties of thunder and fire. That's right, you're different from Sasuke, you're still 0, and I don't know what kind of change of nature you're good at. Jiraiya took out a chakra test paper from his arms and said, just use this piece of paper to test it. If it's thunder, the paper will wrinkle. The wind will crack the paper. The fire will burn the paper. The water will make the paper damp, and the soil will break the paper. This is a sensing paper that responds to the properties of chakra. It is made of a special tree that absorbs chakra to obtain nutrients. Just enter your check into this paper, and you will quickly know yourself. What kind of chakra is it? Naruto Uzumaki took out a piece of paper from Jiraiya's hand, and with a thought, poured it into chakra. Crack. After a crisp sound, the piece of paper split in half, indicating that Naruto has mastered the wind attribute in his body. Okay, let's start the cultivation of the wind nature. Jiraiya smiled slightly and said, your chakra is wind. That is a chakra that can cut everything and has outstanding combat power. Wow, it's so cool, I'm so good. Naruto clenched his fists and shouted excitedly. No, it's still early, it's just the beginning. You have to train hard to use this nature flexibly. Captain Yamato broke a basin of cold water, instantly quenching Naruto's high emotions. Then, I want to know, what kind of nature do you have, Captain Yamato? I have 2 nature changes, soil and water. When I reach the level of the ninja, I will generally have more than 2 nature changes. Jiraiya also added, it's time to explain the content of the training. What I want to do is to enhance the quality of chakra. You need to sandwich the leaf between your palms, cut it open with your chakra, and practice until you can divide it into 2. Naruto Uzumaki was eager to try and said, okay. Let's start right away. Boom. Naruto Uzumaki formed seals with his hands, and separated thousands of shadow clones. Such a perverted scale, only Naruto with the special physique of the Uzumaki family can bear it. When ninjas of comparable strength fight each other with shuriken, the sharpness of the sword becomes the key to victory. The change in the nature of the wind has a strong attack power at close range or in the middle distance. Captain Yamato encouraged, ninjas with the nature of the wind are rare, you have to work hard, Naruto. Time passed slowly, and when most of the day had passed, the leaves in Naruto's hands had already split open. But he looked dead, mentally tortured, and very tired. 427 However, Naruto did not give up, and he practiced unswervingly, which was also his greatest strength. He gritted his teeth and injected a massive chakra. Suddenly, with a click, the entire leaf broke. The first time was a success. "That's great, I did it, I'm really amazing," Naruto said excitedly. "In this case, won't we learn new ninjutsu soon?" This kind of cultivation method is very easy to make people tired. You still have to pay attention. Jiraiya also pointed to a waterfall in the distance and said, "The next stage is to cut the waterfall. Wave your hand at the waterfall, and use the wind attribute chakra to cut down with all your strength." And in this process, there must be a lot of changes in nature. As long as you can, if you do this, you can use it in actual combat. In this way, as long as I do this, it proves that I have completely mastered the change of nature. The corner of Naruto's mouth raised a confident smile. He stood up confidently and said, "Rest now. Let's practice quickly." Boom. Naruto Uzumaki came under the waterfall and scored countless shadow clones again. He has to race against time to cultivate, learn new ninjutsu, defeat Aizen, and save Konoha's decline. Chapter 274 The Fate of the King and the King? Please subscribe. The Land of Fire, Konoha Ninja Village. Today is destined to be a grand day. The haze that shrouded Konoha in the past was swept away. An encouraging news spread among the villagers. The vacant 5th-generation Hokage position was finally elected, and he was one of the elders of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo has coveted the throne of Hokage many times, but he has never been able to do so. Every time his proposal was opposed by Koharu and Mito Gate, the two elders of Konoha. From the 4th Hokage to the 5th Hokage, until Tsunade was captured by Aizen, Danzo finally got his wish. He fulfilled his life's ambition and became the 6th Hokage. In the turbulent ninja world, this is destined to be an extraordinary day. Shimura Danzo himself is even more ambitious. He wants to turn the tide and reverse the decline of Konoha. He looks forward to calming down the troubled world like the first Hokage and replanning the forces of the ninja world. Naruto office. There was a fierce quarrel here, and 3 old voices were constantly intertwined. "Danzo, your actions like this are too risky. Even if you have information and take the initiative to break into Orochimaru's nest, such a risky behavior is no different from courting death. If even you fall into Aizen's hands, then Konoha has no hope of rising." Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Kazuo kept persuading them. They were afraid that Danzo would ruin his own life due to the expansion of his ambitions, which would also affect Konoha. HMPH, of course this old man would not be so stupid. We want to kill people with swords and join forces with the other 4 ninja villages to destroy the 10 Blades army in one fell swoop. Of course, Konoha is playing the role of reap the benefits. Shimura Danzo is not angry and proud. Since the 3 generations of Hokage and Tsunade left Konoha, he has become the person who holds real power. Although Jiraiya expressed dissatisfaction with this, he did not protest too much. Indeed, Konoha needs someone who can stabilize the situation. Although Shimura Danzo is ruthless, he is loyal to the village, but his methods are darker and crueler. By the way, what happened to Jiraiya? Shimura Danzo calmed the emotions of the 2 elders and asked quickly. "He's teaching Uzumaki Naruto ninjutsu. I'm afraid he won't appear for a short time." Mito Menyon was worried, and the reason why Konoha could continue to exist was entirely thanks to Jiraiya's shock. Jiraiya also not only represents the legendary Sannin, but also has the support of Momu Mountain behind it. Uzumaki Naruto. The 9-tailed demon fox in his body can be a trump card for Konoha. Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered. He thought that when necessary, Naruto could be sacrificed, and the runaway Naruto and Aizen could kill each other. At that time, Konoha will also be the final winner. But according to the news from Yanyan village, it seems that King Mew with 5 tails has also fallen into Aizen's hands. There are only 4 of the 9-tailed beasts left. If they speed up their pace, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop. Turning to bed, Xiao sighed. The situation she most wanted to see finally happened. Every time she heard that the tailed beast had fallen, her heart sank a little. It is the most tragic thing that the situation develops in a worse direction, but it cannot be stopped. Shimura Danzo asked, "What's the news about the 6-tailed persongery?" The 6-tailed manchery is a man named Foam. He is a rebel ninja from the country of water, Kirigara village, and uses bubble-type ninjutsu. He belongs to Kirigara, the 4th generation of Mizuki Jaegara, and Akatsuki's members, Kakikage. And like Jaegara, he is a human pillar. Mito Menyon said slowly, according to Anbu's investigation, after Foam defected from Konoha, he seemed to be active in the vicinity of the hidden village of the Earth Spider clan. If we put our energy there, we might be able to find his trace. Oh? Now that you have a rough range, it will be easy to do next. The corner of Shimura Danzo's mouth raised a cold arc. He is bound to take the 6 tails, become the war machine of the Fire Nation. What's your plan? Mito Kazuo and Koharu both stared at Shimura Danzo at the same time, and they vaguely guessed Danzo's mind. Do you two remember that agreement? What agreement? During the last Ninja World War, Yuan Ferigian established an alliance with the ruler of the Tuspid clan. The secret technique of the Tuspid clan with huge power was banned by the old man Rigian. In exchange, when the clan was in crisis, Konoha must rush to rescue. Shimura Danzo smiled meaningfully and said, "Nowadays, the crisis is looming. And as the bubble of Kirikin's rebellion is lurking near the Earth Spider clan, isn't that a suitable reason? You think?" The 2 elders of Konoha smiled, and there was some expectation in their eyes. The old man personally took action and captured the power of the 6-tailed man. In this way, not only can we win the trust of the 2 Spider clan, but it can also shock Aizen and the 10-Blade Legion. Shimura Danzo stood up from his chair, finally taking the first step in his grand ambition. On the other side, the land of fields, the underground palace. Fate is tricking people, and just when Shimura Danzo was plotting the 6-tailed mangery, Aizen and Taba also turned their attention to the 6-tailed body. After capturing the 4-tailed Sun Wukong and the 5-tailed King Mew one after another, Aizen was not satisfied. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to pursue and defeat the 9 big-tailed beasts in one go. Lord Aizen, the 6-tailed human Yulai Foam is hiding near the Earth Spider clan. If we take action at this time, we can not only take the opportunity to destroy the Earth Spider clan with forbidden techniques, but also harvest the 6-tailed rhinoceros. Sarapollo stood below respectfully. As the 10 Blades, he was in charge of scientific research and intelligence. With his technology and Ochimayu's intelligence, he kept narrowing the range, and finally locked in the location of the 6-tailed mange Yulai. Rebel ninja of Kirian village uses foam-type ninjutsu. It's really interesting. It seems that he is a ninja who is good at water escape, just like the dry persimmon ghost shark. Aizen smiled slightly, and didn't take the 6-tailed mangery in his eyes. That's right, Aizen-sama. Foam's ninjutsu has a lot of changes, and coupled with the power of the 6 tails, his strength should not be underestimated. Sarapollo hesitated for a moment and said, "It's better for me to take the shot this time. I have the confidence to capture him alive." However, his volunteering was rejected by Aizen. "No, Thrall Apollo. Your top priority is to develop a passage to Momu Mountain as soon as possible. Immortal magic is also our goal. Aizen got up from the throne, exuding an aura of dominating the world. This time, I'll take the shot myself, and captured the six tails alive. P.S. Immediately hang up Danzang, wait for the King of Mouth escape and Suzy to fatten up, and then bloody torture immediately. Recently, there are a lot of things at the end of the work year, and the update is a bit slow. I hope you will continue to support it as always. Aura O'Neill's to thank everyone. Chapter 275 The Wind Escape Spiral Pill Shuriken. Konoha Ninja Village, that training ground. Inject the chakra of the wind into it. After relying on the shadow clone to condense a shadow clone, Naruto Uzumaki gritted his teeth and tried to inject the wind attribute chakra into the spiral pill. His eyes were concentrated, his left hand tightly gripped his right wrist, and his slightly immature face was covered with drops of sweat the size of a bean. Hold on, you must hold on this time. In Naruto's mouth, he kept breaking thoughts, gnashing his teeth and insisting. Suddenly, the energy of the spiral pill was out of control, and the chakra rolled around like a wind. The dozen or so shadow clones were caught in the chakra scroll and disappeared into a cloud of white mist. At the same time, Naruto Uzumaki fell to the ground in embarrassment and ate the earth upside down. Well, how can this be done? But Spiral Maru has to concentrate all the energy, and now it has to undergo a qualitative change. My God. This is simply to make a person look to the left while looking to the right. Damn it. Naruto Uzumaki got up from the ground in embarrassment and sighed in disappointment. With his crane tail qualification, he tried many times but could not achieve it. This made Naruto's inflated confidence suffer a major blow. I have to concentrate and let the two parts of chakra merge with each other. Uzumaki Naruto 787 was concentrating on the injection of chakra, but neglected to suppress the nine-tailed chakra. As a result, what had worried Jiraiya and Captain Yamato finally happened. Losing the suppression, Nine-Tails chakra took the opportunity to escape out of the body and gradually formed a chakra coat on Naruto Uzumaki. With four bubble-shaped animal tails, the nine-tailed chakra was completely out of control, and Naruto reached the most critical moment. Look, Yamato, Naruto is out of control again. Jiraiya shouted loudly, and Yamato hurriedly made seals with both hands. In an instant, dozens of huge giant wooden strips poured out, and the ferocious teeth bit the animal tail formed by the nine-tailed chakra. If this goes on, Naruto will. Yamato said solemnly, and I can't guarantee that I can stop him every time. No, we've been close to a dead end. There's no other way. Whether Naruto's new technique can be completed is up to you. Jiraiya shook his head. He regarded Naruto as the hope of saving Konoha. Because he not only has the unique physique of the Whirlpool family, but also seals the power of the nine-tailed demon fox in his body. More importantly, he is the son of the fourth Hokage. At that time, the four generations of Hokage played the role of the savior, using the ghoul seal to seal half of the nine-tailed demon fox inside Naruto. Whether Naruto can achieve the glory of the past and whether he can become the new savior depends on this practice. When most of the day has passed, even the sky gradually torrential rain fell. This hard training has been going on for a long time. Uzumaki Naruto continued to grit his teeth and persist with his tenacious will. Even if the rain hits his face, even if he tastes the bitterness of the raindrops, he still has no regrets. Just because of the forbearance that is adhered to in the heart. It doesn't matter, Naruto. Jiraiya came to Naruto Uzumaki and asked with concern. It's been a day since I started to practice adding the change in the nature of the wind to the spiral pill. This time around 200 hidden clones were used. Jiraiya's face was solemn, and he felt heartache for Naruto. Instead of one person's cultivation time, it is close to 4,800 hours. This is far from enough. But in this cultivation process, because chakra is not easy to control, The upper limit of shadow clones is 100 people. I feel. It seems that the new technique will never be completed. Naruto finally got discouraged. He supported the ground with both hands, and there was a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Originally, the manufacture of spiral pills requires a high degree of concentration, but now with the change in nature, how is this possible? Jiraiya smiled kindly. You also say such discouraged words, it's not like you. Is this still the Uzumaki Naruto I knew before? Naruto Uzumaki shook his head and said, oh. But this time I really can't do it. Then continue to work hard. A real ninja can never give up. Jiraiya continued to comfort him, although he also understood that it would be difficult to complete a new book in a short period of time. But time waits for no one. Once Naruto fails to grow up, he will only become a dead soul under the sword of Aizen. By the way, Jiraiya-sensei, can you look at the left and the right at the same time, as you said? Xylai also smiled and said, so that's the case, you're optimistic. He made a seal with his hands and separated another shadow clone. Suddenly, his body looked to the left, but the shadow clone looked to the right. Naruto Uzumaki held his breath, and there was a burst of brilliance in his eyes. He suddenly jumped up high and shouted excitedly, it turns out that I have to practice like this, I finally understand. Time passed again, and after a long time, Naruto's voice sounded. Excellent. I finally figured out this trick. His body stood in the center, with a shadow clone on the left and right. At this time, the spiral pill in his palm finally noticed the change, and a subtle shuriken shape appeared. So, this is the method you came up with? Jiraiya also praised. Your spiral pill is also completed by the two shadow clones responsible for releasing chakra and responsible for the change of form, so you have such an idea. That's right, Jiraiya-sensei. Then let the third person be responsible for the change in the nature of the wind, wouldn't that be enough? Naruto Uzumaki said triumphantly, there is no way for one person to look at the left and right at the same time. If one of the clones looks left and the other looks right, if we share the burden together, there will be no problem. Ah, it seems that you were inspired by my shadow clone just now, right? Jiraiya also gave a thumbs up and gave Naruto a like. Naruto Uzumaki did not get carried away, but instead focused more on his cultivation. After mastering this skill, the spiral pills he can condense become more and more refined, and the wind attribute chakra contained in them is also larger. After countless failures, Naruto finally managed to master the skills of the wind escape spiral pill. Boom. Once again, separate two shadow clones and let them stand on both sides of the body. In the center of the 6 palms, a delicate spiral pill appeared, surrounded by a sharp shuriken. A new technique, the wind escape spiral pill shuriken. Chapter 276 King's Landing Spider Fortress, for subscription. The Land of Fire leads to the hidden village of the Earth Spider, on that grand avenue. Shimura Danzo and his 2 subordinates walked unhurriedly. Oil Girl Take Root, Jonin of Konoha Village in the Country of Fire, a member of the Oil Girl family, one of the members of Konoha Anbu Root, and also Shimura Danzo's subordinate. Yamanaka Case, an Anbu member of the route directly under Danzo in Konoha Village, the Land of Fire, and a loyal guard of Shimura Danzo, an excellent ninja in the Yamanaka family. As Danzo's confidants, the 2 are naturally inseparable. Coupled with the fact that they have strengths that cannot be ignored, they can also come in handy in this type of operation. Although Shimura Danzo is powerful, he is not confident that he can easily solve the 6-tailed persongery by himself. The role of his 2 followers is to assist him in capturing the 6-tailed. The 3 of them sneaked very fast, and it took almost half a day to feel the vicinity of the Spider Fortress. When they were about to walk out at the end of the forest, Shimura Danzo rarely stopped. He glanced around vigilantly, and the old face was full of wrinkles. This is a sign of a fierce battle. Shimura Danzo frowned. He was experienced and immediately judged that this was a trace of water escape ninjutsu. Judging from the traces of the battle, the scale is at least a 5-person battle. And from the depth of the traces, it's very likely that it was a ninja from Kirigakushi. Shan Zhongfeng took a closer look. He once fought ninjas in Kirin village, and he was deeply impressed by the water escape ninjutsu. HMPH, it seems that Kirikin has also received news. In today's 5 countries, except for the water, the other 4 ninja kingdoms have been attacked by Akatsuki and 10 Blades. The shadow-level ninja died and Renji Yulai was arrested. Only Uin village was spared the poison. Shimura Danzo hummed angrily. After many disasters, Konoha's strength is less than half of its heyday. On the other hand, the Kingdom of Thunder lost 2 top combat powers, the two-tailed man Ulayumu and the 4th Raikage. The land of the land lost 4 tails, 5 tails and 2 people Jiri. The land of wind is the most pitiful, almost wiped out, with only a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals left. Donzo-sama, don't worry, Kirigakushi's intervention is just an act of anger. If it attracts the attention of Toba or Akatsuki, the hesitant 5 generations of Mizukage Yumi will also be dragged into the quagmire of war. The oil girl took the root and said treacherously, at that time, the 4th ninja war we expected will happen. With our careful preparations over the years, we will take advantage of the situation to rise. At the same time, this is also a good opportunity to reshuffle the forces. HMPH, whether it's for my Hokage glory, or to control the ninja world, I'm bound to gain the power of the 6-tailed people. Shimura Danzo's old eyes flashed with murderous intent. He was ruthless, a cunning old fox, and would never do anything that would harm himself or others. The Soil Spider Fortress was originally located at the end of the cliff, but the terrain was forcibly changed by the War Walker, back then, forming a ravine with no end in sight, which made it easy to defend and difficult to attack, and had a natural barrier. Brush brush brush. Suddenly, dozens of sharp shuriken flew out of the sky, and a man kept fleeing, with several masked ninjas behind him. Judging from the costumes and masks on their bodies, it was clear that they were Anbu of Kirigakuta. The person being pursued was a handsome young man wearing a sky blue robe, holding a soap bubble blower and having long bangs. He looked indifferent to the world. In fact, it can be judged from his eyes that the young man has closed his heart, indifferent and taciturn. Bubble, you have been run away. Come back to the village with us. The 5 leaders of Anbu, the most powerful man, severely reprimanded them. The 5 of them set off from Uin village all the way, and pursued them all the way, just to make the bubble go back. However, they did not want to use brutal means, but wanted to use gentle means to persuade the bubble to go back. Water escape, water turbulence. Foam turned around suddenly, and sprayed a waterfall-like water gun from his mouth. It's a pity that although the power of ninjutsu is strong, the speed is very slow, and it is easily avoided by the Wue mist-hidden Anbu. It's useless, Bubble. This kind of ninjutsu can't beat us back at all. What's more, our purpose is not to force you back to the village. Maybe we can talk. The leader of the Foggy Head shook his head regretfully, and sighed. That incident was just an accident back then, and at the same time it was just a misunderstanding. Nonsense, my master. No, it should be said man. His purpose is to extract the power of the tail beast from my body. You also know the fate of Renji Yulai being pulled out of the tail beast. HMPH, you should say that he wants to murder my life. Bubble sneered. The accident that year remained in his heart like a nightmare. At that time, the power of the tail beast in his body got out of control and killed his master. Until now, there is still a misunderstanding in the bubble, that it is better that he might have died because of the power of the 6 tails. No, it's not like that. Your master is not trying to harm you, but to save you. The leader of Kirigara said urgently, now the ninja world is in turmoil, and the people are panicking. The country of water has also changed its face, and the blood fog period is gone. Now it is flourishing under the governance of the 5th generation of Mizukage. Now it is the most beautiful village in the village. A good opportunity, but also the most difficult time. We no longer regard you as a traitor, but need your strength. Go back to the village with us. Do you naively think that I will go back with you? Don't be delusional. I will never forget the man who killed me, and I will never forget the hunt order issued by the village. Foam put the flute beside his mouth and chased out countless bubbles. Water escape bubble technique. In an instant, countless bubbles floated into the air, overwhelmingly surrounding the 5 misty figures. The 5 hidden Kiribuanbu waited in earnest, and the bubbles became bigger and bigger in their eyes. Just when they thought the bubble was about to burst, something changed. They felt an indescribable terrifying pressure that fell from the sky like a waterfall, pressing heavily on them. Even the sky became dark and dark. What is this coercion? Foam's face was pale, and under this pressure, he couldn't breathe. 6-tailed man you lie, bubble, finally found you. Just as the voice fell, Aizen's figure appeared. P.S. I have something to do today, and there are 2 more updates to come. Sorry, I am very busy at the end of the year. Chapter 277 Fighting Without Suspense, for subscription. Just as the majestic voice fell, Aizen's figure appeared in front of everyone. Bang bang bang. Just a single sound suddenly broke the foam that was floating in the sky. This terrifying and outrageous power suddenly stunned everyone. How can that be? As a ninjutsu caster, Foam naturally knows the power of ninjutsu. Each bubble can produce a powerful energy shock, but it disintegrates under the sound of Aizen. This shows how huge the gap is between the two. This person is very dangerous. I can't even see his strength. The cold sweat fell on the forehead of the leader of Kirigara. As the leader of Anbu, his whole wiping force far surpassed that of other ninjas. However, he couldn't see Aizen's strength. Even the 5th generation of Mizukage couldn't hide his strength in front of him. There is only one such possibility. Aizen's power is far beyond their imagination, and it has already surpassed different levels. Boss, his appearance seems to be very similar to the most wanted list issued by Konoha. One of the foggy voices trembled, as if seeing something incredible. What? Could it be him? Anbu Kairishima opened his eyes wide, and an incredible color filled his eyes. A name suddenly popped up in his mind. Aizen Keimuku, it seems that you already know my identity, but it doesn't matter, that will only cast a shadow on your sky. Aizen took elegant steps, and with each step, the aura on her body became stronger and stronger. His eyes swept across the crowd, and he chuckled disdainfully. Because the sky you can see is too small to accommodate my existence. You. It's really like the legend, and every sentence is full of provocation, isn't you? The leader of Kirigaku Anbu was angry, but he regained his composure. He understood that he couldn't easily fall for Aizen's provocation, otherwise he would be in chaos. The appearance of Aizen broke the anxious atmosphere and made the atmosphere even more panicky. Neither the bubble nor the 5UN dared to make a rash move. Because Aizen's confident appearance makes them fear instinctively, Aizen's momentum makes them afraid, and Aizen's steps make them afraid. That is a fear that the weak naturally fear the strong. Aizen seemed to feel their fear. He stopped and said lightly, "What's wrong? Feeling scared? Humans are very fragile. They are fragile, so they are full of fear. They are afraid of things they don't know, and they are afraid of beings who are stronger than themselves." Aizen smiled slightly and said, "It doesn't matter, fear is just a common thing, and it is also the instinct of the weak. This kind of fear is worse than punishment, because punishment is more or less final, always better than the terrible unknown, better than this endless tension of fear. Looking at the fear of death is the pinnacle of fear and the limit. He was right. The reason why the 5 Kirige's ninjas were afraid was because of their natural intuition. Intuition tells them that if they don't run away, they will die. It's a pity that their footsteps seemed to be shackled, so heavy that they could almost be called powerless. It's very uncomfortable to look directly at this transcendent force. It's like if you look into the abyss from a height, you can't help shivering, you feel dizzy, and your feet are weak just thinking about you. No one likes to look in that direction of the abyss. We always look in the other direction, trying to turn a blind eye to the truth. Let me tell you how to resist the fragility lurking in your heart. Aizen put her hand on the hilt of the sword and slowly pulled out Jingwashuayu. The sharp blade looked dazzling and moving under the blazing sun. Suddenly, the spiritual pressure shrouded in the 5 misty nights became heavier. No matter how strong their self-esteem is, they can only bend their spines as a last resort. Damn, why is his strength so strong? The leader of the Fog Hidden gritted his teeth. He was completely powerless to resist. The only thing that can be done is to make a mark with both hands before kneeling on the knees and launch the only offensive. Water escape blast water rush. A large amount of water was spit out from the mouth of the leader of the fog, forming a huge water ball, which suddenly slammed towards Aizen. His eyes flickered, staring at the trajectory of the water ball. To be able to get out of the crisis of life and death depends on this offensive. However, the painstakingly waited in exchange for greater disappointment. The seemingly powerful water polo turned into a mist of water before it even got close to Aizen. The huge Reiatsu alone is enough to disintegrate the water polo. Despair lingered in his heart, and the leader of the Anbu Kirigakure gave up completely. It's not that he doesn't want to fight back, it's that he has no chance. The Reiatsu had crushed his spine. No matter how much unwillingness in the eyes of these 5 Anbu, they could be forced to kneel to the ground helplessly. Panic, really panic. This kind of panic will only come when life and death come. The weak will eventually wake up, and the years will peel off the amber-like skin, allowing the hard body that can resist the world to break out of the cocoon. Aizen paused for a moment and said calmly, "Unfortunately, you woke up too late. Ironically, when you woke up, your appointment came to an end." Aizen swung the Zanpaikuto gently, and the sharp blade instantly cut off the head of the leader of Kiriga's. Brush. The blood splashed like a water column, and a head with a terrified expression rolled to the ground. "Leader?" The remaining 4 Yuin exclaimed, and a tragic mood filled their hearts. The partners who have been with each other for many years die in front of their eyes like this, which makes them heartbroken. Sympathy is something that can only be enjoyed when one can protect oneself. Aizen swung the Zanpaikuto, blood dripping from the blade. The snow-white sword body returned to its previous pure white and transparent. He looked at the other 4 with disdain, and said coldly, "Sympathy for the weak is the greatest disrespect to nature." Brush. Zanpaikuto slashed again, accompanied by an indescribably terrifying Reiatsu. This time, the 4 ninjas didn't even have a chance to panic. With a loud bang, the body suddenly turned into a blood mist. The 6-tailed man Yuli Bubble knelt on the ground in despair, letting the lingering blood spill on his face, and he was unable to move. The 278th chapter Soil Spider Cocoon, for subscription. With a single swipe, Aizen's powerful power was clearly and vividly displayed. This is an unequal battle, and an unfair battle. There is no so-called dignity between the strong and the weak, only thorough crushing. The shattering of self-esteem is only powerless scream, the fall of the head is just the destruction of fate, and the loss of life is just the doom of the rules. The resistance of the weak in front of the strong is like a man's arm acting as a vehicle, unable to stop the advancing wheels at all. Boom! There was a strong smell of blood in the air, and under the pressure of the spiritual pressure, the bodies of the 5 people turned into a blood mist and floated in the air. I have to say, these misty ninjas are pitiful. They loyally served Ninja Village, and even at the temporary moment, they left with regret. Foam's face was pale, and as a 6-tailed man, he had a premonition of his own destiny. Fate made people, when he finally stood at the forked intersection. Loneliness, disappointment, hesitation, and cruel emotions permeated his heart. Foam recalled his own life experience, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his clear eyes. Unlucky 11. The most painful thing in the world is not birth, old age, sickness and death. But the journey of life is short, but full of eternal loneliness. The most painful thing in the world is not eternal loneliness, but seeing hope and longing, but being unable to do anything. On the verge of death, Bubbles' thoughts fell into confusion. He was only in his 20s, and his short life was full of many tragedies and misfortunes. The tragedy when he was young not only ruined his life, but also ruined the fetters he has always insisted on. Since then, Bubble no longer believes in mentorship. This kind of thing is nasty, it's filthy, it's vile. Endless escape career, many escapes, and gradually grow up in adversity. After so many years passed, Bubbles finally grew into a powerful ninja. It's a pity that the new fetters have not yet been created, and this former UI genius is about to perish. I'm not willing to die like this. Foam's fists clenched angrily, and the chakra in his body even became disordered because he was too angry. As a result, the chakra that suppressed the tailed beast became slack, causing the power of the 6 tails to get out of control and continuously pour out of the body. Gurgling. A red bubble appeared, and the bubble's pupils turned crimson. He roared angrily, and a layer of tailed beast chakra coat appeared on the surface of his body. The tailed beast turned violent. As the emotions became more and more angry, the concentration of the bubbles became denser, and the 6 tails' breath became more obvious. 1, 2, 3. When the 6th tail appeared, a powerful force surged out of his body, and he broke through the oppression of the blue dye spiritual pressure. Roar. The appearance of the bubble has completely changed, and he no longer has the appearance of Toshiro. Instead, it transformed into a tailed beast, and the whole body was covered with a layer of bright red tailed beast chakra. 6-tailed rhino. The 6-tailed rhinoceros is huge and looks like a white slug. Very similar to Sonade's psychic beast slug. It has 2 tentacles on top of its head. Although it is not as domineering and mighty as other tailed beasts, its strength should not be underestimated. In a completely runaway state, it exudes a trembling aura. At this time, the bubble has lost its sanity and is completely dominated by the tyrannical breath. The chakra of the 6-tailed beast poured out frantically, forming a high-density black energy bomb. It swallowed the shrunken energy bomb and spit it out, and then spit it out towards Aizen. Tailed beast Jade. Tailed beast Jade? It's really irritable. But why do you think the tailed beast Jade can hit me? Aizen didn't even lift his eyelids, and chants fell from his mouth. Heaven's favored son, a city wall built of iron. The dragon walks, the lion roars, the tiger roars, and the wolf rushes, cutting off the heaven and the earth before it collapses. The 81 binding Tao, break the sky. A light curtain appeared out of thin air, like an airtight city wall. With a loud bang, the tailed beast Jade bombarded the light curtain, shaking out a burst of violent energy. Unfortunately, the light curtain is naturally intact. Relying on brute force, but being taken over by anger, turning yourself into a beast. Yet the power you can command is so insignificant, the result is ironic. Aizen calmly looked at the completely tailed beast like foam, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Roar. The 6-tailed rhino roared up to the sky, and chakra was incorporated into his voice, which turned out to be a sound pressure. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread in the air, and gradually spread to the faraway soil spider fortress. The sudden roar broke the silence in the fortress. Of vicissitudes of life, a pure girl ran out of the house. Especially the girl, her heart is beating even more and her expression is nervous. Her name is Cocoon. She is the granddaughter of the leader of the Earth Spider family, the servant, and the heir to the forbidden art of the Earth Spider family. During this period of time, she came across the six-tailed person Yuli bubble, and followed the opponent to practice ninjutsu. The teacher she kept talking about was not recognized by the other party. Foam has been wary of the Cocoon, leaving an invisible barrier between the two. It's him, Mr. Foam. He's in danger. Cocoon's face was pale, and her heart was inexplicably sad. The girl's mind is pure. Her dream is to be as strong as a bubble. When you see a person you long for in danger, you must stand up no matter what. Unbi, you must save him. The girl ran out desperately, trying to save the bubble. That pair of white rabbits is fascinating. But rushing up will only ruin your life. Unbi was anxious, he didn't want to take risks, and he didn't want to kill his life for no reason. Because Cocoon bears the inheritance of the forbidden arts of the Earth Spider family. If you can't help you because of fear, what's the difference between that and abandoning your feelings? Cocoon fan clenched her fists tightly and scolded her angrily. The innocence and kindness made her disregard her own danger. In the end, seeing the girl so resolute, the escaping guard was heavy with a sigh. He followed Cocoon to the other side. On the other side of the cliff, Aizen pressed into the six-tailed rhinoceros, and the Zanpakuto in his hand flickered with cold light. Just as Aizen was about to swing the Zanpakuto, the silhouettes of Cocoon and Dunbei appeared in his field of vision. There are a few more unsightly floating dusts, then I will eliminate you together. An unparalleled killing intent emerged from Aizen's body. Chapter 279 What is a lie? Please subscribe. There are a few more unsightly floating dusts, then I will eliminate you together. Unparalleled killing intent poured out, and the other two seemed to be in a 10,000-year ice cave. Although Aizen was close at hand, he seemed to feel that there were thousands of mountains and rivers between them, and he couldn't touch them at all. It seems that a small step is close, but it is separated by thousands of worlds, because there are too many levels between the two. Master Bubble. Cocoon stretched out her palm. She wanted to save Foam's life, but there was nothing she could do. This kind of feeling of only watching helplessly is quite uncomfortable, casting a shadow on her pure heart. Miss, do you regret this decision now? Dunbei murmured helplessly. He had long expected the ending to be like this. Under such a huge spiritual pressure, they are not even qualified to approach Aizen within 100 meters. Because an overly powerful Reiatsu will instantly lose their lives. Breathing hard, like being strangled by someone, their first instinct was to suffocate. Aizen didn't even look at the two of them directly, but turned her eyes to the other side, and said coldly, after watching the show for so long, you should come out as well, the clan of the Earth Spider. When Aizen's words fell, the place where he looked, the ground suddenly burst, and countless cracks spread around like cobwebs. The spiritual pressure that had been condensed into essence completely turned into a spiritual pressure ocean, and formed a strange landscape. Above is the crystal clear Reiatsu ocean, and below is the cracked ground. Wow! A man with bright purple short hair and black eyes screamed, and his body involuntarily popped out of the hidden woods. He fell heavily to the ground, and the bones all over his body were almost shattered. This man's name is White Wolf, who used to be a genius of the Earth Spider family. His father died for guarding the forbidden art, and later he betrayed the Tuspid family, pursued independence, and led a group of subordinates. He inquired about the secret technique of the Earth Spider clan hidden in the cocoon, and wanted to activate the forbidden technique in Ying's body to conquer the world. It's a pity that his spring and autumn dreams were defeated by cruel reality before they even started. Bai Lang, who fantasized about becoming an overlord, met the real overlord, Aizen, who stepped into the throne of the sky with half a foot. Blue. Aizen plus medical starling, Bai Lang has been lurking around for a long time. He inquired about the whereabouts of foam through his subordinates, and after learning that his identity is the six-tailed man Yulai, he longed to obtain the power of the six-tailed. He was deliberately lurking beside the soil spider fortress, monitoring Cocoon's every move, just to plot a forbidden technique. Originally, Bai Lang was holding the dream of killing two birds with one stone this time, but he didn't expect an arrow in the knee, and he was lying in the grass while hiding. If I'm not mistaken, you should also belong to the Earth Spider clan. But you have been lurking in the woods from beginning to end, watching the granddaughter of the war traveler get injured but indifferent. You must hate the Earth Spider clan? Aizen said lightly. How many words of resentment, how many blood and tears of resentment, and how much murderous intent. I can see the strong hatred in your eyes. It's ironic. Even in the last moments of life, the weak human beings who used to be of the same family cannot avoid killing each other. This is the real sadness of the weak. Bai Lang was not reconciled, his hands were deeply embedded in the ground, and he roared, "What do you know? You cold-blooded devil, a devil with blood on your hands. It is because of you who started the war, my parents back then. Guy will die because of the forbidden art. One day, if the forbidden art is in hand, blood will stain half the sky of the ninja world. It's ridiculous. It's just a self-deceiving lie to blame the failure on others. Because the lie itself is a secret room. The corpse inside is the truth we fear." Aizen stepped in front of Bai Lang, he raised his two fingers, and said indifferently, "The most terrible lie in this world is that you know it is a lie, but it becomes the truth in front of you, the truth about death." The fourth one, Bai Lang. A dazzling white thunder shot out from between his fingers and penetrated Bai Lang's head in an instant. Bai Lang's expression was sluggish, his eyes widened and empty. Until the moment of death, his eyes were still full of disbelief. Indeed, White Wolf saw a corner of the future. But he saw the disaster side. He didn't see the glorious moment of reaching the peak of the ninja world, but only the moment of his own death. The genius of the Earth Spider clan has fallen so sadly. A passerby is always a passerby, no matter how hard he tries, he can never get on the stage. Because the protagonist of this world's stage has long been destined to be performed by Aizen. The betrayal that is visible to the naked eye is the easiest to spot. The granddaughter of the servant walker, I have cleaned up the betrayal for you. Well, it's time to end this boring game. Aizen calmly walked past Cocoon and Dunbei, and walked towards the six-tailed rhinoceros. When Aizen passed by them, the two of them were completely spread out on the ground, breathing became more and more difficult, and their eyelids were heavy and weak. The blood in the body was almost stagnant under the majestic spiritual pressure. Cocoon and Dunbei have reached the end of their lives. For two weak ants, Aizen disdains in hands. If you want to remove the ups and downs, you only need to rely on the spiritual pressure, that's all. 63 of the way of binding, lock and lock. Abandoning the chanting Dao binding technique, a thick snake-shaped chain wrapped around the six-tailed rhinoceros, preventing it from moving. At the same time, Aizen has come to it. The arm was raised, and the sharp Zanpakuto slashed mercilessly, and a rainbow of blood flew through the air. Roar! The six-tailed rhinoceros wailed in pain. The chakra coat on its body gradually faded, and the tailed beast's power was no longer able to support the tailed beast. The bubble returned to its original state, turning into the handsome man in the sky blue robe. As expected of the six-tailed man you lie, it seems that I underestimated you. I wanted to cut you into two pieces with one knife. Aizen frowned slightly, and then said calmly, but it doesn't matter, in this state, Bennu can still absorb the power of the six tails. At this moment, there was the sound of hurried footsteps in the forest behind. Lan Ran turned to look, but saw an old man who was vicissitudes of life but was walking the pace of dragons and tigers. The leader of the root organization, Shimura Danzo. P.S. The time has come for the angry grass Danzo, fancy hanging. Chapter 280 Irony Encounter, subscribe. Shimura Danzo. This old man, who has been in a high position for a long time and is not angry and self-righteous, controls the supreme power of Konoha. Looking at the entire Konoha, except for the Hokage of the past dynasties, Danzo has the greatest power. He is not only the leader of Root, but also a disciple of the second-generation Hokage Senjuto Byaranma, and the competitor of the third-generation Hokage Saryutobi Higen. Shimura Danzo has great prejudice against the Uchiha clan, and is one of the top executives of Konoha who ordered the extermination of the Uchiha clan. It is also because of his cruelty and scheming that indirectly led to the tragedy of Uchiha's genocide. Although Danzo looks like a man with endless majesty on the outside, in fact, deep down inside, he hides a hint of timidity. During the Ninja World War, Danzo and Saryutobi Hisan belonged to the team led by the second-generation Hokage. The two regarded each other as competitors and had been competing with each other. In a certain battle, the second-generation Hokage team was chased by the Golden Horn troops of the Cloud Ninja Village. The team members discussed that one of them should be used as a bait to lure the enemy, so as to ensure the smooth retreat of the other teammates. Although Danzo had the intention of volunteering to be the bait, he was timid and did not say 377 at the critical moment. At this time, Richian stepped forward and offered to let himself be the bait. However, the second-generation Hokage decided to personally serve as the bait for the future of Konoha and Ninja Village. Before leaving, he applauded Hisan's behavior and made Hisan the next Hokage. This is the first time Danzo has missed the throne of Hokage. The second time was the throne of the 4 generations of Hokage. Shimura Danzo was finally defeated by the genius Orochimaru and the more talented Minato Namikaze, and the throne of Hokage died again. Even when the talent of Konoha withered, he failed to become the 5th Hokage as he wished. Danzo's ninja career looks beautiful, but it's actually a tragedy. From start to finish, he was just a spare tire. Of course, there are times when the spare tire can counterattack. When the big sister Tsunade was captured by Aizen, Shimura Danzo finally got his wish and became Hokage. More ironically, Danzo was once Aizen's head. A few months ago Shimura Danzo even used Aizen as a chess piece, trying to use him to get rid of Gaara. In fact, all of this is just Danzo's wishful thinking. It wasn't that he used Aizen, but he was used by Aizen. Aizen and medical star Shimura Danzo. Aizen and Danzo's eyes are intertwined in the air, but their moods are very different. Danzang's mood fluctuates, and the 5 flavors are mixed. There is anger, killing intent, shock, remorse, and even more fear. In just a few months, their identities and attitudes have completely changed. During the time when he was lurking in Konoha, Aizen disguised in front of Danzo because he did not want to reveal his identity. Danzo was at the top at that time, enjoying the respect of the members of the Root organization, sitting on the guard and looking down at Aizen. Today, even though Aizen is standing still, Shimura Danzo still feels palpitations. He couldn't see through Aizen's eyes, let alone guess Aizen's thoughts. Aizen is a mystery, completely different from the gentle and humble genius he remembered. What's the matter, Danzo Shimura? I seem to see a trace of shock in your eyes. The corner of Lan Ran's mouth raised a sarcastic smile, and sneered, it's not that you chose me, but I chose you. HMPH. carrying the name of betrayal and forbearance, and even uttering wild words. Shimura Danba calmly loosened the bandage in his hand, and ordered, "Furuo, you to take cover. I'm going to unseal the seal on my right hand." "Don't worry, Danzo-sama." Shan Zhongfeng and Oil Girl Tigan flashed, standing on both sides of Shimura Danzo. Their sworn promises, but trembling words betrayed them. Facing Aizen, who was as calm as autumn water, the two felt inexplicable panic. Perhaps, this is the so-called aura unique to the strong, right? Crack. Danzo unbuttoned the button on his right hand and removed the deeply embedded button nails. He raised his head and said vigilantly, "Aizen's strength is even more unpredictable, you have to be careful. Pay more attention to his ability to control the five senses." Clear. The mountain stroke and the oily girl are ready to take root. The two of them looked at each other and said tacitly, using the old way to cover each other's attacks. Suddenly, the figure of the oil girl Tigan flashed and appeared on Aizen's right side. He waved his backhand and shot a shuriken containing chakra. Of course, however, a scene that made him unbelievable appeared. Aizen just raised a finger and easily blocked the shuriken's attack. How can that be? Just when the oil girl Fukusian was in shock, Shan Zhongfeng, who was waiting for an opportunity, finally made her move. He made a seal on his hands and used the special secret technique of the mountain family. Ninjutsu, the art of turning the heart. He released his spirit and tried to occupy Aizen's body. Once successful, he can freely control Aizen's body for a short period of time. The timing of Shan Zhongfeng's shot was tricky and vicious. He calculated the timing, and his majestic spirit was aimed at Aizen. Ninjutsu activated. Ha! I succeeded. Shan Zhongfeng exhaled a turbid breath. He saw Aizen's body motionless, and mistakenly thought he was in control of the other party's body. It turned out to be successful. Even Shimura Danzo was surprised. He didn't believe Aizen would be defeated so easily. But Aizen did not move. The facts in front of them told them that Aizen's body was indeed under control. Then, raise the knife in your hand and commit suicide, Aizen Keimaku. Yamazakaka folded his hands together, trying to control Aizen to commit suicide by swinging his sword. However, he found that his ninjutsu was ineffective. People are always deceived by what they see with the naked eye, which is the behavior of the weak. Aizen did raise the Zanpaikuto, and Kyoka Suizuki lifted it into the air, but instead of committing suicide, she slashed towards the front. At the moment when the blade fell, the bodies of Tajin and Shan Zhongfeng burst into a cloud of blood, which dissipated in this world. Aizen stared at Danzo and provocatively said, "Shimura Danzo, speaking of which, you have to thank me for being Hokage. Then, let's see the power of that interesting right arm of yours." If I guess correctly, I'm afraid there are a lot of writing will eyes hidden in it. Chapter 281 The Secret of Danzo, for subscription. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a lot of writing wheels on your right arm, right? Aizen's words were like a heavy hammer, and instantly made Danzo's face change in shock. He couldn't keep his calm any longer, because this sealed right arm had always been his biggest secret. Danzo has been carefully concealing this secret for many years, but he didn't expect to be easily seen through by Aizen. "How did you know?" Shimura Danzo was surprised. At this time, he hadn't even unlocked the seal on his right hand. "From the beginning. I saw it from the beginning." Aizen said jokingly, "Do you remember that night? You specially sent 2 subordinates to take me to the secret stronghold. At that time, you were sitting in the first place with your arms flat on both ends." "Even so what?" Danzo was puzzled. "Because the posture of your right hand laying flat is very common, but there is a clue. Because of the iron, there is a slight difference in the height of your 2 arms lying flat. It is this that makes me notice that your right hand is coming out that peculiar wave. Although your right arm has been sealed, You can avoid chakras detection, but you can't avoid my spiritual pressure. Aizen ignored the frowning Danzo, and continued, since then, I have been expecting you to reveal your strength. Your patience is beyond my expectations. Even in the war of destruction, you still did not take action. Let it be Orochimaru slashed against Saryutobi. Perhaps, watching Saryutobi beheaded to death is what you wished to happen? Shimura Danzo had a rare silence. Although he wanted to refute Aizen's words, he was unable to say it. Aizen was right. Danzo hoped that the 3 generations of Hokage would die. As early as that year, he once sent someone to assassinate the 3 generations of Hokage, but unfortunately he failed to do so. As long as the 3 generations of Hokage are alive, they will always be on his head. Whether it was out of ambition or jealousy, Shimura Danzo really wanted Saryutobi his aunt to die. Sure enough, I have always suspected you, but I have never found any flaws. I can only say that your disguise is too perfect, and you have concealed the decades of experience of the old man. Shimura Danzo's words showed obvious remorse. He once hated himself for not making the first shot and strangling Aizen in the cradle. However, this was still his wishful thinking. Even Aizen at that time had the strength to compete with Danzo. Since you know the old man's secret, you must also know that I have the ability to resist illusion, right? Shimura Danzo is calm, and he is also aware of Aizen's ability to manipulate the 5 senses. He didn't believe that Aizen could perform illusions silently, not to mention that he hadn't seen Aizen move. You think you have mastered the weakness of this old man, so why don't I master your weakness? Danzo Shimura sneered. In the main draw of the Chunin exam, you held the blade with your backhand. You should be performing some kind of ritual, right? If I'm not mistaken, if you want to perform illusion, you have to go through that kind of ceremony, right? At that time, Shimura Danzo was also present. He was at the top of the stand and witnessed Aizen's action. When Aizen suddenly came back to life, Danzo immediately analyzed the key to Aizen's illusion through clues. Similarly, the reason why he was so confident was because he didn't see Aizen holding the hilt with his backhand, so he thought that absolute hypnosis had no effect. As expected of the old fox who has manipulated the dark side of Konoha for many years, it is rare to see through the key to Jinwashuayu. After saying this, Aizen suddenly paused and said in a deep voice, however, I want to ask you, when did you make the mistake of not using Jinwashuayu? Sleep. In an instant, a panic burst into my heart. Shimura Danzo's face changed in shock, he quickly retreated, and the seal in his hand was finally completely undone. When he undid the cloth belt wrapped around his arm, a horrifying scene was revealed. On that wrinkled arm, there are actually more than a dozen writing wheels. When all the writing wheel eyes felt the long-lost sunlight, they turned at the same time. Even Aizen, who has always been calm, frowned slightly when he saw this disgusting scene. Aizen said indifferently, sure enough, there are a lot of writing round eyes. What's the matter with the eye on your right hand? It's a long story. This matter is very complicated. Shimura Danzo's calm response seemed to be immune to such disgusting things. Forget it, listening to your explanation will only increase my displeasure. Aizen pulled out the Zanpakuto, and an indescribable terrifying spirit burst out of her body. He has already moved to kill, and wants to completely kill Danzo. Self-sacrifice. This is the ninja. There is no chance to bathe in the sun, and it is the hero who hides in the shadows. From ancient times to the present. This is the true face of the ninja. It's not just me, even many ninjas have this kind of mission all their lives. Shimura Danzo put his hands out and sighed, this world. Only on the bright side can't function. Thanks to those people, peace can be maintained. This is the true meaning of the roots. It's ironic. It took you 2 years to lead the root organization, But you didn't realize the real meaning. Shimura Danzo waved his right fist and rushed towards Aizen aggressively. He will use this sinful right arm to penetrate Aizen's chest and crush his heart. Clang. At the moment when the two of them crossed each other's bodies, a crisp voice sounded. With the swing of the Zanpei Kuto, Shimura Danzo's body shattered into two halves, turning into a cloud of blood. Everything originally operates according to certain rules. Just like ants, gods. There is no chance for the two to meet at all. The eyes are red, and blood and tears are left. The ants are betting everything on themselves, soul, dignity, and life. After all, it is unavoidable. The end of the fall. Aizen continued, an ant is an ant, and it will only distort the truth all its life. In the end, an ant is only worthy of trembling. He swung the Zanpei Kuto, and threw away the blood droplets adhering to the blade. Just as Aizen was about to retract the Zanpei Kuto, his movements stagnated, and a rare glimpse of surprise appeared in his eyes. I saw Shimura Danzo's voice coming from behind Aizen. That's right, Aizen plus medical treatment, you pao hu I lao yi king ostrich, gnawing cup jia, and chatting with illusions. Let's decide the outcome. Chapter 282 Izanagi, for subscription. Aizen frowned slightly. He had already killed Danzo, why did the latter resurrect again? Illusion? Impossible. Aizen turned around and stared at Shimura Danzo in surprise. With the knife just now, he really felt Shimura Danzo's vitality was passing. Why did he come back to life again? Your attack power is beyond my expectations. Just an ordinary slash can instantly kill me. Shimura Danzo stood on a high platform not far away, and he looked down at Aizen solemnly. Even if he has a secret technique, he is still afraid of 3 points. It's really interesting, to be able to come back from the dead, you must have mastered some kind of forbidden technique. Aizen's mood only fluctuated a little, and then returned to calm. He looked at Danzo with great interest, trying to find out the truth. Since you don't want to say it, then I have to find out the truth myself. Aizen stepped out one step and came to Danzo in an instant. Even Danzo didn't sense this terrifying space movement technique. It wasn't until he was cut in half by Aizen that he realized that Aizen's figure had appeared behind him. Aizen still frowned, and at the moment Danzo died, he sensed a faint chakra wave with his spiritual pressure. The source of this fluctuation seems to be Shimura Danzo. Wind escape, vacuum ball. Shimura Danzo made a seal on his hands, and spit out hundreds of vacuum balls from his mouth, smashing them towards Aizen. However, the seemingly ferocious ninjutsu is like hitting a stone with an egg. Aizen easily destroyed all the vacuum balls with just Reiatsu. Wind escape, vacuum. The first time failed, and Shimura Danzo was about to launch a second attack, but his body was suddenly cut off by laziness, and even the disgusting right arm was broken at the root. Die again. After only 10 seconds, Shimura Danzo's figure reappeared on another high platform. He looked down at Aizen condescendingly and sneered, "It's useless, with your ability, it's impossible to kill me." Wow. Danzo's voice just fell, and his expression changed in vain, from arrogant to unbelievable. He looked down at his abdomen, only to find Jinyu Shuayu penetrated his body for the third time. At this moment, as expected by Aizen, Shimura Danzo's figure reappeared, resurrecting for the fourth time. Every death is a one-hit kill. Aizen has the power to easily kill Shimura Danzo, but he has never been able to kill him completely. This kind of weird thing was finally seen through by Aizen. Every time you die, when there is a subtle change in the chakra in your body, that's when you start ninjutsu. Aizen sneered, the previous deaths were real, but they were illusory. Every time you die, the wheel eye on your right arm will close one eye. It's enough to see the wheel eye on your right hand. It must have something to do with this technique. According to the number of eyes, such as if you guessed correctly, this is the pupil technique that is considered a forbidden technique in the Uchiha clan, Izanagi, right? Shimura Danzo was stunned, his face gradually changed, from winning to gloomy. He underestimated Aizen's insight and broke Izanagi's secret in an instant. Izanagi, in a very short period of time. The damage the caster receives, and even the unfavorable state including death, can be transformed into a dream state. Moreover, the favorable state such as the caster's attack can be turned into reality. It is the ultimate illusion that can freely control the boundaries between illusion and reality, and release it on oneself. The reason why Aizen knew Izanagi's secret was entirely dependent on Orochimaru. Back then, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo had secret cooperation. More importantly, the Mudan cells on Shimura Danzo also relied on the transplantation of Orochimaru. Coupled with the fact that Orochimaru was madly infatuated with Shenyan, he naturally learned of the existence of this forbidden technique. Also, the eyes that use Izanagi will lose their light and can never be opened again. The number of eyes. The effective time of using Izanagi must be different for everyone. HMPH, it seems that I underestimated you, Aizen Keimuku. I didn't expect you to know the secrets of the Uchiha clan so thoroughly. Shimura Danzo snorted angrily and said, but it doesn't matter, you just need to know that I have the ability to manipulate dreams and reality. Even if this ability is not permanent, I am immortal. No matter how many times you swing the blade, neither can kill me. Funny, every 60 seconds, the number of eyes will decrease by 1. This means that the number of eyes on your arm represents the time when Izanagi will activate. Aizen said sarcastically, you still have 5 eyes, which means you still have 300 seconds. Unless you can defeat me within these 300 seconds, then death will await you. Damn. Aizen's power is too strong. If you want to defeat him, you can only rely on this trick. Shimura Danzo untied the tape wrapped around his right eye, revealing a writing wheel. This eye is different. It is an eye obtained from Shunshi Shishui. It has special abilities and is one of the highest pupil techniques. Enter the opponent's mind to manipulate, and let the opponent feel the same technique as the real experience with his own will, and the man who is manipulated will not find out. Just when Shimura Danzo completely untied the cloth belt, Aizen swung a knife again, beheading him again. Shimura Danzo was equally troubled because he couldn't catch the trace of Aizen at all. The Pika of Shunpa caused his vision to fail to keep up with the 4-point movement trail, leaving him with no chance to attack. The two sides were deadlocked, and in the blink of an eye, only one of the 5 eyes on Shimura Danzo's arm remained. This time, Aizen held Jinyu Shuayu and walked towards Danzo step by step, but he did not use Shunpo. Shimura Danzo was ecstatic in his heart, his eyes were aimed at Aizen. His right eye closed suddenly, and he activated the pupil technique. Just as his eyes were about to fall on Aizen's body, Kyoka Shuayu's blade also penetrated his body. Shimura Danzo's mouth overflowed with blood, and he said with a stern smile, I won. Aizen added a doctor, Upa or Huai, and a flounder cabin to consume my best eye, and I have already controlled your brain. Suddenly, Danzo's face changed because he suddenly realized that this feeling of death was real. Chapter 283 The rotten roots will eventually wither, for subscription. Danzang's face was pale, and he felt the same heart-piercing pain from his abdomen. The victory smile sketched on the corner of his mouth had not stopped before it was replaced by a tragic smile. Danzo couldn't believe it, and didn't want to believe it. Didn't he use Yexichi? He could freely control reality and dreams, so what was the pain? Impossible, I still have a wheel eye on my arm. Logically speaking, I should still have 60 seconds of invincibility. How can your blade hurt me? Shimura Danzo was stunned, he looked down at his arm, there was indeed an eye there. Such a strange scene made Danzo panic even more. People are always deceived by what their eyes see, and so are you. Aizen said sarcastically, "What do you rely on to think that what you see is the truth?" "What? You mean illusion?" Danzo is very scheming. How could he not understand Aizen's implication? When he turned his eyes to the right arm again, 11 was horrified to find that the only remaining writing wheel on the arm had disappeared. When exactly did you cast illusion?" Tuanzang was unwilling. He didn't expect to be tricked when the victory was in his hands. However, despite his anger, he was still puzzled. Because Danzo never saw Aizen holding the blade with his backhand. Isn't it necessary to go through a ritual to perform the illusion of manipulating the five senses? Shimura Danzo asked hastily with his eyes wide open. He didn't underestimate Aizen's illusion, but he was always on guard. However, from the very beginning, Danzo went into a misunderstanding. He always believed that Aizen had to hold the hilt with his backhand in order to activate Kyoka Suizuki's illusion. This view is both right and wrong. To initiate absolute hypnosis, you really need a ritual. However, that was limited to the first time the power of Jinghu Suiyu was activated. That is, absolute hypnosis is permanently effective. Shimura Danzo was absolutely hypnotized in the Chunin exam a few months ago. Aizen doesn't need to start the ceremony, and he can let Danzo see what he thinks at will. In other words, the one on Danzo's arm rote wheel eyes are just an illusion of absolute hypnosis. When Shimura Danzo's unwilling question, Aizen ignored him, but suddenly pulled out the blade. Scarlet blood splattered everywhere, Danzo's blood vessels were cut off, and his death was a foregone conclusion. The main round of the Chunin exam. Aizen responded indifferently, "What I think is the truth is just an illusion, stupid human. Let me tell you the truth, as long as you see the moment when the mirror flower and water moon begin to resolve, you will be absolutely hypnotized for the rest of your life." Hearing Aizen's words, Danzo despaired. He suddenly recalled that before the battle, Aizen once asked him, "When did you have the illusion that I didn't use Kyoka Suizuki?" Desperate eyes, gradually icy body. Shimura Danzo was unwilling to die like this. With the last of his strength, he tore off his clothes, revealing his wrinkled chest. "For the sake of the ninja world, for the sake of Konoha, I must not let you continue to live, Aizen Kajimuku." Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed with madness, and he laughed madly. "This is the seal of the four images of the lily. As long as you hit this technique, I will definitely be able to drag you to Huangquan together." His chest burst suddenly, and countless black lines rushed towards the surroundings, forming a unique boundary wall around him. Shimura Danzo looked up at the sky. The lonely figure looked a little tragic under the blazing sun. His ending was both honorable and regrettable. A view that has been pursued for years has finally become a reality. Sacrifice for the future of the village, turning it into nourishment to nourish the big tree Konoha. / Looks like it's my turn this time. Shimura Danzo felt that the vitality in his body was gradually disappearing, and sighed regretfully. "But I still failed to become the real Hokage in the end. No matter where you go, you can't catch up with you. You are the Konoha bathed in sunlight, and I am the root in the darkness." At the last moment of his life, the corner of Shimura Danzo's mouth showed a gratifying arc. He suddenly realized that all the hard work over the past few decades was worth it. Until this moment, he really understood the meaning of the will of fire. Young people are the hope for the future, and the older generation should trust and guard them. The sacrifice of the older generation is not meaningless, but will inspire young people to become pillars of the future. Will of fire. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is also endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Sanjun, how would you treat this kind of thing like this? When the arc expands to the maximum, the vitality in the body completely dissipates. Shimura Danzo lost with satisfaction. The powerhouse who had controlled the power of Konoha for decades, finally fell 550. Boom. At the same time, the black encirclement formed by the Li Sixiang sealing technique was finally fixed. With a loud bang, it suddenly exploded. The huge chakra formed an energy storm that swept the quartet surging, even Aizen was included. After a long time, when this energy storm subsided, this battlefield became a ruin. Except for the dying six-tailed human pillar, there is nothing, which shows how powerful the seal of the four elephants is. Boom. There was another crisp sound. If Shimura Danzo hadn't died, he would definitely not want to see this scene. Aizen was surrounded by four transparent light curtains, and the energy storm hit the crotch unscathed. Breaking the down 81, breaking the air. Aizen looked at Danzo, who was almost turned to ashes, with a look of disdain in his eyes. He killed Shimura Danzo as easily as pinching an ant. Poor Danzo, who has the heart of a king, can only tremble in front of the stronger. I need your strength, Rocktails, and you can use your abilities for me. Aizen took a step, calmly walking towards the six-tailed human pillar force bubble. Even after a fierce battle, he was still in prime form. Chapter 284 Konoha's decision. Every time the footsteps land, it announces the coming of death. The sound of heavy footsteps, like the death knell that went deep into the soul, sounded the death bell of the six-tailed manjari. The foam lay dying on the ground. Originally, he was almost split in half by Aizen, but due to the impact of the four-image sealing technique, his injuries became more serious. If it weren't for the power of the six tails in his body, he would have died long ago. A few seconds later, Aizen came to him. The surroundings were silent, and the thumping sound of Bennu could be heard again. Aizen took the Bennu out of her arms and placed it on the foamy abdomen with a bang. So far, everything has come naturally. The seal of the four elephants was broken, and the chakra of the six-tailed rhinoceros poured out frantically, infiltrating into the collapsing jade. What? The screams before dying broke the silence again. The foam eyelids were heavy, and he didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. As the six-tailed chakra dissipated, he glanced at the world with nostalgia, and was finally relieved. Huh? With the last trace of chakra pouring into Bennu, Bennu awakened again. Bang bang. Bang bang. Whenever this familiar beating sound sounds, it heralds the return of another 10 blades. This time, Aizen did not rush to summon, but left the forbidden area of the Earth Spider clan and returned to the Land of Fields. But before she left, Aizen came to the cocoon of the Earth Spider, and even took out the forbidden technique sealed in her body. This forbidden technique is powerful, and the longer the singing time, the larger the range. In the extreme state, it can even easily destroy a village. Absorb the six-tailed chakra and take the soil, the forbidden art of the spider family. Aizen took the shot personally and defeated the enemy simply and neatly. The autumn wind is bleak, but the blazing sun remains the same. On the blood-stained ground, only 3 corpses fell to the ground. The once mighty Shimura Danzo and the Earth Spiders who were once famous in the ninja war all fell sadly in the hands of Aizen like the yellow flowers of yesterday. Instant step. Aizen ignored the corpse on the ground, he stepped out, and his figure disappeared instantly. The reiatsu that made humans tremble also disappeared. After a few hours, the people of the Earth Spider tribe who were hiding in the village swarmed out. When they saw the bloody horror, they were all heartbroken. Beilang, the former genius of the clan, died, the granddaughter and guard of the servant Walker died, and even the forbidden art of the Earth Spider clan was stolen. We must spread the news. Even if it causes ninja turmoil, we must let everyone see Aizen's ruthless heart. The villagers of the Earth Spider clan shouted loudly. In fact, when the battle took place, they had already paid attention, but they did not dare to be involved in this turmoil. They can only grit their teeth and hold grudges, but they are always powerless, just because the power they have is too weak. Gradually, it became hot and dark, and the day came to an end. With the arrival of night, the battle between Danzo and Aizen quietly pervaded the night. Danzo has been famous for a long time, and he is also a famous figure in the whole ninja world, but he died tragically in the wilderness. When the common people were already falling asleep, the ninja world had already caused an uproar. Konoha panicked up and down and suffered a heavy blow. You must know that Danzo fell sadly just a few days after ascending the throne of Hokage, which is called the most tragic Hokage in history. The new parliament building, brightly lit all night, holds emergency meetings. Jiraiya, Koharu, Mitotamon. The three of them frowned, only heavy sighs. You can tell from the expressions on their faces how anxious they really are. How to do? Mitotamon sighed heavily. Alas, it's all the team's own fault. Turning to bed, Zeoshun shook his head regretfully and continued to remain silent. The two Konoha advisors had persuaded Danzo to be extremely vigilant, but they failed to stop Danzo's inflated ambitions. In order to declare his majesty to the ninja world, he decided to arrest Lue himself, but he did not expect to hit the muzzle of the gun. Alas, Danzo's methods are dirty, but he is dedicated to Konoha. Even if we hate him personally, but from the perspective of the village, he can indeed handle a heavy responsibility. Jiraiya said regretfully, although Danzo died, we controlled the power of General. But the throne of Hokage is vacant again. Jiraiya finally said what bothered them the most, that Konoha lost Hokage again. Naruto not only represents rights, but also represents a spirit. The spirit inherited from the first Hokage. It is a selfless dedication that can sacrifice everything for the village. Now, with a lack of spirit, the giant Konoha has become a walking dead. Let's leave Hokage vacant first. No matter what, it's the top priority to stabilize the chaotic situation. Xylai also pondered for a moment and said slowly. That's right, the three of us have no extravagant helps for rights, as long as we work together to stabilize Konoha's danger. Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Kazuya nodded in agreement. I'm more worried about Aizen's next target than Hokage. With a gloomy expression on his face, Jiraiya changed the subject. You mean Uzumaki Naruto? Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Kazuya said at the same time. That's right, from the one-tailed crane to the six-tailed rhinoceros. The six-tailed beasts have all fallen into Aizen's hands. Obviously, his goal is to capture the nine-tailed beasts. Jiraiya said solemnly, I believe that even Nanao will soon fall into their hands. Taking advantage of this gap, we must hurry up and unite the power of the ninja world to protect the Yatai of Unayan village and the nine tails of Konoha. So, we have reached the most difficult step. Turning to bed, Zeoshun sighed. That's right, otherwise I wouldn't teach Naruto Uzumaki the new technique in advance. Fortunately, he has a special physique and has completely mastered the new technique. Next, I plan to teach him how to control the fairy chakra. As long as he can use the fairy mode and cooperate with the power of the nine-tailed demon fox, we are equivalent to having a shadow-level powerhouse. Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Kazuya suddenly realized. They finally understood Jiraiya's intention, which was to pin all their hopes on Naruto Uzumaki. The will of fire must be passed on, from the first Hokage back then to Naruto Uzumaki. Looking at the dark night outside the window, Jiraiya murmured in a low voice, because Naruto is not only the nine-tailed Manjulai, but also the bloodline left over from the fourth Hokage. Chapter 285 Collapse Jade New Function The Land of the Fields. The underground palace. At this moment, everyone gathered here, including Aizen's subordinates, 10 blades, and ninjas. They all greeted the king's triumph like a loyal subject. Everyone, we have already captured the Rocktail's jury. This also means that we are about to welcome a new companion. Aizen took out the Bennu from her bosom, and the bright and transparent Bennu exuded a dazzling light. After seeing the 10 blades, a look of anticipation appeared on your face. If it is in order, the next summon object seems to be Halibel, who ranks third among the 10 blades. Well, if that's right, we'll welcome Haribel next, right? Yami's arms embraced, a meaningful sneer was drawn on the corner of his mouth. It turned out to be that guy. Ulquiorra's face was calm. Is it finally time to meet the top 3 10 blades? Everyone has this idea, but they don't know the last scene in Kikutsacho. Haribel was the only 10 blades left at the time. He single-handedly fought Hitsugai Toshiro and the 2 vice-captains of the Masked Corps. In the end, Aizen did something unexpected in front of everyone. He regarded 780 Halibel as a chess piece and almost killed her with 2 swords. You 10 blades don't know about this. Haribel is pitiful. She returned to the virtual circle and became the ruler after the Battle of Kikutsa Town. In the 1,000-year bloody battle, he led the virtual circle to resist the invasion of the Invisible Empire of the Quincy, and was imprisoned by the Invisible Empire after losing to the enemy. Although Halibel is usually taciturn, she acts cautiously. But she hated the subordinates headed by Toblade and Sara Polo. She holds the Zanpakuto, a short sword with a hollow and broad blade, which can be strengthened by instilling Reiatsu. Although Haribel doesn't care much about her mouth, she just ignores the bickering between the subordinates. In fact, she is extremely obsessed with the 3 subordinates around her, and even when her subordinates are knocked down, she will play for her subordinates. Fight with all your might. Halibel was originally the Great Void of Vast Horde. In the early days, he saved Apache, Mi Rhodes, and Sun Sun, and then acted together to reduce the risk of being attacked by other voids. However, since Halibel has the idea of doing not want to make herself stronger by killing others, even in the face of Dixie who attacked a group of people, she still chooses not to kill and devour her opponent, and believes that the pursuit of sacrifice must pay the price of sacrifice. In the ancient period of the virtual circle at that time did not have a sky cover, and the virtual night palace was just a pile of broken walls. More importantly, Bailey Gang, the owner of the virtual circle at the time. As one of the most powerful Vastords in the virtual circle, Halibel was once invited by Bailey Gang to be his subordinate. However, he eventually rejected him, so he was hated by Bailey Gang. Later, the group encountered the Broken Face who had been slashed by Halibel earlier and held a grudge. Although Halibel tried to protect the other 3, they still lost to the opponent's attack and were seriously injured. At this time, Aizen appeared in front of the 4 of them and solved the Broken Face of Halibel and others who were seriously injured, so Halibel held a grateful attitude towards Aizen. In order to strengthen her strength and protect the other 3, and become a member of Aizen's subordinates. After evolving into a Broken Face, Halibel filled up the vacancy left by Nilu and became the new leader because the former 10-blade Nelly was expelled from the Nether Palace by Nutria and Salapolo. The 3rd blade, and Apache and others also became her subordinate officers. It can be said that Haribel is both lucky and unfortunate. She used to follow Aizen faithfully, but was finally abandoned as a pawn. If it wasn't for Inu Himiyori's ability, Haribel would have died. Aizen got up from the throne, he held up the dazzling Bennu, slowly closed his eyes, and at the same time a figure appeared in his mind. Haribel. That's right, even though he knew that Halibel had hatred for him, Aizen still chose to summon her. Just because Aizen has gradually taken control of Bennu and began to gain Bennu's approval. So he can not only summon, but also play the function of collapsing jade. For example, erasing negative emotions. As we all know, the real power of Bennu is to realize the development of people's inner hopes according to their own thoughts. But there is a premise: The condition is that you need to have the strength to realize this desire. Aizen not only possesses this power, but also has the power to easily obliterate Haribel. More importantly, it absorbed the chakra of the 6 big-tailed beasts. Even if this chakra is consumed, there is still a part left in the collapsed jade. Imperceptibly, Bennu has changed. As Aizen's thoughts moved, Bennu burst into a dazzling blue light. A blue light curtain gradually formed in front of them. A figure like a flower like jade slowly formed in it. In the end, when the light curtain disappeared, the figure revealed its true shadow. It symbolizes healthy brown skin and a pair of green eyes. Haribel has a plump upper circumference, like a pair of plump white rabbits, which makes people addicted. Her long blonde hair was tied into 3 braids, the number was under the right breast, and the hollow hole was under the body. The upper body costume and huge mask cover half of the face to the chest. The 30th blade, Haribel. When Haribel appeared, his brain gradually recovered from a mess to a clear state. Her vision also regained consciousness. When he saw his former companion, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Ulquiorra, Grimjoe, Neutra. Immediately afterwards, when Haribel's gaze shifted to the figure on the throne, her expression became extremely angry. Aizen. She pulled out the Zanpakuto around her waist and slashed at Aizen angrily, but was intercepted by Ulquiorra and the others in midair. Long time no see, Haribel. Aizen smiled slightly, he already knew the result was like this. Anyone who sees an enemy will show a killing intent. Fortunately, he still had a hand. The Bennu in his hand flashed a blue light again, and with a slam, it flew through the air and flew into Haribel's mind. Suddenly, the hatred in her eyes disappeared, replaced by confusion. The next moment, Haribel bent over and said respectfully to Aizen on the throne, "Lord Aizen." Chapter 286 Eagle Squad, for subscription. Country of Thunder. The 2 figures walked side by side. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Obito. How is it, Sasuke, does the power of the kaleidoscope adapt? Obito asked with interest. Although this pupil power is powerful, it is gradually being mastered by me. Sasuke Uchiha responded confidently. His talent is already outstanding, and it is not difficult to control the sudden kaleidoscope power. TSK, the task of catching Ya this time will be handed over to you. Obito seemed to have thought about it for a long time, and he added, "Don't worry, of course I won't let you single-handedly execute the arrest of the 8 tails. For this, I also prepared a special gift." Obito smiled meaningfully, and the writing wheel on the swirl mask turned. In an instant, the space in front of him distorted, and 2 figures emerged from the vortex. A young man with white hair and a big knife on his back. He has some jagged teeth and carries a scroll and water bottle around his waist. The boy's dream is to revive the title of 7 Ninja Swordsman, and make this title famous in the ninja world. This young man's name is Ghost Lamp Shuayu, and he is a Ghost Lamp family who came out of the village of Blood and Mist in the country of water. Possessing the secret art of water escape and the ability to liquefy any part of the body, but because of this, he is afraid of thunder escape ninjutsu. He is a genius with knives, just like his elder brother Gaingman. The other is a very burly boy with orange hair and orange pupils. His name is Tianping Chongo. Chongo is very tall, at least 2 meters tall, and even if he looks at the entire ninja world, he is one of the best. Shijigo can understand the language of animals. He has a dual personality, is usually honest, and has a strong tendency to kill when he is irritable. He is a man who has been called a Libra by the villagers. He is the source of the spell, and he is born with the ability to absorb natural energy. Once it stays in a place with strong natural energy, it will become immortal, but it will go berserk because it cannot be controlled. Chongwu's immortal transformation was later studied by Orochimaru and copied into a curse seal. Chongo is a person with a dual personality. He is usually honest, but if he has more natural energy around him, he will go berserk, and he will not be able to control the urge to kill. So he was very confused. But Chongwu is not the most miserable person. He met Junmaliu and was rescued by Junmaliu. Since then, Chongwu and Junmaliu have become best friends, and Junmaliu has also become the support of Chongwu's spirit. However, not long ago, Junmaliu died of a terminal illness, and Shijigo lost his only spiritual support. But when he was under the command of Orochimaru, he once met Sasuke. He knew of Sasuke's existence, and he also understood that Junmaro valued Sasuke's ability. Sasuke, who was sullen under Aizen's command, saved Shijigo's life by accident. After learning Shijigo's secret again, Sasuke promises that he will succeed Junmaro as the one who saves him. From then on, Shijigo was grateful and regarded Sasuke as a good friend. He also regarded Sasuke as the relic of his benefactor Junmaro, and swore in his heart that he would sacrifice his life to protect Sasuke. Even after Sasuke escaped from Aizen, Shijigo still put Sasuke first. Therefore, Shijigo will never allow anyone who wants to interfere with Sasuke's will. He wants to imprint Sasuke's life in his eyes. The two of them were gifts from Obito to Sasuke. Obito did not use coercive means to capture Suizuki and Shijigo, but the two sides reached a tacit understanding. Perhaps, the defection of Shuayu and Chongo more represents the wishes of Orochimaru. Orochimaru tried his best to use the means, just to give Akatsuki the power to compete against Aizen and 10 Blades. The judgment of Sasuke, Suizuki, and Shijigo is also the result of Orochimaru's deliberate indulgence. HMPH, Orochimaru, what an interesting guy. Uchiha Obito sneered. He knew Orochimaru's mind and knew that the former Sannin would never surrender willingly. In fact, Obito also needs the secret cooperation of Orochimaru. After all, Aizen's ability is too strong, and even without him taking a shot, he can sweep the ninja world with his 10-blade army alone. You two, follow Sasuke from now on and form a team that belongs to Akatsuki. Obito looked at the two of them and said coldly, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, TSK. I didn't expect two Uchiha tribesmen to exist in the world. Ghost Light Shuayu does not object to Obito's request. His dream is only to collect 7 broadswords. Instead of being trapped in a distant stronghold, it is not reused by Aizen. It is better to defect to Zhao, there may be more opportunities. Tianping Shijigo silently agreed that his only purpose was to protect Sasuke's safety and fulfill his promise to Junmaliu. Ghost Light Shuayu shrugged and said with a smile, so, what's the name of our new team? Eagle Squad. Sasuke looked up at the sky and said firmly, since that's the case, then I'll leave first. The task of the 3 of you is to capture the 8 tails, and the task of capturing the 7 tails will be handed over to Pain. Uchiha Obito's body twisted like a vortex, and finally completely disappeared from the sight of the 3 of them. Let's go, let's search for the trace of the 8-tailed Manjari in the Land of Thunder. Under the leadership of Sasuke, the 3 gradually entered the Land of Thunder with vast landforms. Somewhere in the Land of Thunder, a sparsely populated place. Suddenly, a heavy crash broke the silence. Boom! Unren let out a muffled groan, his neck was restrained by Shuayu, and his entire body hit the barbed wire heavily. Where is the 8 tails? Shuayu tightly restrained Unren's neck and asked coldly. Don't underestimate our family, I won't say anything to you rats. That Unren's face flushed red and he gasped hard. He regards death as if he were at home, and will not reveal the whereabouts of the 8 tails at all. The Yu clan will never betray their comrades no matter what. This is the consciousness of being a ninja. Blood spilled from the corner of Unren's mouth, and he said word by word. Shuayu, get out of the way. Let me deal with him. Sasuke approached step by step, and said indifferently, a timid heart will give birth to a gap. He closed his eyes, and then his right eye suddenly opened. In an instant, the hexagram kaleidoscope appeared. Unprepared, Unren was in a trance, and was cast into an illusion by the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Tell me, where is Yatsui? Sasuke asked coldly. Un could not bear to tell the truth uncontrollably. Unlegorge, he is cultivating there. Chapter 287, Eight-Tailed Manjuli, Kyarabi Cloud Canyon, where he is cultivating. Un endured the control of the illusion, and revealed the whereabouts of the eight tails in an unconscious state. A smile rose from the corners of the mouths of Ghostlight Shuayu, Uchiha Sasuke, and Tianping Shijigo. I didn't expect it to be so simple. In particular, Ghostlight Shuayu was deeply moved by Kaleidoscope Shaker. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he murmured in a low voice, "What are you doing? Those eyes are more and more convenient to use. This guy is also getting stronger and stronger. Yattail Jury, what are his characteristics?" Uchiha Sasuke asked indifferently. He has 8 knives. Iron is engraved on his right shoulder. Bull horns are engraved on his left shoulder. After saying this, Onion slowly fell down and fell into a coma. Let's go to Unlegorge. Sasuke made a seal with both hands, and a huge flying eagle appeared along with the white mist. He jumped on top of the eagle. Ghostlight Shuayu and Tianping Chongwu looked at each other, then jumped into the air and landed firmly on the flying eagle. The flying eagle carried the 3 of them and shuttled through the mist-shrouded canyon. A gust of cold wind blew past, blowing the auspicious cloud black robe on Sasuke's body. Due to the high speed of Flying Eagle, it took less than half a day for the 3 of them to reach Unlegorge smoothly. The 3 fell from midair and landed steadily. At this time, next to one of the lakes in Unle Valley, a behemoth suddenly emerged from the bottom of the water and swam to the shore. It gradually shrank as it approached the shore, and finally returned to human form. Looking at it from a distance, you will find that this is a middle-aged uncle. He looked up at the dazzling sunlight and said displeasedly, "This light is so dazzling, it's already noon. Damn, bastard, stupid." This middle-aged uncle is called Kyarabi. He wears sunglasses and has bronze skin. Blonde hair, wearing 7 knives. There is the word Ein on the right shoulder, and there are horn marks on the left cheek. That's right, the features on his body are exactly the same as the information provided by Unren. He is the partner and righteous younger brother of the 4th generation Megumi Raikage, and he is also the Yatai Persagiri. Can fully control the 8 tails, is very strong, likes to rap, and likes to play. Kyarabi is the first person to completely control the power of the tailed beast, and he has better strength than when he did not use the power of 8 tails. Usually he likes to hold concerts and ask his apprentices to sell tickets, but often only his apprentices watch the concerts. Kyarabi has an optimistic attitude. He does not have a pessimistic attitude like other people, but he faces it positively, so he is often able to exert the more powerful power of the tailed beast. Kyarabi walked out of the room leisurely. When he reached the top of Unlegorge, he saw 3 figures at the end of his vision. Uchiha Sasuke, Ghostlight Shuayu, Tianping Shijigo, the Eagle Squad and the Yatai People jury finally met, and they were destined to start a fateful confrontation. You have several knives on your body. There are iron characters on your right shoulder and bullhorn marks on your left shoulder. It seems that you are the 8-tailed Manjari, right? Sasuke Uchiha asked coldly. Since he has the kaleidoscope shaker, his aura has become stronger and stronger, and even his temperament has become completely new, outstanding and moving. Gain Shuayu and Tianping Shijigo stood on both sides of Sasuke, looking at Kyarabi with fear. Although the middle-aged uncle in front of him looked kind-hearted, He brought them a kind of oppression. This shows that he is a tricky guy. You should say, you are Lord Yao. Or, are you Lord Hiroshimari? Kyarabi clasped his arms and rapped calmly. Through the auspicious cloud-black robe on Sasuke's body, he has already determined his identity, a member of the Akatsuki organization. Are you guys from Zhao? Kyarabi's face was gloomy, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. That's right, I'm here to catch you. Sasuke's black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes closed, and when he opened them again, the three goose jade writing wheel eyes appeared. Suddenly, the atmosphere became solemn, and the two sides were at each other's throats. Sasuke calmly ordered, I'm in charge of catching him, and the two of you are in charge of covering. Shijigo is on the left and Suizuki is on the right. The three of them leaned forward, ready to fire. Well, it seems that today is doomed to die forever. Kyarabi raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, and said sarcastically, let me interject and give you a piece of advice. Bastards, idiots. Brush. Ghost Light Shuayu and his big sword were already hungry and thirsty, and he turned into a ghostly figure rushed towards Kyarabi, and at the same time, the big knife in his hand was constantly waving. Boom. The big knife slashed down, the ground cracked instantly, a white mist filled the air, and the momentum was astonishing. Sasuke, didn't the organization say that you can't kill Zhu Li? Suizuki's duty seems to be a bait, so he worked so hard. I am puzzled. Don't worry, if that guy was killed so easily, he wouldn't deserve to be called the eight-tailed manjari. Sasuke's expression did not relax, but became more solemn. He has seen everything through the three goose jade writing wheel eye. When the thick fog dissipated, a shocking scene appeared. The eight-tailed Rabbi Rich, actually resisted Shuayu's big sword with both hands. I'm the only one who can cut me down. Go away, bastard, and see how I beat you up. The eight-tailed Manjuli swung his backhand and threw the whole big sword in the air. At the same time, Tianping Chongwu rushed out, cast a curse, and threw his fist at the eight tails. Boom. Kyarabi calmly waved his hands again, easily restrained Chongo, and smashed him to the ground. 4.8 has spare power, and the charm shines. Your A is the lonely killer bee, and it is the Uncle Ben. Oh, yeah? If you really want to start fighting, you have to start making a fool of yourself. Just before you die, blame the pediatrician. Kyarabi waved his hands and kept trapping. With his powerful strength, he suppressed Suizuki and Shijigo and gained the upper hand. Who is this guy? Not only is he powerful, he's so sneaky even in rap. Shuayu was speechless. For the first time, he encountered an opponent that he could not understand. Well. Chongo let out a groan, then returned to Shuayu's side. He was not Kyarabi's opponent at all. You two step aside and let me come. Sasuke Uchiha took one step forward, and the monstrous killing intent poured out of his body. Chapter 288 Longdi Cave, for subscription. Zhao Organization, Secret Base. The three chairs were arranged in a triangle shape, and the three figures sat on the chairs steadily. It doesn't seem to be going well, doesn't it? The man on the right spoke first, breaking the silence. He wears a vortex mask and a black robe, giving people a mysterious feeling. Uchiha Obito. Because the appearance of 10 blades disrupted the plan. The figure in the middle spoke coldly and ruthlessly. He has a powerful reincarnation eye, and is the strongest heavenly path pain among the 6 path pain. The original plan to capture the tailed beast will not be fully launched until 3 years later, but now the plan has been broken. Tian Dao Pain said displeasedly, even the last helper, the ghost shark, died. This time, I had to do it myself. Uchiha Obito asked, Have you heard the news that Shimura Danzo was slaughtered? Well, it really didn't drive. The old fox has been cautious for so many years, but he still can't keep his old life. Tian Dao Pain's words were indifferent, even with a trace of regret. Back then, it was Danzo and Sancho Hanzo who jointly suppressed Akatsuki, which resulted in Nagato's 11 feet being abolished and Yahiko's death. It's a pity in Nagato's heart that he can't do Danzo by himself. Judging from the traces on the scene, it was a battle without suspense, and Aizen's power seems to be beyond our imagination. Even the behind-the-scenes villain Obito is troubled. Although he has not yet played against Aizen head-on, with all the information, he can't even judge the general reality of Aizen. Unfathomable. This time, let me do it myself. Tian Dao Pain's killing intent is surging, and if he can't snatch the tailed beast, they can't complete the 100,000 Baiju plan, let alone summon 10 tails. Although Nanao Shigeki has the ability to change, under my Samsara eyes, there is no ability to escape at all. Tian Dao Pain has absolute confidence because he has the strongest ties and ever-changing abilities. That's right, Pain's six-path ability hasn't been revealed yet. If you make a move, you'll be foolproof. Because Pain is invincible. The beautiful and mature Zhao Nan finally spoke up. There was only trust in Pain in her eyes. The two are alone, struggling in the chaotic world, struggling to survive. If they hadn't met Jiraiya back then, they would have died tragically in the war. Pain is invincible, not only Nanao, but even 8 and 9 tails can definitely get it. Obito shook his head, and said, let's arrest Nanao first. With Jiraiya's personality, he will definitely bring Kyuubi and Yulai by his side. It's not easy to snatch Kyuubi from him. Also, I have already handed over Yao to Sasuke. Zhao Nan questioned, is this okay? Sasuke is definitely fine, I can guarantee it. If nothing happens. I'm afraid Sasuke and Yao are already fighting. Tian Dao Pain got up and said coldly, it's not too late. I'll take the shot first. This time, if you encounter 10 blades, you will definitely kill Wash. On the other side, the country of Tien. Lord Aizen, what is our next plan? Sarapollo placed his arms in front of his body, he bent down and asked humbly. According to the original plan, arrest the remaining Nanao, Yatai, and Chiwei. Ulquiorra said. There are 3-tailed beasts left. It seems that we have to speed up our pace. Aizen sat on the throne and said calmly, the 3 generations of Sachikage Onogi and the 5th generation of Mizukage Dayumi may have already rushed to Konoha, and even the country of Iron, which has always been independent, has sent personnel. The 4th Ninja World War is coming soon. Sarapollo said enthusiastically, don't worry, Aizen-sama. Our funeral troop is growing in number. After the zero-tail regeneration provided by Ryu, the abilities of the skeleton warrior are also stronger. I have the confidence to lead the army of skeletons to resist the coalition of ordinary ninjas. Aizen nodded and asked, so, has the spiritual device leading to Mount Momo been completed? Hearing Aizen's words, Sarapollo's expression changed slightly, and he said timidly, sorry, Aizen-sama. The spirit device is not finished yet, but I found it unexpectedly. Oh? Accidental discovery? Sarapollo smiled and said, that's right, it's the Longdi Cave, which is also one of the 3 holy places. Lanran frowned slightly and asked, Longdi Cave, have you discovered its existence? That's right, Aizen-sama. I have mastered the exact location of Ryuji Cave. If you want to spy on the secrets of immortality, you might as well start from Ryuji Cave. Longdi Cave is a place for cultivating immortals as famous as Momu Mountain and Shibone Forest in the ninja world. At that time, Orochimaru wanted to practice immortality here, but he was unable to withstand the power of immortals after his body and hands were sealed by ghouls. So he tried to take Sasuke's body to practice immortality. In fact, Orochimaru had long known where Long D Cave was. But he didn't tell Aizen. Orochimaru is selfish, and he doesn't want Aizen to control the power of immortality. However, Thrall 010 Apollo found out the exact coordinates of the Dragon Earth Cave. The owner of Long D Cave is a large, white phosphorus snake called the White Snake Immortal. If we subdue it, we may be able to crack the secret of fairy magic. Sal Apollo said excitedly. He was looking forward to it. As a crazy scientific researcher, he is eager to dissect the White Snake Fairy for research. In addition, there is another important news. According to the information I have investigated, the Akatsuki organization may have already attacked Nana and Yao. Sal Apollo's face was solemn. If they don't act quickly, Nana and Yao may fall into Akatsuki's hands. Then, as you said, temporarily put down Momu Mountain and turn your attention to Long D Cave. Aizen shifted her gaze to the other 10 blades and ordered, Ulquiorra, Haribel, Neutra, Grimjoe, Zamali. The 5 of you are going to capture Nanao. Your mission is to capture Nanao before Akatsuki. Yes, Aizen-sama. The 5 10 blades bowed their heads respectfully. Aizen got up from the throne, her eyes flickered, and she said coldly, then, let's go quickly, Sar Apollo. Let me see the power of the White Snake Immortal. Chapter 289 Black Channel, for subscription. Long D Cave, together with Momu Mountain and Shibone Forest, is known as the 3 Holy Lands. Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, was only able to become so powerful when he practiced immortality in Momu Mountain. Now, Lan Pan and his 10-blade army are aiming at Long D Cave. Attempt to obtain the inheritance of fairy magic. Sar Apollo, Orochimaru, Yoshido, Yami, and Nila followed Aizen to Long D Cave. Ryuji Cave is located in an extremely hidden place in the Ninja continent, some distance from Tsushiguo. Fortunately, Sar Apollo has already locked the coordinates of Long D Cave, because it is the place where the natural energy is most concentrated. As we all know, ordinary chakra is obtained by the perfect fusion of one's own body energy and spiritual energy. Ninjas can use a certain amount of chakra to cast ninjutsu. And the key to celestial arts lies in celestial chakra. This unique chakra is formed after absorbing natural energy on the basis of body energy and spiritual energy. To use fairy spells, you need to enter fairy mode. So far, apart from the late Hokage, only Jiraiya has mastered celestial arts, which shows that celestial arts are not easy to learn. In addition, Zanju is the only method other than taijutsu that can damage the Jutail's jury. That is to say, in the final duel, immortality is the trump card, which is why Aizen is interested in immortality. Orochimaru, I heard that you have been to Long D Cave before? Aizen paused and looked around at Orochimaru with interest. Orochimaru was silent and did not respond immediately. He knew that Aizen was testing him. At the beginning, Orochimaru once said that he did not know how to reach the 3 holy places. Aizen only smiled slightly, but did not go into depth. What's the matter? Your eyes seem to be telling me that you are hiding something. Aizen frowned slightly, and there was a hint of displeasure in her tone. Yes, Aizen-sama. I once broke into the Ryuji Cave by mistake. It's just that due to physical reasons, I didn't succeed in cultivating immortality. Orochimaru broke out in cold sweat on his forehead and finally confessed. He understands that he can't hide Aizen, so it is better to take the initiative to confess. However, this is likely to anger Aizen. Because Sar Apollo spent a lot of time to find the coordinates of Long D Cave. I see. It seems that fairy arts are more difficult to master than I thought. Contrary to Orochimaru's expectations, Aizen didn't delve into this matter. Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief. But he still felt heavy pressure, because Orochimaru couldn't guess what Aizen was thinking. Although Aizen was not angry, The Tsar Apollo behind him was fierce. The latter stared at Orochimaru maliciously, and thousands of ways to torture Orochimaru popped up in his mind. Time passed slowly, and they gradually came to a hidden place in the ninja continent. The mountains here are endless. The forests are dense, and the people are sparsely populated. If you didn't set foot on it deliberately, you would never have found a holy place hidden here. Is this the Longdi Cave? It's really hidden. Aizen looked up at the sky and slowly closed her eyes. With the strong chakra in his body, he can vaguely sense the natural energy hidden in the air. Lord Aizen, leave it to me next. Tsar Apollo took the initiative to step forward, and he took out a small device. This is the transmission device he made according to the principle of the black cavity of the soul world. Due to the lack of conditions, this device is not mature, so it is impossible to create a direct passage to Momu Mountain. However, if you use it here for a short distance, it is easy to think of reaching Ryuji Cave. Is it so easy to find? The pharmacist was stunned. He did not expect the legendary 3 holy places to be found like this. He couldn't help feeling sorry for Longdi Cave. Perhaps the White Snake Immortal lived comfortably for too long and did not expect the danger to come. HMPH, your words seem to despise my scientific research results. Tsar Apollo groaned angrily, although his strength was not conspicuous among the 10 blades. However, in terms of scientific research ability, it is only below Aizen and above all 10 blades. Pharmacist Do, your knowledge is still too short. Aizen said calmly, it doesn't matter what your identity is, whether you are a human being or a ninja. No matter what happens, don't give up, keep going, you will definitely have unexpected scenery. Maybe it's not the road you originally wanted to walk, or the mountaintop you originally wanted to climb, but another road has the scenery of another road, and different mountaintops also have beautiful sunrises. Don't forget the original road. The pharmacist clenched his fists tightly and quietly listened to Aizen's words. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Pharmacist Pocket seems to be dependent on others, but in fact he also has his own ambitions. He aspires to be a strong man, to surpass Orochimaru. Yaoshida secretly swore that he must seize the opportunity to practice immortality in Longdi Cave. Stab it! With the enlargement of the device in Tsar Apollo's hand, the space in front of him suddenly tore apart, and the black passage appeared. Suddenly, a fresh breeze mixed with natural abilities blew and rushed towards him. Everyone is like a breeze. Feel refreshed. As expected of one of the 3 holy places for cultivating immortality, just a stream of air flowing out has such a strong energy. It's hard to imagine what kind of surprises there will be in the center of Longdi Cave. Even Nilu, who has always been indifferent to the world, sighed with emotion. She is more and more yearning for the mysterious Longdi Cave. Let's go, let's see what kind of strength the legendary White Snake Immortal Art possesses. Aizen stepped into the black passage first, followed by the other 5. When everyone entered the black passage, the whole passage was closed, and the outside world returned to its former calm. Somewhere in Longdi Cave, the sound of space tearing broke the silence. A crack several meters long appeared out of thin air. The figures of Aizen appeared, stepped out 1 step, and landed steadily. Boom! The space crack closed, completely blocking this space. After coming to Longdi Cave, they felt more intense natural energy, which made them even more excited. Then, let's do it. Use the huge spiritual pressure to lead the snake out of the hole. Aizen's thoughts moved, and the huge chakra burst out, sweeping the 4 directions like a storm, completely filling every corner of Longdi Cave. Chapter 290 White Snake Immortal, for subscription. As Aizen's thoughts moved, majestic spiritual pressure poured out from his body and poured in all directions. In an instant, the entire Longdi Cave was shrouded in the spiritual pressure of Aizen. Wow! The distance is so close that even the pharmacist pocket can't bear it. He let out a scream, and could only rely on hiding behind Ochimayu to avoid this spiritual pressure. The light in the Longdi cave flickered, and the stone pillars in the entire cave trembled, seemingly unable to withstand Aizen's spiritual pressure. Aizen opened her eyes, looked into the depths of Longdi cave, and a slight smile formed on the corner of her mouth. Through the spiritual pressure, he has already detected the location of the white snake immortal. Since it refuses to show up, I'll take the initiative to find him. Aizen's eyes flickered, she stepped out and her figure disappeared instantly. The other people looked at each other and rushed in the direction that Aizen looked at. The direction the five of them are heading is the lair of the white snake immortal. At the same time, in the depths of Longdi cave, the white snake fairy who was sleeping was awakened. Although there is a strange formation where it is located, it can block the influx of spiritual pressure. But there is still a small influx of spiritual pressure. It was this spiritual pressure that alarmed the white snake immortal. Because in the 770 years of hundreds of years, it has never felt such a powerful force in Longdi cave. What is this power? The white snake immortal frowned, and it was a bit at a loss. Not because of fear, but because it was too sudden. After hundreds of years, someone finally broke into its territory. Originally, as an immortal white snake disdains it. It has great power and has absolute confidence in itself. Even if an unknown enemy strikes, it is naturally full of confidence. However, it was precisely because of the unknown curiosity that the white snake immortal changed his mind. Instead, it expects the intruder to find its lair as soon as possible, because that will add fun to the dull days. Judging from the source of that energy, there is still some distance from here, so presumably they won't arrive so soon. The white snake immortal was about to continue dormant when suddenly, its expression changed. Because it had a premonition that an extremely powerful aura was already approaching rapidly. It turns out so fast. The white snake immortal was stunned. It did not expect the intruder to move so quickly. You must know that Longdi cave is intricate and winding passages, and it is by no means easy to reach the central lair. Outside the lair, Aizen had already locked the white snake immortal through spiritual pressure sensing. Unobstructed along the way, it takes little effort to reach the lair. It seems that there is the lair where the white snake immortal lives. At the end of Aizen's field of vision, there is a gate. There are some peculiar lines engraved on it, as if there is a mysterious formation. It's funny that you want to resist my footsteps with this level of formation. Aizen unexpectedly used the huge Reiatsu to easily cross the gate and enter the lair. When he entered the nest, his eyes were immediately attracted by the white snake fairy in the center of the nest. A huge dragon-shaped throne. A large, white phosphorus snake sits above it. Its body is super long, piled up as high as a hill. The white snake immortal has orange hair, a large bead on the top of its head and neck, and two golden rings on its body. Like the toad immortal, it holds a pipe in its mouth. Are you the intruder? The white snake immortal also noticed Aizen. She asked coldly, and the breath in her body was running fast. The first time we met, are you the white snake immortal? Aizen squinted slightly, with an unresistible question in her calm and impermanent eyes. That's right, who are you? With a body, you look like a ninja on the outside. But why can't I feel the power of chakra in you? The voice of the white snake immortal contained a kind of shock, which could vaguely sense that Aizen's identity was not human. Well, regardless of whether you are human or not, it is possible to break into Longdi cave without authorization? The words of the white snake immortal contained strong anger. He thinks that the intrusion of Aizen and Tabu has broken the peace he can enjoy. It would be too boring to have a quarrel. The white snake immortal from Longdi cave, why don't we talk about it? Aizen held the hilt of Essence Suizuki and slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. Do you want to see my knife? Holding the hilt in his hand, the sharp blade stood upside down. Aizen placed Jinyu Shuayu in front of him and said, "This." Jinyu Shuayu. For some reason, when the White Snake Immortal saw Aizen's action, she felt a sense of unease in her heart. It asked suspiciously, "What do you want to do?" Lan Ran smiled slightly and said indifferently, "I want to ask you a question, the White Snake Immortal from Longdi Cave. Are you satisfied with who you are now?" White Snake Zanza frowned slightly and said unhappily, "What are you talking about?" Aizen ignored the displeasure of the White Snake Immortal. He smiled and continued, "Have you not thought about going one step further? Don't you feel that the world is different from what it should be? Come and help me, surrender to me. In this way, I will give you more powerful power and a whole new world." The atmosphere was solemn and silent, and the White Snake Immortal did not respond immediately. After a long time, a trace of viciousness flashed in its cold eyes. "HMPH, it's ridiculous, it's too ridiculous. The whole new world you're talking about, one step closer? It's so ridiculous. As you said, my identity is the White Snake Immortal from Longdi Cave. I have lived for hundreds of years and have seen too many vicissitudes of life. Even the Toad Immortal from Momu Mountain is on an equal footing with me. Make me surrender to you?" The White Snake Immortal roared angrily, "Even if you are not an ordinary human being, you must not offend me like this. Nothing can surpass me, and there is no brand new world at all. I will eat you, a humble guy." The majestic energy, under the control of the White Snake Immortal technique, poured into Aizen aggressively. Aizen was not angry, and still stood gracefully and calmly. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, drawing an arc. Broken, Kyoka Shuayu. Chapter 291, The Art of White Excitement, Subscription. Broken, Kyoka Shuayu. As Zanpakuto's liberating words fell, the surrounding scene shattered like a mirror. The towering stone pillars collapsed, the empty passages were blocked, and even the dragon head on the throne was cut off. The sudden change left the White Snake Immortal at a loss. With its keen perception, it had anticipated the occurrence of the illusion in advance, but it was too late. Is this an illusion? Why is it so real? Immortal White Snake frowned. He didn't expect Jinghua Shuai's illusions to be so wonderful, and it was impossible to guard against it. But as an immortal, let alone living for hundreds of years, the White Snake Immortal quickly stabilized his position. It fiddled with its long hair, obscuring its vision and avoiding eye contact with Aizen. The White Snake Immortal believed that since Aizen did not have a seal, it must have used the pupil technique to perform the illusion. At the same time, a few white snakes with bared teeth and grins appeared behind it, revealing their fierceness and capturing their souls. The actions of those snakes. Are they sensing my actions? Aizen chuckled disdainfully. Snakes have body temperature perception and olfactory perception that transmits odors to their mouths through their tongues. HMPH, it seems that you have done a lot of homework to deal with me, and you are like a snake expert. The White Snake Immortal snorted coldly. However, if you're just a snake expert, you can't beat me. Have you done a lot of homework? Aizen shook her head and said calmly, "What you said is really ironic. A thorn, a giant trampled to death a reptile, just a little force can make it shattered to pieces. Although you occupy a favorable location, any conspiracy, any trap, in the face of absolute strength is like a clown performance, only funny." The White Snake Immortal laughed instead of being angry. "Trap. It's just something for children. Brush." As the White Snake Immortal's palm waved out, 4 huge white snakes burst out, and the bloody mouth bit Aizen fiercely, smashing his corpse into 10,000 pieces. Aizen was calm, with absolute confidence in her eyes from beginning to end. He raised the mirror and waved it gently. In an instant, the heads of the 4 white snakes were cut off. It really deserves to be the immortal who controls the three holy places. This power has already kept pace with the shadow-level ninja. A rare glimmer of admiration flashed across Lan Ran's eyes. He waved their Zanpei Kuto, shaking off the blood on it. The sharp blade regained its transparency. Shadow-level powerhouse. HMPH, your seemingly praiseworthy words are just satire on me. The White Snake Immortal is still in that relaxed and freehand posture. Although he is afraid of illusions, it does not mean that he is afraid of Aizen. You underestimate my power. Although my Longdi Cave is not as publicized as Momu Mountain, you have overlooked one point. What I have mastered is not this inferior physical power, but a real fairy art. The White Snake Immortal shook his tail and sneered, you forgot, natural energy is my partner. So that's the case. It's because you rely on immortal magic that you have the illusion that you can defeat me. Aizen raised the Zanpei Kuto, pointed the sharp blade at Immortal White Snake, and said, in my eyes, you are just a waste snake like Ochimaru. The White Snake Immortal's face was gloomy. Even though he practiced for hundreds of years, he finally couldn't stand Aizen's provocation. The two young claws on the body of the White Snake Immortal were imprinted, and he said with murderous intent, Ochimaru. I didn't expect you to see that guy. Yes, he is indeed a waste, and he can't even bear the power of an immortal. But I'm different. I hope you can understand that I'm no longer a snake. The perfect immortal power allows me to remove the snake skin and completely sublime into a dragon. The White Snake Immortal technique formed a seal with its claws and shouted angrily, the immortal technique, the technique of white excitement. The White Snake Immortal's abdomen swelled, and then spit out a white dragon from her mouth. This white dragon was huge and roared like thunder, spinning continuously in midair, and then turned into a white ball. Boom. Suddenly, the white ball suddenly burst. A burst of intense white light enveloped the entire cave. This is. Aizen felt troubled for the first time. Not only the ears, but also the body seems to be severely impacted. Vision and hearing are blocked by light and sound. It's a technique that paralyzes the senses by causing the air to vibrate. Aizen frowned slightly and said coldly, the cornea of the snake can block the field of vision and ignore the influence of strong light. The liquefied body can resist sound and vibration. HMPH. Have you finally realized what it's like to be restricted in movement? Under such circumstances, only I, as an immortal, can act. The White Snake Immortal grinned, revealing a stern smile. It suddenly swayed its slender body and rushed towards Aizen. It wants to take advantage of this gap to swallow Aizen into its abdomen. The huge body slid across the air, and as the distance gradually shortened, the smile on the corner of the White Snake Immortal's mouth became brighter and brighter. Just when it was only 3 meters away from Aizen's body, Immortal White Snake's expression changed. Because it suddenly discovered that Aizen was able to move. A reptile is just a reptile after all. It seems that hundreds of years of time are just watching the sky. Aizen held up the mirror and said sarcastically, just blocking your vision and hearing will make you complacent. My mirror flower has the ability to absolutely hypnotize, and can control the 5 senses. What you do, in my eyes, is nothing but a clown. Aizen held Kyokushuayu and slid in mid-air. Suddenly, the white light in the sky began to dissipate. How can that be? The White Snake Immortal technique is unbelievable. It did not expect Aizen to quietly reverse the Bji Immortal technique. The reversal of black and white is only within my thoughts. Perhaps, this power is beyond your imagination, Immortal White Snake. Do you feel small as a self-proclaimed immortal? Aizen gripped Kyokushuayu's sword hilt forcefully, and then slashed down. Clang. A white light slid down like an ordinary crescent moon, and the White Snake Immortal's face changed in shock, but because of its size, it was impossible to avoid it. No, just with an ordinary blade, it is absolutely impossible to lift my skin. You are the one who is careless, and your mistake is to provoke the majesty of immortals. The sharp teeth and the blade collided, and a dazzling light erupted in mid-air. Chapter 290 To the Immortal is Defeated, for subscription. The sharp teeth collided with the blade, making a crisp sound. Crack. Immortal White Snake's teeth, which were invincible in the past, could not withstand the impact of spiritual pressure, and they all shattered. The blade did not stop, and immediately slashed on the head of the White Snake Immortal. The thick outer skin was undone, and blood poured out from the deepest part of the skin. How is it possible that you can move freely? The White Snake Immortal was stunned. It didn't expect that Aizen would not be affected by the white shock technique at all. Don't you understand? I've said it all, my Jing. You assure you can control the five senses, and the magic you are proud of is just a joke in front of me. Aizen swept the mirror flower and the moon across the water, and suddenly, the White Snake Fairy people's long hair was cut off, and even half of their scalp was cut off. Ha! 847, White Snake Immortal twisted his body and quickly backed away. The original imposing immortal art has wounded himself, and this shame made the White Snake Immortal even more angry. Even if your white shock technique can hide your body, in front of my Reiatsu, you can't escape at all. Lan Ran smiled lightly and lightly. The reason why he shaved off the White Snake Fairy's long hair was to make it psychologically break down. Without long hair, White Snake Immortal will think that it is impossible to avoid illusion. In fact, when the White Snake Immortal art saw the mirror flower water moon begin to resolve, it was already in an illusion, but it was just that he didn't realize it. HMPH, I underestimated you. You are different from those ninjas in the past. You have superb ventriloquism, and you seem to be able to read your inner thoughts. The White Snake Immortal groaned angrily, the wound on her head healed quickly. This is the instinctual talent of the White Snake, which has a super healing ability. Lan Ran's face was expressionless. The White Snake Fairy's healing ability was the same as the super speed regeneration of the virtual. In a way, overdrive regeneration is more powerful. As long as I still have this resilience, your actions are meaningless, and your blade can't beat me at all. The White Snake Immortal sneered, it turned its hands upside down, and the four huge white snakes threw out again, and the snake letter revealed that it was aggressive. Really, do you really think so? Aizen slashed out with a sword, and before the white snake got close to Aizen, it turned into a cloud of blood, unable to get close at all. Arrogance is not stupid, but arrogance can make people blind. People who are blinded by arrogance often become stupid because they believe in themselves. And $160. So although the cause and effect are different, the outcome is often the same. Aizen said disdainfully, have you not seen the facts? These dead white snakes are your fate. Although I didn't see through your thoughts, you can see that any illusion is ineffective against me. It seems that you still don't quite understand what an immortal is. The White Snake Immortal is angry, it doesn't want to be entangled with Aizen anymore, and finally has to use the ultimate move. The White Snake Immortal made a seal on her hands and shouted angrily, Immortal magic, inorganic reincarnation. In an instant, the entire cave had undergone earth-shaking changes. Countless sharp stalactites emerged from the stone crevices, and the layers of thorns pierced the blue dye. The battle is strong, dense and tidy, and there is no room for escape. This spell can give life force to objects without bodily functions, and control them. It's completely different from manipulating objects through chakra, isn't it a bit beyond your expectations? The White Snake Immortal grinned, as if winning the ticket. In his field of vision, hundreds of sharp stalactites pierced Aizen. The Creator is sometimes so cruel. Some people have already lost their qualifications for beautiful things when they are born, but they still have to give them an inflated heart that is just around the corner. Aizen ignored the swarms of stalactites, and instead made an action that stunned the white snake immortal. He actually put the Zanpakuto back in the scabbard. The 81 tying the way, the void. 4 transparent barriers appeared, blocking the attack of the stalactites like a moat. When the sharp stalactites hit the light curtain, they instantly turned to smithereens. How could it be possible that my inorganic immortal art was squatted with bare hands? The white snake immortal was stunned, which meant that its second ultimate move didn't work. At this moment, even if it is calm, it will inevitably panic. Because Aizen is more powerful than it can imagine. The so-called immortal, it seems that you still don't understand. Those who can't admit themselves will eventually fail. Aizen finally had the intention to kill, and he didn't want to be entangled with the white snake immortal anymore. Since you think you will not fail, then I will use overwhelming power to make you feel the taste of despair. Aizen didn't change her expression, and chants slowly came out of her mouth. The wall of iron sand, the pagoda in the shape of a monk, the glowing iron glowing, because of its firmness, it was finally silent. 75 binding roads, 5 pillars of iron. 5 huge iron pillars fell from the sky, smashing the head and limbs of the white snake immortal like a mountain on top, making it unable to move. No matter how hard the white snake immortal struggled, she could not break free from the oppression of the stone pillar. Natural energy is completely suppressed by Reiatsu. Damn, what kind of power is this? Immortal White Snake's face changed in shock, and the original confidence completely disappeared. Because it found itself unable to lead the battle. Have you recognized your essence, Immortal White Snake? Ironically, what is the difference between you, a self-proclaimed immortal, and a reptile at this time? Aizen sneered, then sang. The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealed, and the unruly and arrogant talent. The tide, denial, paralysis, momentary, impeding the long sleep. The steel princess who crawled on 5.8, the clay doll who constantly self-mutilates. Combine, bounce, extend to the ground, and know your own powerlessness. The 90 of the way, black coffin. At this moment, a column-shaped black coffin appeared around the white snake immortal. In its desperate gaze, black light enveloped it tightly. Stab it! Countless shadow thorns appeared, more powerful than the inorganic immortal technique, and immediately penetrated the body of the white snake immortal. The thick white phosphorus outer skin was pierced, revealing hideous flesh and blood. Scarlet blood dripped from the blood hole. Even if Immortal White Snake's healing ability is strong, he can't withstand Aizen's full blow. Boom. When the huge black coffin disappeared, the whole body of the White Snake Immortal fell to the ground, and then she was dying. Ability to fight again. Chapter 293 Time has changed, desperate reunion, for subscription. The White Snake Immortal fell to the ground at the last breath. It had thousands of holes and hundreds of holes in its body. The blood could not stop at all, and it continued to flow out of its body. Although his body is a white phosphorus serpent, he still can't suppress the injury. The power of the immortal was suppressed by the spirit crush, causing the wound to not heal. As Aizen said, the white snake immortal finally saw the reality. Hundreds of years of cultivation have passed away like a bubble. The mirror and the moon shine through the illusory and the real. The identity of the immortal is only false, and only the power that can be controlled by oneself is the most real. A black coffin, instantly defeating the white snake immortal, this is the real undefeated. Wow. The white snake immortal was bruised and bruised all over, its self-confidence disappeared, replaced by a taste that had not been tasted for hundreds of years, fear. At this moment, White Snake Zanzu realized that he was a frog at the bottom of a well, and living in the Longdi cave was just sitting in a well and watching the sky. Stupid behavior brought an imaginary ending. Give up the struggle, immortal white snake. Your proud white snake body has become a burden at this time. It's ironic. 11. Aizen took a step and came to the white snake immortal step by step. In this battle, he had the upper hand, and he was completely superior to the white snake immortal in terms of illusions and his own power. All the stalactites on the edge of the cave collapsed and turned into gravel. Inorganic reincarnation without the support of celestial chakra has no effect. In just a short fight, the Dragon Earth Cave has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only has the environment changed, but the owner of the lair has also been replaced. The eyes of hatred are becoming more and more obvious, but you found that I was not expected. The difference between us is not only the eyes, but the simple pattern is too different. Aizen held a Zanpakuto in his hand, and suddenly swung it out, stabbed into the 7 inches of the white snake immortal, completely immobilizing it. Not just fear, but despair. The white snake immortal found that she was wrong, and the appearance of Aizen changed her perception of the world. It turned out that there was a whole new kind of power, a power that surpassed immortality. The white snake immortal raised his head with difficulty. It looked at Aizen's eyes, and was trembling all over. Under that indifferent gaze, the mighty white snake immortal actually felt a sense of powerlessness. Surrender or die? Even the mysterious and powerful immortal in the hearts of countless ninjas has come to a crossroads. The white snake immortal had to make a choice. Is it to muster up the courage to resist, or bow down in front of fate? Is it willing to be a male lion that has lost its fangs, or a viper that has been dormant? Two completely different choices, representing two different destinies. In the end, in the face of the strong threat of life and death, immortal white snake finally chose to surrender. It lowered its head and surrendered to Aizen. It seems that you have made the right choice. If not, you will lose the glory of the immortal and die with regret. Aizen pulled out the Zanpakuto, and immediately a column of blood splashed. He untied the shackles of ghost magic, allowing the white snake immortal to regain his freedom. Even so, the white snake immortal still did not have the courage to launch an offensive, because it retreated in the face of the fear of death. From now on, you will be the king of Longdi Cave, and I will submit to you. Although the white snake immortal was unwilling, she had no choice but to express her surrender. Ryuji Cave, known as one of the 3 holy places in the ninja world, was finally captured by Aizen. Brush. At this moment, a few roars of wind rang out, and Sarapollo, Nilu, Ochimayu and others came to the entrance of the lair. As soon as they stepped into the nest, shocked expressions appeared on their faces. From the traces on the scene, it is clear that a fierce battle took place here. They were even more stunned when they saw that the white snake immortal was actually crawling in front of Aizen. Among them, Ochimayu felt the strongest. He couldn't even believe all this, because in his heart, the white snake immortal was an unrivaled and powerful being, and would not be defeated at all. Back then, Ochimayu struggled a lot and finally found Longdi Cave. The moment he saw the powerful white snake immortal, there was a burst of ecstasy in his cold heart. The magic chakra that emerged from the white snake immortal is the power that Ochimayu is striving for. As long as he controls this power, his strength will rise to a higher level. At that time, capturing the blood wheel eye will only be a sure thing. However, expectations are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Due to physical reasons, Ochimayu cannot withstand the magic of chakra and the integration of natural energy into the body. Even if the white snake immortal had a heart to teach him, he still couldn't master the magic. In desperation, Ochimayu had to give up reluctantly and shifted his target to Sasuke Uchiha. He hopes to control the magic chakra by occupying Sasuke's body. Lord Aizen, it seems that you have successfully subdued it. A flash of greed flashed in Sarapollo's eyes. He does not desire the power of immortal magic, but wants to obtain the body of the white snake immortal. A white snake that has lived for hundreds of years is enough for him to do some research. You are finally here. It's too slow. Aizen smiled slightly, but didn't blame them. The Ryud cave twists and turns, it's not easy to find the nest, Aizen-sama. Nilu shook her head, she pouted in dissatisfaction. They didn't know the exact location of the white snake immortal, plus the intricate Longdi cave. They took a lot of effort to get here. However, in this short period of time, Aizen has already subdued the white snake immortal. The white snake immortal. Ochimaru. The eyes of the white snake immortal and Ochimaru intertwined at the same time, and both of them were very emotional. When they first met back then, both were in their prime. One is the leader of the three holy places, with the title of immortal. The other is the Sannin, who is famous in the ninja world, with infinite scenery. Now, as Aizen said, both of them have the same essence, they are both useless snakes. They were all reduced to prisoners and slaughtered. Yesterday's brilliance is like a flash in the pan, leaving only endless sighs. There is no joy in seeing the old friends, only the distress of the same sickness. Unlike Ochimaru, Yoshido is not disappointed, but has a strong sense of excitement. He has a hunch that maybe he can get a chance here and control the magic. Chapter 294 The Principle of Immortal Technique. Subscribe. The white snake immortal surrendered. This news was like a heavy hammer, hitting Ochimaru hard. He was really desperate. Even the mysterious white snake immortal was defeated by Aizen in such a short period of time. Who can defeat Aizen? This question is almost unsolvable. Perhaps only Madara Uchiha and the first Hokage were reborn to have the power to fight. Immortal White Snake, since you chose to surrender, you will naturally not take your life. However, you have to pay the corresponding price. Lan Ran looked down at the White Snake Immortal and said indifferently, "Pay the price? Do you mean immortal art?" The White Snake Immortal is a smart person, so he naturally understands the value of his use. If it wasn't for the immortal chakra, I'm afraid Aizen would have killed him long ago. That's right, our original purpose was to capture Momu Mountain, in order to master the secrets of immortal art. However, since you have already surrendered to me, there is no need to do this. You can directly tell us the ins and outs of immortal art. Aizen really wanted to unravel the secrets of celestial arts. The White Snake Immortal nodded silently. Since he was not restrained, his appearance quickly healed, and in just a moment, he recovered from the injury. Then let's start practicing. The White Snake Immortal said seriously, I want to explain to you first that what I want to teach is not ninjutsu, but immortal art. Magic. Everyone was curious, because they had always been in contact with ninjutsu in the traditional sense, and knew nothing about immortality, not even Aizen. The White Snake Immortal explained patiently, listen carefully, ninjutsu uses the energy in the body, and immortal jutsu uses the energy from the outside. Is it the so-called natural energy? Aizen once played against Jiraiya, and the natural energy left a deep impression on him. Well, Aizen-sama, I think you should know that too. To use ninjutsu, you must use the chakra created by the mental energy and physical energy in your body. The White Snake Immortal said eloquently, in addition to using the chakras in the human body, the immortal technique also uses natural energy. Use them to create new and more powerful chakras. This kind of chakra is called fairy chakra. Everyone suddenly realized, but unfortunately, except for Ochimaru and Yoshido, other people only have spiritual pressure formed by spiritual suns in their bodies, and there is no chakra. Even Aizen lost the chakra in his body because of the sacrifice. This can greatly enhance the power of ninjutsu, illusion, and even taijutsu. The White Snake Immortal raised 3 claws and said, using the spiritual energy in the body, the energy in the body and the natural energy in the outside. The chakra created by these three energies is called Zanju chakra. The ninjutsu performed is just it's called magic. Aizen was thoughtful, and the others were also enlightened. But they were indifferent, because of the lack of chakra, they could not more directly understand the principles of immortal art. When the white snake immortal saw the confused appearance of the other people, she smiled knowingly, as if she had regained the lost confidence from them. He went on to explain, in a nutshell, it's like adding mint-flavored ice cream to chocolate vanilla ice cream. All in all, it just tastes better. I see, so what does the so-called natural energy refer to? Yoshida suddenly realized that he was more and more eager to unlock the secrets of immortality, because he seemed to see a road leading to the light. As long as he masters the magic, he will have the capital beyond Ochimaru. The white snake immortal explained, that is the energy that exists outside the body. That is, the air and the earth. However, it is indeed difficult to understand, because natural energy is ethereal, and if you don't have a specific method, you can't sense it at all. To it. Everyone nodded. Except for Aizen, no one else could sense the natural energy that exists in the air. Even if they have the heart to understand, there is nothing they can do. Well, let me do a demonstration, and you can simply understand the power of natural energy. The white snake immortal looked left and right, and it moved its body and came to a huge pile of rocks. The white snake immortal stretched out 3 claws. Compared with the huge pile of stones, its 3 claws were really insignificant. Okay, after combining the natural energy, I can easily lift this pile of stones with just 3 claws. Yami's hands were environmentally friendly, and scoffed at the words of the white snake immortal. In his opinion, the white snake immortal is a reptile. Even if the words in his mouth are beautiful, they are still so weak. I want to see what kind of power you have to try to shake this rock pile. Yami sneered and waited patiently by the side treat. He longed to see the white snake immortal make a fool of himself. However, Yami was very wrong. He underestimated the strength of the white snake immortal and the power of natural energy. When the white snake immortal raised its claws, something that made them stunned happened. Boom! There was a deafening sound, accompanied by stone chips falling all over the ground. The huge stone pile that had existed for hundreds of years was actually pulled up by 3 claws under the action of the white snake immortal. How can that be? You actually raised it? Okay, so strong. Everyone was shocked, because the 3 tiny claws were completely different from the huge pile of rocks. The white snake immortal did what they thought was impossible. Yami was speechless, feeling his face burning hot. As soon as he finished mocking the white snake immortal, he was immediately slapped in the face. Did you see it? This is the power you have after absorbing natural energy, and you can easily accomplish things you couldn't do before. The white snake immortal smiled proudly. Although it was defeated by Aizen, it did not mean that its power was inferior to others. Perhaps you will be puzzled, because I have done nothing, just make a seal, and I have such a powerful power. The white snake immortal explained patiently, it's no wonder, because now you can't sense natural energy, let alone absorb them. If you want to absorb natural energy, you must be one with it. Chapter 295, Cultivating Immortal Techniques Integrate with Nature. Everyone was stunned and listened in fog. Even if they get it, they don't know what to do. Listen to me carefully, and I will explain it to you step by step. The white snake immortal grinned, seemingly happy to see them at a loss. The so-called absorption of natural energy actually refers to feeling and bringing it together around you. By integrating with nature, you can freely control the flow of natural energy into and out of your body. The white snake immortal paused for a moment, as if he was intending to arouse everyone's curiosity, and then said meaningfully, as for the specific cultivation content, that is not moving. What, don't move. So, just don't move. It seems to be easy to do. Yami sneered disdainfully. He didn't take immortal magic seriously at all. Because he can usually store energy by eating and sleeping, naturally he doesn't have to spend a lot of time. The white snake immortal just glanced at him and ignored Yami's provocation. It goes on to say, first stop the flow as an animal, and when you can reconcile with the flow of natural energy, you will be able to feel the natural energy. But, as an animal, it's hard to keep still. That's not something that can be accomplished overnight, and it takes a lot of time to cultivate. Nilu, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. She questioned, "We are all good at things like ringing and creating reiatsu, but to keep still, I really don't understand this kind of cultivation method. Speaking of which, if you do that, you will be able to inhale natural energy into your body, right?" "That's right, it relies on this method to absorb natural energy." The white snake immortal said with great interest, "If you don't mind, you can stay in the Longdi cave, and I will teach you the fairy arts." We don't have that much time, is there any other shortcut?" Sarapollo snorted coldly. In fact, he wanted to obtain the body of the white snake immortal more than the magic trick. Besides, we are also facing a problem, that is, the lack of chakra in the body. Lack of chakra, it's no wonder that your identity is not human, right? The eyes of the white snake immortal burst into a burst of light, and it has long sensed the breath of the 10 blades. The power they rely on is not chakra at all, but another unique energy. Don't compare us with garbage like humans. Yami sneered, despising humans and looking down on ninjas. I see, but it's not a big problem. Didn't I say that the composition of chakra is composed of physical energy and spiritual energy, and then integrates the natural energy of the outside world? The white snake immortal art patiently explained, the energy in your body can replace chakra and then merge with natural energy. There is no conflict between the two. In other words, if we don't have chakra, can we still practice immortality? Sarapollo questioned. Yes. Maybe the fusion is not stable, but it's fine. Immortal White Snake nodded and said, "Come with me, I will lead you to cultivate in another way." Aizen nodded silently, and followed in the footsteps of the White Snake immortal and walked out of the lair. The others looked at each other and took steps hesitantly. Since they have a sense of expectation in their hearts, they are a little disdainful. Relying on their own abilities, they don't need extra power. But even Aizen was interested, so they naturally didn't dare to underestimate immortal art. Soon, they came to the outside of the lair, where the natural energy was even more intense, making people unable to help being ecstatic. In front of a huge waterfall, the white snake immortal stopped and said solemnly, "The waterfall behind is flowing with the fairy oil secretly passed down from Longdi Cave. This kind of snake oil has the effect of gathering natural energy, which is of great benefit to your cultivation." The white snake immortal's fingers dipped a dollop of snake oil and smeared it on the skin. Where the oil is applied, the natural energy can enter the body from there. This way, as a result, you can feel the natural energy with your skin. This time, you can take advantage of this to get a good sense of it. When your body gets used to the concentration of natural energy, you don't have to be so troublesome. Aizen frowned and said coldly, "Is there no danger in this way?" The white snake immortal said solemnly, "Yes, once you can't control the natural energy, you will become a snake." Turning into a snake? It's so ridiculous. How can the mere natural energy, with our strength, be out of control? Yami sneered. He came to the bottom of the waterfall, held a greasy snake oil in his palm, and wiped it on his arm. He felt cool and transparent, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more brilliant. Suddenly, Yami's face changed. He found that a layer of linjiao had grown on the surface of his arm, and the blood in his body became colder and colder. Obviously, his body has changed, and he really turned into a snake, as the White Snake Immortal said. HMPH, what an idiot, and still as reckless as ever. Sol Apollo laughed at Yami, and in his eyes, Yami's double vision also turned a cold yellow, like the eyes of a python. Hey, it seems that you haven't understood the principle of chakra. The key is balance. The White Snake Immortal did not blame Yami for being arrogant, but explained patiently, to balance the mental energy, spiritual pressure and natural energy. If the three can't maintain a balance, they can't condense into a spiritual pressure. For those of you who rely on Reiatsu, spiritual energy and Reiatsu should not be a problem. But it is really difficult to add external natural energy and maintain balance. If the ratio is too small, it will not be possible to create immortal magic pressure. If the ratio is too large, it will be affected by natural energy and turn into a white snake. The White Snake Immortal said solemnly, if it becomes a little bit, there is still a way to recover. If you inhale too much chakra, once you become a white snake, you will never be able to recover. After you become a white snake, you will integrate into nature. Do you see it? The stone statues in front of you are all people who have failed in cultivation. As the White Snake Immortal pointed forward, everyone saw hundreds of stone statues, which shows how difficult it is to cultivate immortal art. Chapter 296 Pen 6 Paths, for subscription. Have you seen it? This is what happens when you fail in cultivation. So you must not take it lightly and repeat the mistakes of these people. The teachings of the White Snake Immortal from the heart. Over the centuries, it has seen too many failures with its own eyes. How many people are smug, but tragically turned into a stone statue? To be honest, it's not easy to do this. Even this human named Ochimayu failed back then. Immortal White Snake looked at Ochimayu, and there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. At that time, it had carefully taught Ochimayu, but the other party could not master the art of immortals, which disappointed the White Snake Immortal. In short, cultivating immortality requires not only talent, but also a hard-working spirit, one step at a time. But immortality is not something that anyone can practice. Nilu asked suspiciously, what do you mean? This kind of human body needs a lot of energy, otherwise it will be affected by natural energy. It can be seen how strong the natural energy is. The White Snake Immortal said solemnly, if you want to become an immortal, you must have the perseverance not to give up lightly. Otherwise, you will never be able to set foot in the immortals' realm again. Hearing the words of the White Snake Immortal, Ochimayu and Yoshida had completely different expressions on their faces. Ochimayu was unwilling, regretful, and even a little desperate. Yoshida is completely different. He is full of confidence and looks up to him with fighting spirit. He knew that this was the only chance to surpass Ochimayu. Time passed slowly, and everyone kept trying, except for Aizen, because he could already feel the existence of natural energy. Although other people can't see it, the White Snake Immortal can see it clearly. The moment Aizen closed his eyes, countless natural energies emerged around him. Under the guidance of snake oil, a steady stream gathered in his body and merged with the spiritual pressure. Although the fusion between the two is not as perfect as the chakra fusion. But after fusion, Reiatsu becomes stronger. Aizen didn't look on his face, but he was satisfied with the natural energy, because he could clearly feel that this brand new energy was quite different from chakra, and the ninjutsu he performed was 1,000 miles away. Ordinary chakra is like a firefly, and Reiatsu, which incorporates natural energy, is like the light of a bright moon. The two are not in the same pattern at all. You actually succeeded. Even the White Snake Immortal, who was used to seeing the vicissitudes of life, was stunned. He underestimated Aizen's talent. It did not expect that Aizen could not only sense natural energy, but even use it to produce a new kind of energy. This kind of heaven-defying talent appeared for the first time in hundreds of years. HMPH, with the power of Aizen-sama, it's just an easy task to control immortality. Sarapollo snorted coldly. Even he was a beginner, let alone Master Aizen, who was in control of everything. Then, I will teach you the second stage below. The White Snake Immortal said incessantly. As we all know, the ninjutsu chakra that consumes one's own energy will become more and more tiring until it is exhausted. Presumably the same is true of the reiatsu in your body. However, the magic energy that combines natural energy is completely different. Because it can continuously absorb natural energy from the outside, the recovery speed will be very fast. The White Snake Immortal twisted his body, came to the crowd, and said, "Next, I will teach you how to use the energy of immortality in actual combat. Only when you are consummate, can you be considered to be in control of immortality." Just as the cultivation in Yongiri Cave was in full swing, on the other side, the leader of Akatsuki's organization, Ben Lidao, finally arrived at the place where Nantenj Yulai was. Tian Dao Pain looked at the dense forest in front of him and said coldly, "Let's let the Nantai Renchiri taste the pain now. Next, we have to divide into two groups, lure the enemy and explore. Let's confirm first. There are Azure Road, Animal Road, and Hungry Ghost Road to lure enemies. The exploration group has Heaven Road, Human Road, and Hell Road." Zhao Nan was puzzled and asked, "Is it necessary to mobilize people like this just to deal with an now?" Tian Dao said in a deep voice, "Zhu Nan, you are wrong, you underestimate Aizen's wisdom. If he will let the 7 tails fall into our hands and sit back and watch, then the first 6-tailed beasts will not be in his pocket. Already. This time, no matter what, we have to strike first and capture Nanao first. This time the plan can only succeed, not fail." Zhao Nan's beautiful face showed a look of worry, and sighed, "You're right, we don't have much time left. Nanwei is just a transition. Once both Bo A and Jiwei fall into their hands, then there is no chance of a comeback." "That's right, so after capturing Nanao, I'm going to go to Konoha immediately and grab the most important 9 tails. As for the 8 tails, according to Alpha, they have been handed over to Sasuke Uchiha, and I don't know if that kid can do it. Success." Tian Dao Pain continued to walk forward, and suddenly, he stopped, looking like he was facing a great enemy. Because he discovered that there were 5 figures approaching quickly in front of him. "Pain, be careful. The auras of these 5 people are particularly powerful, and 2 of them are even comparable to yours." Zhao Nan was worried and shocked. She couldn't think of anyone in the ninja world who could give her such a strong sense of oppression. "They are 10 blades." Tian Dao Pain's eyes flickered, and at the end of his vision, 5 figures appeared. They uniformly wore white robes and carried a Zanpakuto Guto around their waists. This kind of attire is the unique symbol of 10 blades. Oops, they moved faster than I expected. But it doesn't matter, no matter how many 10 blades, they can't escape the painful punishment. Because I'm invincible. Tian Dao Pain did not panic, but remained calm as usual. His confidence comes from his strength, and it also comes from the fact that the 6 baths of pain are just 6 puppets, and his real body is not here. In the final analysis, Ben, who has the eye of reincarnation, is not afraid of anyone at all. "Zhu Nan, step aside, it's tricky, but with my strength, it's enough to take care of the 5 of them." Pain Lidao not only did not dodge, but took the initiative to attack, and even took the initiative to face the 10 blades. Chapter 297 Pen 6 Paths vs 10 Blades. Pain actually took the initiative to attack, trying to surround the 10 blades. This seemingly self-defeating behavior contains a strong murderous intent. Pain has 6 paths, a total of 6 puppets. Even if he faced the top 5 and 10 blades, He still had an absolute advantage in numbers, so Pain didn't panic at all. According to the original plan, throw the animal path into the sky above this forest, and then wait for the animal path to channel us out, and suddenly launch an attack. Tian Dao Pain gave the order unhurriedly. He is the core of Pain's 6 paths and the most powerful puppet. Zunan, look good, I also have my method. Under Nagato's remote control, Hungry Ghost Dao grabbed the animal Dao and threw it into the sky. Ha! The light-bodied beast Dao swept through and manipulated like a shooting star, and then he made a mark with his hands in the air, ready to perform a psychic spell. At the same time, on the other side, the 5-10 blades could easily see the animal way. The auspicious cloud black robe is extremely conspicuous. They were stunned. They didn't expect Benlu Dao to be so arrogant and take the initiative to attack. Che, it looks like we've been underestimated. Grimjo put his hands in his trouser pockets, and said with a bad expression. However, the blood in his body began to boil. The moment he saw the animal way, he had a hunch that there would be a big battle today. The swirling pupils, looking at his gestures, seemed to be using a psychic technique. If the information about Akatsuki is correct, he is likely to be Akatsuki's leader. Aokigahara calmly analyzed, and he continued, but it's not that simple to dare to face us alone. HMPH, it doesn't matter. Even if he wants to use any conspiracy or tricks, as long as he dares to fight recklessly, I will let him experience the power of the strongest 10 blades. Nutra raised the double moon sickle and waved it gently, and the powerful force suddenly opened a gap in the earth. He was belligerent, but he never had the chance to use it, and he hadn't even returned to the blade, which was also Nutra's regret. He just wanted to have a good fight. Don't be impulsive. Reckless fighting is not a wise behavior. If it can't be solved properly, use absolute force to destroy violence. Halibel was different. A powerful aura surged from her body, crushing the other 3 10 blades except Aokigahara. Come on, get ready to fight. Zomari has no desires and no desires. He is the most calm one. He neither wants to fight, but also wants to execute the orders of Aizen-sama, and wants to use his power to dominate the enemy. At the same time, when the animal Dao came to the air, he slapped his hands suddenly and used the technique of psychic. Boom! In an instant, a gigantic rhino fell from the sky, banged, and smashed into the 5-10 blade below. HMPH, this kind of offensive is like killing us? It's just a nonsense. Grimjo snorted coldly, raised his palm, and blasted out a virtual flash with all his strength. The red beam of light, like a sharp blade, cut through the body of the spirit beast in no time. The sky seemed to be raining red blood, and the towering trees were filled with red blood. Pat. The beast Dao landed steadily on a big tree, looking down at 10 blades condescendingly. His eyes were fixed on Aokigahara and Halibel, and he never moved away. From beginning to end, both of them gave him an unfathomable feeling. Nagata had heard of Aokigahara for a long time, but it was the first time he saw Halibel. It is said that the number on Aokigahara's body is 4, and that woman's aura is not inferior to his. Is it the number 3? Beast Dao's expression was solemn. He did not expect to meet 2 powerful 10 blades. Perhaps, relying on a beast path alone cannot solve the other party. Although the appearance is different from what is recorded in the intelligence, there is nothing wrong with those eyes. Are you Pain? Aokigahara faced Pain indifferently. His mind moved, and his detection nerves were densely surrounded, and he firmly locked the aura of the animal realm. As long as he makes any move, Aokigahara will attack immediately. 10 blades, this day has finally come. Presumably you all came for the sake of the Nantai Yulai. However, this matter is destined to have nothing to do with you. Because, you will all die in pain. The expression on the animal face, combined with the iron nails on his body, looked eerie and terrifying. Before I start, I want to ask you something. Why do you want to capture the nine-tailed beast? Ulquiorra asked coldly. Do you want to ask why? It's very simple. Beast Dao sneered, it's all because of the war. Many people died in the war. It is because of that pain that I have a new consciousness. Using the power of the nine-tailed beasts to end the pain in this world is ours. Intention. So, do we have a reason to fight? Ulquiorra pulled out the Zanpakuto and aimed the sharp blade at the animal realm. An extremely powerful spiritual pressure surged out of his body, even affecting the sky. Sure enough, this breath. You are the strongest of the 10 blades. The animal face was expressionless, as if he had guessed everything in advance. However, Ulquiorra shook his head. No, there is a more powerful 10 blades who is with me. You should be worried about her. Halibel stood up and dropped the zipper of his clothes, revealing a white rabbit with a number 3 engraved on it. Although I really don't want to do it here, the ferocious shark doesn't want to walk on land. So let's end this battle as soon as possible. 3.0. Halibel pulled out the Zanpakuto, the golden yellow reiatsu condensed on the blade, and then violently slashed out. Brush. This slash was as fast as lightning, and it slammed into the animal realm between the fire and light stones. Beast Dao's face changed in shock. He clasped his hands together, almost without tying the seal, and channeled again. Boom. At the moment when the psychic technique was completed, the slash also hit the Beast Dao at the same time. A huge roar sounded, and the body of the animal was covered by a thick fog, and it was impossible to see anything at all. Is he dead? Grimjoe was a little disappointed. Before he could make a move, Halibel was beheaded by Halibel. No, he is not dead, but stronger. When the thick fog dissipated, 6 figures appeared. Pain 6. Chapter 298 Shinla O Tiantsing, for subscription. When the thick fog dissipated, the figure of Benlu Dao appeared. Tian Dao Pain, headed by him, stared fiercely at Halibel. Although he was unscathed, he still felt troubled. If it weren't for the reincarnation eye, Pen's 6 baths would never have blocked this slash so easily. After all, the one who sent the slash was the 3rd rank 10 blades. As we all know, Benlu Dao is a puppet ninja transformed from the corpses of 6 dead people. Each Pain's face and body have chakra receivers that can connect signals, conduct chakra conducting black rods, and nails. Plus 6 Pains can share sight. Even if the enemy goes behind one Pain, the other Pain will monitor the enemy, and what the latter Pain sees is what the former Pain sees. More importantly, each Pain has the ability to reincarnate, and its main body Nagata has a huge amount of chakra, which can control 6 corpses to fight. So, these are the reasons why Pain is invincible. It's useless, facing the invincible me. No matter how strong you are, you can't kill me. Tian Dao Pain sneered. This is the 6th time Pain has been dispatched for so many years. In the past, every time he acted, he could complete the task perfectly, and beheading the Sanshou Hanzo was the best proof. Although I don't know what means you used, but if you want to block my slash unscathed, you must have paid the price. Halibel was not flustered and still had the chance to win. She didn't use real power at all. This gesture of hers is like the Queen of the Deep Sea, looking down on all things in the deep sea. The previous slash was perfectly absorbed by the absorbing ability of the Hungry Ghost Realm. However, Nagato also consumes a certain amount of energy. HMPH, so you have 6 main bodies, TSK, it really fits. My thoughts. The corner of Terranoi's mouth outlined a wicked smile, and he couldn't wait to fight Pain and defeat him with the strongest means. Leave the guy who can use the psychic technique to me, and I will make him feel the fear of being dominated. Zomari slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto, and the aura in his body surged violently. cursed Aizen. After returning to the blade, his chopping knife was then bent and squeezed out of smoke to wrap his body. When the thick black fog dissipated, Zamali's image changed significantly. There are black lines on his face and chin. Even more terrifying, his lower body turned into a peach-colored pumpkin-shaped ball and floated off the ground, with as many as 50 eyes appearing on his body. Returning so soon? You're really in a hurry, Zamali. Grimjo sneered disdainfully. The blood in his body hadn't even been awakened. Feeling the strong chakra pouring out of Zamali's body, Tian Daopain frowned slightly. Zamali's breath after returning to the blade was several times stronger than before, especially the inexplicable power, which made him feel tricky. Are you afraid? Are you desperate? Zamali folded his hands together and said solemnly, everything in the world has dominance. The officer rules his subordinates, the king rules the people, the wind rules the clouds, and the sun rules the moonlight. The ability of my Zanpakuto Kursai Sangha is to deprive the eyes of the control over the objects that the eyes are staring at. Zomari raised his head, looked up at the sky reverently, and worshipped. I call this power love. Next, let you feel the fear of being dominated by love. Zomari stretched out his palm, aiming at the human way. At the same time, the eyes in his palm suddenly closed. When it was opened again, a black pattern, like an ethereal nothingness, rushed towards the human world. What's going on here? Tian Daopain frowned, and he found that the human world actually moved forward uncontrollably. At this time, even Nagato, who was hidden in the distance, could not keep his calm, because he found that there was a strange force blocking his chakra teleportation, and seemed to be robbing the dominance of the human world. Facing this strange situation, even the battle-hardened Uzumaki Nagato could not remain calm. A certain part of the subordinate puppet suddenly lost control and acted autonomously. No matter how Vortex Nagato transports chakra, it cannot control the movement of the human realm, as if he has lost control over it. Zomari said contemptuously, although you have no expression on your face, I sympathize with you, humble human being. Wisdom is too shallow, and many things cannot be understood. It must be very hard, right? Unexpectedly, after hearing his explanation, Tian Daopain was surprisingly calm. There is neither panic nor fear, only Jing's absolute confidence in his own strength. Zamali frowned slightly, as if he was displeased with Tian Daopain's arrogant gesture. In his opinion, Tian Daopain should be influenced by the power of love. I think you still don't understand. The Tao of Heaven was still silent, and the Tao of Humanity did not even try to escape its domination. This kind of behavior is arrogant and rude. If you don't understand, just experience it yourself and you will know. Zomari raised his left hand towards Tian Dao. His eyes opened in vain, trying to activate the power of domination again. Come on, be terrifying, feel the power under domination, and tremble. Zomari laughed, looking like he was winning. His left hand kept swinging, and then the black mark was sent out again. The corner of his mouth raised a smile, as if he saw Tian Daopain being dominated. However, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Tian Daopain remained unmoved, as if he had already controlled everything. He stared at Zamali indifferently, and said sarcastically, although I can't figure out your tricks, in essence, they also need to be performed remotely, so your arrogance is too early. Perhaps you haven't seen my power before you say such big words that make me afraid. Tian Daopain raised his palm, and then shouted angrily, Shenla o Tianqing. In an instant, an indescribable terrifying repulsion blasted out, instantly diffusing Zamali's offensive. Not only that, the black marks also bounced back together, bombarding Zamali heavily. P.S. Update 4 will be resumed tomorrow, and it's finally a holiday. Chapter 299 Pray, Holy Crying Mantis. What kind of tactic is this? It can bounce back all my love? Zamali's face changed in shock, because Shinla Otiansing not only rebounded his offensive, but also slammed into him with a powerful repulsive force. Ring it. Zamali's thoughts moved, and he performed his stunts. At the same time, Shinra Tianxing slammed into that avatar. With a loud bang, the entire clone disappeared. It seems that you have mastered some kind of trick. However, in front of my Shinla Tianxing, everything is in vain. Tian Daopain put down his palm, and his eyes were full of contempt. He has too many means to resist Zamali's domination. Not only the way of heaven, but also other pens have special methods. Zamali, your strength doesn't seem to be enough. Let me do it. Grimjo took a step forward, aimed his palm at Tian Daopain, and then blasted out with a fictitious flash. Shinla Tianxing. Tian Daopain was not in a hurry, and a Shinra Tianxing blasted out, and under Grimjo's shocked gaze, he bounced back the virtual flash again. Damn it, get out of the way. Grimjo furrowed his brows and used the sound to teleport. Just less than a second after his figure disappeared, what he had previously there was a big hole there. If you haven't mastered ninjutsu and don't understand the true meaning of ninjutsu, you don't understand this world. Tian Daopain stepped forward and confronted 5 and 10 blades alone. He said coldly, even an ignorant, dull child will become a person when he feels the pain. His speech and his thoughts will grow together with him. Oh? So, in your opinion, catching the 9-tailed beast is the way to grow into an adult? The corners of Ulquiorra's mouth twitched, and he sneered disdainfully, or, is this just your wishful thinking? Whether you are human or not, you haven't reached that level. After all, you are just an ordinary species. Tian Daopain ignored Sharon's ridicule, and continued, before, I was just a person. As a human being, after experiencing those endless sadness, I continued to be. Yes, I have grown from a human to a god. After these shocking words, there was a silent silence. The expressions of the 10 blades froze, and they realized that they underestimated Pain's ambition and even tried to become a god who rules the world. What's the matter? From your expressions, it seems that you don't agree with my words. It seems that you haven't experienced the taste of despair. Tian Daopain was indifferent and ruthless, and chakra flowed violently in his body. Obviously, he is going to make a killing move. It's ridiculous. Even Aizen doesn't agree with something, you would have such delusions. There is no God in this world, and no one stands in the cloud from the beginning. Only strength is the most real rule. Ulquiorra responded coldly. He has seen clearly the ideological essence of Pen's 6 paths, and he has despaired of this world, trying to destroy the old world and establish a new order. There is only one way to deal with this stubborn person, and that is to subdue him with absolute means. You are just ordinary mortals. It's normal that you don't understand what I say. Penlu Dao went on to say, now that I have become a god, I have also seen things that I couldn't see when I was a human. I have discovered what human beings can't do, but God can do. In a word, this is the evolution of human beings. I want to put a stop to this war-riddled world. It's what God can do, and it's God's profession. Ulquiorra asked back, it's ridiculous, since you have such an ambition and such a purpose. Why do you want to collect the 9-tailed beasts? It's really contradictory. Anyway, your ending is already doomed. I might as well tell you the truth. Tian Daopain snorted coldly, we want to use the tailed beast to create a new forbidden technique. This technique can destroy a world in an instant as long as it is used. It will become the biggest and strongest forbidden technique weapon. For a country in conflict, just give it a forbidden weapon. Once it has a weapon, people will definitely use it. Hundreds of millions of people will lose their lives in an instant, and anyone will feel terrified. People, countries, and the world will all feel sad about this. Ha ha ha, that's ridiculous. Ending the world in a way that brings pain to the world, is that what you think? Teranoi waved his scythe and laughed wildly. It turns out that the leader of the Akatsuki organization is so funny, I really didn't expect it. Indeed, I keep saying that I want to bring a new look to this world, but I don't know that my life has come to an end. Grimjo pulled out his Zanpei Kuto, looking like he was about to move. The power of Tian Dao Pain made his blood boil, and a strong fire of war rose in his heart. Tian Dao Pain said incessantly, "This kind of terrifying idea will give birth to the idea of containment and make disputes disappear. It can be said that the world is growing in the direction of stability. Pain will make the world become just like me before. Only with God's help will this world grow, think, and move forward. Who makes this world so childish? In my opinion, you are a little person who can't be, and will eventually disappear with this decadent and childish world, and finally be expected by new things." The 5 10-blades frowned tightly, and they looked at Tian Dao Pain with strange eyes, even mocking. Because, in their opinion, Pain's idea is too arrogant. The so-called overcomprehension is the fantasy of using the power of one's own insignificance to dream of the unfulfilled fantasy. Have you finally finished speaking? I finally understand. If you want to let you see the essence of this world, you can only know what you said before if you end your life with your own hands, and let you go to the soul realm and the void circle. How ridiculous, how childish. Neutra's expression was dignified, and an unparalleled and terrifying radiance erupted from her body. He raised the huge sickle high, and then shouted angrily, "I will show you the real fear below. See what is the real despair. Because I am the strongest 10-blade. Pray, holy crying mantis." Chapter 300 The Showdown Between Monsters. Subscribe. Pray, holy crying mantis. As the words of liberation fell, an unparalleled aura of terror emanated from Neutra. His whole body was shrouded in golden light, and even his appearance had undergone tremendous changes. After liberation, Neutra's form resembles that of a four-armed Asura. His head had long, asymmetrical crescent horns, and instead of 2 arms, it became 4. Each holds a large sickle in the shape of a mantis arm. His breath was several times stronger than that of the tough, making Heavenly Dao Pain looked at him too. "Is this what you look like after returning to the blade? You really don't look like a human being." Although Tian Dao Pain was apprehensive, he remained calm. "The real power is derived from killing. The power in my body has been accumulated for too long. It's time to let the world feel the most primitive killing." Neutra roared up to the sky, and her voice grew into a strong sonic wave, soaring into the sky. At this time, the Azure Dao on the side finally set off. With his arms outstretched, a sinister smile lined the corners of his mouth, and then he turned into the appearance of 3 heads and 6 arms. This fighting stance is exactly the same as Neutra. Shuradao's body suddenly burst towards Neutra, and his wrists were suddenly separated, concentrating the chakra at the incision, producing a small explosion. The arm, which was propelled by the small explosion, flew out in a straight line due to the strong impact. Strange arm rocket. The wrist is like a missile, slamming straight at Neutra. However, in the face of such a powerful offensive, the 5th blade did not evade, but took the initiative to take a step forward to welcome the baptism of the artillery. TSK, there is no escape, this courage is worth encouraging. A fierce light flashed in Shuradao's eyes. Seeing the artillery getting closer to Neutra, the smile on the corner of his mouth became brighter and brighter. Not only him, but even several other Pain had a mocking smile on the corner of their mouth. When both sides have not played their cards, they naturally feel confident in their own strength. In Nagato, who remotely controlled Pain's 6 paths, He was confident that he could smash a Neutra's body with this cannon. After all, the destructive force generated by the strange arm rocket can easily shatter even thick rock plates. Not only that, the wrist protected with chakra is also intact. The chakra of the cut is like a magnet that attracts the wrist and can be put back again. This guy is still in his old nature. He likes to show off his physical strength in this way. Grimjo sneered, his figure flashed, he came to the side of the human world, swung the Zanpakuto, and slashed towards the opponent. At the same time, the other 10 ninjas also dispatched themselves. Zamali found the way of the beast, because his ability just perfectly restrained the opponent. No matter how powerful the psychic art of the animal realm is, it will only be dominated by the power of love. Under the trade-offs, Zamali's advantage will get bigger and bigger, just like a snowball. This snowball will become more and more inflated. Ulquiorra faced the siege of hell and hungry ghosts alone. Since his breath was the strongest, Nagato also sent 2 pains to besiege him. Boom! The strange arm rocket bombarded Neutra's body, and a strong energy storm erupted. But what Nagato expected did not happen, and Neutra was not only uninjured, but intact. How is this going? Even the mighty Nagato still felt incredible after seeing this strange situation. Missiles that can easily blow up mountains don't work? Ha 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 ha. Neutra let out a big laugh, and said arrogantly, "Don't make me stress again, my steel skin is the hardest among the 10 blades of all dynasties. With your methods, it's not enough to hurt me." There was only a little white scratch on Neutra's chest, and even the outer skin was not broken, which shows how strong the steel skin is. Steel? Shuradao suddenly realized that he finally understood why when he saw the 10 blades, he felt that they were different. It turned out that even the exterior of the body was formed of steel skin. Since you're confident that you can't wear it, then I'll use other means to deal with you. Shura laughed instead of anger, raised his head, a mechanism suddenly appeared at the top of his head, and then the mechanism fired a laser cannon. Ha! The laser cannon was as fast as lightning, blasting out in an instant, aiming at Neutra's left eye, trying to kill with one hit. Neutra frowned slightly and stepped back slightly, trying to avoid the laser cannon. Shura sneered, "Dodge. If you dodge, it means that you will feel that there is danger. It seems that although you say that by my means, it is not enough to hurt you. But there are still places that can hurt you. Bah." At the end, he said word by word, "This weakness is your blindfolded left eye." The moment Shuradao's words fell, the laser cannon hit his left eye patch. However, accidents continued to happen. The laser cannon did not explode, but passed through Neutra's left eye calmly. "I said it all, don't waste your time. With your means, you can't hurt me at all." Neutra sneered, still standing upright, like an immortal Shura god of war. How can that be? Shura was puzzled, that someone had been pierced through his head, and he was still unscathed, which was too unreasonable. I can't understand, right? Someone was pierced in the head and still alive. Are you thinking about this? Neutra lifted the blindfold over his left eye, and immediately let Benludao see a shocking scene. I saw that the head on the left side of him turned out to be a huge hollow hole with a row of teeth on it. What a monster, 10 blades. Perhaps shocked by Neutra, Shura did not attack. For a time, he could not find Neutra's weakness. Since you know that I can't be defeated, then, next, the prelude to the killing will begin. Neutra opened his lips, and the tip of his tongue condensed a golden ray at Su, and then quickly blasted towards him. Shura flicker. The howl of the counterattack sounded. P.S. I wish everyone a happy new year, a prosperous year of the monkey, and the monkey race in the year of the monkey, counting the money until the hand cramps, winning 10 consecutive matches in the positioning competition, and killing the super gods 5 times. There are 2 more to come. I have cured the lazy cancer, and the cliff will be updated normally in the future.